The Bills survive and advance past the Jacksonville Jaguars by a score of 27-24.
Lawrence back to pass, looking on an inbreaker, broken up and intercepted, picked off by Cole Bishop. Game, set, match. Buffalo's gonna win the wild card game here in Jacksonville.
Josh Allen completed 28 of 35 passes for 273 yards and 3 total touchdowns, 1 passing and 2 rushing. James Cook had a lower share with 15 carries for 46 yards, and Khalil Shakir was the Bills' leading receiver with 12 receptions for 82 yards. A few injuries to note. Gabe Davis left the game and was carted off with a knee injury, did not return, and Jordan Poyer left the game with a hamstring injury and did not return. Up next, the Bills head to Denver to take on the number 1 seed Broncos next Saturday, per our own Sal Capacio. No time specified just yet. The Sabres keep winning as they beat the Ducks 5-3 on Saturday. Jack Quinn had a big game, scoring 2 goals. With the win, Buffalo has won 13 of its last 14 games and marks the first time in franchise history that the Sabres have registered 13 or more wins in any 14-game span. Up next, the Sabres host the Panthers tonight with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. All of the play-by-play action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, some scores from around the weekend. In case you missed it, the Rams outlast the Panthers 34-31. The Bears beat the Packers 31-27. And yesterday, the 49ers beat the Eagles 23-19. And the Chargers fell to the Patriots last night in a little bit of a stinker, 16-3. And tonight, the Steelers play the Texans. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's all Bills all day. Buffalo Bills Football Monday on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
Late orbit motion from Shakir. Makes the pass there. Looks for Kincaid, and he's got him. Who carries?
He loses this.
GR Sports Radio 550.
Good morning, Buffalo and parts elsewhere. Victory Monday. Playoff Victory Monday. Hockey teams won 3 in a row again. Victory Monday. There's victories everywhere. We're just so much winning. Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Victory Monday. Playoff Victory Monday. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Jeremy White, Sneaky Joe DiBiase, Owen the Parlay Killer, Alt Joe. We're all here. Phone lines are open for you. Celebrating, looking back at the Bills' wild card victory in Jacksonville, a 27-24 game that featured drama. And I've got a stat for you. We'll start off with a quick little stat that's about this Bills game and every other game as well. Scoring by quarter in the first 3 playoff games.
Yeah.
So that's Rams, Panthers. If you watch that, it was dramatic. Packers, Bears, dramatic. Bills, Jags, dramatic. Score by quarter. First quarter, 6 points in the first quarter. Second quarter, 17. Third quarter, 5. Fourth quarter, 29.
Yeah.
These teams are kind of, it's like watching Family Feud. Nothing counts until the last round. That's football right now. Nothing counts until it's like double the points and the steals. 28-plus points in every fourth quarter of the first 3 games. Lots of feel-it-out vibes, and the offenses go nuts. Mayhem is unleashed in the fourth. That written by Carson Brever, who I thought made a nice point there, because that's what these games feel like.
Yeah.
And the Bills and Jags, each team scores 14 in the fourth. The Bills and Jags matched scores in the second, third, and fourth. The difference in the game is a field goal from the Bills in the first quarter. Like, that's it.
Right. How about the Bills getting the kicking advantage in this game?
Yes.
Cam Little misses one and Prater is perfect.
You'll love to see it.
Who had that?
I'm so glad.
Yeah.
We dodged a big bullet, Joe. We maybe would have had 7 months of talking about how the officials found a tenth of a second left for Cam Little to kick a ball. If they had lost this game by 3, it would have been disaster. Just because we would have had to talk about that. Instead, we can kind of push it aside and maybe get to it as a thing to laugh about along the way.
Yeah.
But the Bills win, and man, if we ever didn't get a vintage Josh Allen performance. And I don't know how the temperature will be on the defense and Sean McDermott, but because you give up 24, that's not the kind of number that jumps out and says your defense played great. But their defense played great.
I thought they were fantastic yesterday. That was the perfect example of, go ahead, run it.
Run it.
Run it. They couldn't stop the run yesterday, really. I mean, it was almost 7 yards a carry. They were more than twice as efficient as the Bills running the ball yesterday. But, like, look, this was about, like, the one area I got confident about that game as the week went on last week was thinking, well, Lawrence, like, you might be able to force him into a couple of mistakes, and he was terrible.
Yes, he was.
It was 2 interceptions on the day for Trevor Lawrence. It could have been 6. There were balls batted in the air. Trey White had one at the goal line on that pass breakaway that led to a field goal right after that. Of course, Bishop had one, and Shaq Thompson. Like, Lawrence was late on throws. He was underthrowing balls. He underthrew a pass so much that they didn't call Taron Johnson for pass interference.
Yeah.
If he underthrows him by, like, a normal amount, like, you underthrow him by 2 yards. There was a play late in the fourth where it would have been pass interference. But he underthrew him by 10, so the ref's like, I'm not giving you that. He was horrible in this game. And I think the Bills deserve credit for doing that to him. But also, like, man, even the couple of times there were plays out there, he wasn't making them.
Right. He was maybe, if you're looking at sometimes when Josh is a little bit scatterbrained or a little bit sugar high Josh hunting too big of a play. Whenever Lawrence checked it down to ETN, they got yards. Like they did well checking the ball down, but it's about halftime. I forget. It might have been somebody on the broadcast saying, like, or somebody on Twitter pointing out, like, Lawrence is going to continue to hunt deep down the field, and the Bills want him to do that. The Bills looked like they had 10 defenders in the secondary alone. They couldn't really get a big pass rush, but they didn't really need it because Lawrence is going to drop back, hold the ball, wait, and thank you to the individual that sent me the stat ahead of the game that Lawrence leads the league in batted balls. The Bills were ready for that assignment too.
Yeah.
Deanne Walker, Christian Benford. Lawrence is a guy that gets balls batted at the line of scrimmage, like top 5 in that number year over year over year. And if you can't get to him in the pass rush, you put your hands up in the air and knock a couple down. And the Bills did that as well. So the defense, like if you just go the play-by-play, the drives to start the game, it's a 3 and out, then an interception. Right? They made stops. They made a stop on downs after the Ray Davis fumble on the kickoff. They just kept getting the job done, and that's what it looks like when your defense plays well enough to keep your offense in the game. The Bills' offense kind of starts to slowly come alive and gets the job done. Allen finding Brandon Cooks, not a surprise. Allen finding Shakir. How about Shakir? 9 catches on 9 targets. Pretty good.
No, 12. Shakir, 12 catches.
Right, he was 9
targets.
for 9 at one point. He finished 12 for 12, and he was huge. He made guys miss. The screen game, which I know some of us don't like and think they overuse, they needed it, and it worked well. And it worked well because here's Shakir making a spin move to get 7 more yards on a third down. So full marks to
They got away with it yesterday.
They got away with it.
I did see Shakir set the record for the fewest yards in a playoff game with 12 catches, though, in NFL history.
Is that right?
12 or more. By like 15. I think James White had like 97 and he had 82.
Well, I mean, listen.
But listen, like
Shakir is a running back in the passing game. That's really how they use him.
And also that stat, like, okay, and that is true. He had the fewest yards in a playoff game ever for 12 catches by 15 yards, but he had 12 catches on 12 targets. If he had 12 catches for 82 yards on 17 targets or 16 targets, I would be in here today saying that's not actually that good a day.
Yeah.
But when you caught all of them and then you get to, 7 yards every time you threw him the football, like that's actually a solid day. And like you said, like they were on screens. even right down to the very end, right? Like, did he get one of those screens when they went back-to-back screens on the second to last down and distance? They went third down screen, second down screen, third down screen, fourth down tush push.
Yep.
And Shakir got them a couple of times.
He got them there. The Jags, it looked like, were upset. They knew they were coming, and they were ready for them.
Oh, yeah.
And he still got a little bit more than they thought he was going to get every time. So full marks to Shakir. And to Josh Allen, of course, did you have they're going to tush push in from the 11? Because that's basically what happened.
Osiris Torrance just grabbed them and like, here, we're going.
Yeah.
We're going all the way to the 1. I was glad at the moment. I was in a bar full of people that they ruled touchdown, which was amazing, by the way, because when you see it on replay.
It's like 2 yards short.
He was nowhere near the end zone. But they ruled touchdown, and I'm in a bar with, a million people, and everybody is going nuts. And I'm the one jerk that's off to the side going, no, we want him down at the 1.
Yeah,
I'm like looking around and be like, no, like I'm like waving at them, like we want him down at the 1.
People, we want him at the 1.
And then it became, no, we want them to kneel it.
Yeah, I know.
And we can get to that later.
We will. That'll be a fun conversation.
Yeah, but man, like they get the Jags timeout away. It didn't matter. Again, like Lawrence yesterday. Why are you trying to fit a ball in there? You've got a minute, and you've got a kicker where you've only got to get to midfield to attempt a pass. Why are you trying to fit a ball in there? And like one part of that is Lawrence, terrible decision, I thought, to throw the pass there. 2, Trey White, who's a hero of yesterday.
It's like the Trey White game.
He is on Jacoby Myers. That is the guy that your coach talked about all week and we've talked about all week. Like, that is the guy that's kind of made their offense complete. And there you are after 2 major injuries in the biggest moment of the game, and you are white on rice. You were all over him. It was perfect coverage. That's over the middle of the field. So are they in? I don't know if they're in man there or what, but wherever they lined up, he followed Jacoby. He was with Jacoby Myers, and he is right there. Like, he was not open at all. Incredible.
Great day from Trey White. Number of really, really strong plays from him. Number of great plays. Think about the defensive line they got it done with. I was thinking about this driving in, that Brandon Beane's draft class, Hairston's hurt, otherwise he'd be out there. Sanders and Walker are being called upon to play. Sanders didn't play as much as Walker. If Landon Jackson didn't get hurt, is he on the field? He might be. Jordan Hancock had to be out there. Turns out the entire rookie class kind of needs to be called on because of all the injuries and what's going on.
Haas is out there.
Yes. We'll talk about injuries, which they might have some significant ones, and it might be like the same as it was a few years ago. But Gabe Davis is probably done.
Yeah.
Sure looks like Gabe Davis is done. Jordan Poyer, hamstring out. That could be a problem. Like, we'll see. Cole Bishop now holding it together, and they attack Jordan Hancock quite a bit. I don't know if that's going to be Cam Lewis or what they're going to do at receiver, because if Gabe Davis is out, they're already down so many.
Shavers also got hurt in this game.
Yes, he did.
He came back,
he
so
did.
hopefully he's okay.
Hopefully he's okay. I don't know if they're going to go grab Elijah Moore off the Broncos practice squad. Who knows? Ooh. He's available.
You play him.
That's right. So
you send him off as a secret agent for a couple of months to see what they do on offense. You bring him back.
He seemed like he was upset when he left, though. He seemed like he was thinking he could do more.
McCole Hardman is probably the answer to who would at least dress next week.
Is Curtis Samuel ever available again? These are questions we can discuss. But whatever. It's a Josh Allen.
I was gonna say, like, I think it's a little bit of both. Like, I thought McDermott deserves a lot from yesterday. I mean, the Jags averaged less per pass. Lawrence averaged fewer yards per pass than any game he had since he played the Raiders on November 2nd. He had fewer yards per pass than against the Houston defense, the LA defense, and the Denver defense. And McDermott, I think, deserves a ton of credit for that yesterday. With not, Hancock, right, a rookie. And I did think they kind of went after him a little bit once he was in there. But they got through it, and they got that performance against that pass attack. And Allen was fighting through every injury on every level of his body. Upper body, lower body, mid body. If he had been a hockey player, would have been the injury report.
He had a man land on his face.
Yeah, right.
That one was tough.
Right.
Watching that one, he's like, comes out grabbing his ear. That was tough.
What does it feel like to have your head laying on the ground and a 260-pound linebacker just fall on you?
You thank the engineers that built the helmet so your head didn't get literally crushed.
Right. Or I thought about his neck when that happened, because his neck is twisted when he falls on him. And then the knee, When you saw that replay,
That was close.
I was like, oh man, like there goes the Super Bowl.
That was close.
So he walks off and he just gets through it. And man, I mean, it's that pass to Cooks. That pass to Cooks is all-time stuff.
Did you see Chase Daniel break that down?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Chase Daniel, I'll retweet it again this morning if you want to go watch it, because Chase Daniel breaks down this former backup quarterback. What was he, like a mid-round pick? Whatever. He's on Fox, I believe. He's on...
I forget the name of his show. He's been on Fox before.
ESPN's The Breakdown on YouTube. Okay, so Chase Daniel. I'll retweet this again right now, because he points out the throw to Cooks, like, yeah, that's the one. That's the one, which is kind of like the throw to Kincaid last year that ultimately ends their season, where you as a defender will be playing against Josh Allen and you'll have a blitz and you have a free runner in his face. So the guys in the secondary think like, well, all right, this is definitely going to be a shorter throw. He's got to get this out fast. And instead, he throws it by you on the money to Brandon Cooks. And Cooks, like, listen, he's super important. This has, of course, been the value of a guy that can get open downfield the whole time. I guess, hey, it took a long way to get there, but he got there. And I think the drop that he had wasn't a drop. But whatever, we could talk about that too. He's so important. They needed the whole time someone to do what Cooks is doing, and that's it's just unlocked so much. So anyway, we've got a lot to talk about. I'm not surprised they got run on. I'm not surprised they couldn't run, and I'm not surprised that neither really mattered. Watch the playoffs. The whole regular season, everybody wants to talk about how important it is to run. In the playoffs, it's all about throwing the ball. You have to be able to throw. Why'd Jacksonville lose? Because they couldn't throw.
Yeah.
Why'd the Bills win? Because they could. How about the Niners? Brock Purdy goes over 300 again.
Yep.
Like the Niners win because they can throw. The Rams win because they can throw. The Bears win a comeback because they can throw. Like, pass and stop the pass. It's what the McDermott Bills have been built on from the start. And yesterday's a game where they pass and stop the pass. So, man, what a day. It was intense.
Oh, man. Anxiety level.
I find myself, like, that final drive, like, all right, this is going to be the last drive. My kids are there. You know, we're still learning football. I'm like, if the Bills don't get the ball into the part of the field that's black, the season ends.
Right.
I'm just telling them, like, okay, Dad. Yeah, it's pretty intense, huh? I don't know if they know the stakes. I don't know if they would know what Ryan Clark and Stephen A. Smith would have said if they didn't, but they knew the stakes, and they were excited. So we'll talk about it with you. It's a football Monday and a victory Monday. The Bills will play Denver. We don't know when, but it's probably going to be Saturday. We kind of know.
I think we know it's Saturday.
It's going to be
don't
Saturday.
know what time on Saturday. It's either going to be 4:30 or it's going to be the 8 o'clock game,
yeah.
8:15 game.
And the other Saturday game is probably going to be the Rams and the Bears, you would think?
Yes.
Doesn't have to be, but it just kind of makes sense. Like, look at the team that's playing the team off the bye. And in the case of the Bills and Broncos, you've got the Texans and Steelers playing tonight. They're not going to make that team play on a Saturday. They're going to play on Sunday. So, Bills and Broncos will be Saturday at Mile High, and man, primetime Mile High, that'll be like
Bears
theater.
The Bears website says that Bears and Rams is on Sunday. So maybe is the Seahawks and Niners game going to be on Saturday?
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it is. I thought I saw both 1 seeds were going to be playing on Saturday.
Okay. In that case, it would.
Yeah.
I bet the Bills are going to be the 4 o'clock, the 4:30, because I think you'd put Seattle in primetime, but I could be wrong. That game could be Seattle at 4:30.
Yeah, it's Seahawks will host 49ers on Saturday.
Okay.
So, yeah, those are the 2 games. Seattle, San Francisco, and Buffalo, Denver. That's Saturday, and then the other 2 games will be on Sunday.
All right. 803-0550. Also, of note, before we get to calls, the Patriots beat the Chargers, and that means officially Highmark is closed. Mm-hmm. Highmark Stadium is done. No more games. We're not going back. We needed the Chargers to win a couple of games. They lost last night. I thought they had a chance to win, and they didn't. Justin Herbert was not particularly sharp, and he also fought for his life the entire game.
Yeah.
As has been the case. Mo in New Jersey is up to lead us off on Victory Monday. Good morning, Mo.
Hey, happy Victory Monday, guys. It's always great to call after a win, but I think it's even more special in the playoffs. Now, there's a lot to talk about, but I am just so damn proud of this team because it just felt like all week, nobody was giving us a chance. The Jaguars were like the hot pick, Super Bowl, this and that. The Bills don't stand a chance. And just watching that game, like I still don't know how the game ended the way it did, but we won that game, right? Like, we gave 150 yards on the ground. Josh Allen it was just such a physical game. And, just watching that game, the back and forth, my heart was racing the whole time. And we just pulled it out I'm so proud of his team. We have the best football player on the planet on our team, and he literally willed this team to win. Now, there's obviously a bunch of guys on this team that played great. Trey is playing out of his mind right now, and I love the guy for it. And Shaq Thompson, he doesn't get enough credit. He played so well yesterday. I know Earl Bernard's our captain on defense, but with Shaq Thompson playing in the middle, this defense has looked a lot better overall. And I'm just really looking forward to the rest of this playoff run. Let's go Buffalo.
Yep. Shaq Thompson, great. Huge pick early on. Like, I wondered if that would get in Lawrence's head early. He recovered, Lawrence, and started to play a little bit better. But
again, though, he had some plays that were out there that could have been Bishop had one that was starting to fall to him after it had been deflected, and he just couldn't quite get there. I mentioned the Trey White one that almost was a pick. There's another one. There's two Bishop ones. There was one that was deflected by a corner in front of him, and then he almost gets to it. And there's the other one where Deion Walker throws his hand up in the air, which actually probably stopped the big gain because I think the receiver was running behind Trey White and Bishop. But Walker got a hand on it. That almost fell to Trey White. So again, there was 4 plays on the field that could have been other picks. And I don't know how much time I have today for nobody gave them a chance. I saw a thing yesterday that 46% of people in front of microphones picked the Bills to win, and they were a 1-point underdog.
Right. And
I think it was about. It was not 50-50, but it was, I think, a very slight lean towards the Jags. Not everybody was picking Jacksonville.
I logged into my local sportsbook app and checked the percentage of bets, and it was 54% on the Bills to win.
Okay,
Yeah. I agree. I don't have much for nobody gave them a chance. This is what it sounds like when everybody gives the two teams a chance.
Right.
Yesterday, you both have a chance.
Yesterday in pregame, I picked 28-27 Jags. I mean, I didn't give the Bills a chance.
Right.
I did nail the Bills' point total.
You did.
I didn't think the Bills would win the kicking battle, personally.
I think the only team
that's I don't know.
There are maybe 2 teams that nobody gave a chance in this opening round. That's the Panthers and probably tonight the Steelers. And again, some people do give them a chance, but but relative to the rest of it,
when it's 10%, that's you can get away with nobody gave them a chance.
I'll tell you, I'm giving the Steelers very little to no chance to win, and if they do, then they can say nobody gave them a chance.
All right.
803-0550. Man, watching the Allen touchdown where he twists the knee, I can't even watch it. I can't, even though I know he's okay now.
Well, he also grabs it immediately.
Right.
The fact that he went down and grabbed it, I'm like, oh.
Osiris Torrance.
Yeah, I mean he's gonna be sore today, Allen.
Yes, he is.
Part of also me thinking for a lot of the week the Jags were going to win, and then the Bills putting on that performance. I am super impressed by that game yesterday.
Yeah.
I am totally impressed that they won that football game. That offense was I think you could kind of see the components yesterday that that offense has been really good, and if Lawrence just doesn't make a bunch of stupid throws, that offense, you could see why they got hot.
Yeah, Parker Washington started to really do damage.
That dude is good.
Yeah.
He's a good player. He just came out of nowhere. He's was their number 4 at the start of the season, number 5. And ETN is good. You see good pieces on that team. So when you get a performance like that from the Bills defense where they're able to shut down that pass attack, that is why I, 1, thought the Jags would win, and 2, are totally impressed that the Bills were able to stop them. Totally impressed.
803-0550. I picked them to win. Not that anybody has to care who picks who. And I kind of told you during the week last week, I'll probably pick them to win every game, but that doesn't mean I'm picking them to win the Super Bowl. All right, now it's the Broncos. What am I going to do?
How about now?
I'm one game at a time guy. I'm just not going to pick against Josh.
I was very much thinking winner of this game goes to the Super Bowl.
Right.
I wouldn't pick them to win the Super Bowl. Right now, though,
I don't know who they're going to play.
I could really get to.
I'll tell you.
They're going to make the Super Bowl.
On Saturday,
easily.
When the Panthers are up on the Rams, I'm thinking, you know what? It wouldn't be so bad if the Rams got knocked out. I'd love the Rams to get knocked out.
I wasn't thinking that far ahead in that moment, but
I was. Like, hey, you keep Carolina in this playoff. That sounds good.
I'm still rooting for Pittsburgh tonight.
Right.
That easiest field.
Yep.
Right? Give me the easiest. Knock Houston out tonight, and I just got no one left that I'm really that afraid of.
Yeah.
Respecting, that New England could beat them or anyone could beat them. Maybe not Pittsburgh. But get Houston out today, and I'm feeling real confident about their chances in the next 2 weeks.
Anthony in New York City before the break. Anthony, good morning. Happy Victory Monday.
Thank you. Joe?
Yeah.
Remember you talking about that Keon Coleman was a bust? Well, he showed up yesterday.
On one catch, he was wide that no one covered him on.
Well, that's whose fault is that? That's their fault.
Right.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Guys, another thing. That Lions got to protect Josh better. He was taking a beating yesterday. He was getting bull rushed a couple of times yesterday.
I thought the line did great.
I heard McDermott in postgame said this, that because when they talked about McDermott or Allen going to the injury tent a couple times, that he only took 3 hits on the entire day on dropbacks and only took 1 sack. That really all the Allen injury stuff happened either on runs, right? They were quarterback runs that he was getting hit on, or like the touchdown, or he just accidentally hit Osiris Torrance's helmet or whoever's helmet he hit with his right hand. So when he was getting hit, it was on QB runs yesterday. It was not on him dropping back. I thought the line played totally
I had
solid.
flashbacks a little bit to the Chief game last year where it's like, man, I like that this works, but man, can he not take a hit on everything?
Right.
Can we get any other idea out of this than just the QB sneak? It's fine.
He did slide on a 3rd down short of the stick, so he avoided contact there.
I thought pass protection was great.
Me too.
I mean, when he got free rushers, he handled it. I thought the pass protection ultimately was very good. They kept more guys in for more than 5-man protections. And on Coleman, easy on. He's not a bust because he caught a catch when he was wide open.
I'll give him credit for breaking that tackle and getting 20 more yards. I mean, that's the thing he's probably best at, is once the ball is in his hands. I'll say this: they're probably going to need him to play. He didn't play a lot of snaps yesterday.
No, but he's probably going to going forward.
I mean, no Gabe Davis, no Josh Palmer, probably rest of season. Palmer, we know it's rest of season because he's on IR.
Yep.
And that's probably going to be the case with Gabe. I mean, you think of those big perimeter receivers, it's just Shavers and Coleman now. They're the last 2 standing. So I think he has to play. He has to play now.
And Cooks, yeah, Shavers, Coleman, and Cooks. 803-0550. Thanks for the phone call. 1-888-550-2550. Bills win and set up a game with the Denver Broncos. They'll go to the 1 seed and play in Denver. They haven't played in Denver since they won there, winning the AFC East for the first time. That was a fun game, right?
Yeah.
Allen lights them up.
That was their last win, right? They haven't played there since then.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Not that I can think of. 803-0550. The chat's responding to Keon Coleman's not a bust anymore. It's fine. Listen, they might need him. It could just be a great story where he ends up with 3 catches and a touchdown in the Super Bowl, and we're like,
all right, if he does that,
good job,
sure,
buddy.
I'll give not a bust if he does that, even if they trade him after that.
Yeah. 803-0550. Victory Monday. Playoff Victory Monday. Man, was intense. I tweeted during the 3rd quarter, are we having fun? The number of...
As everyone's heart rate was 140.
And it made me think, Howard used to say this, what are we doing to ourselves? Are we sure this is enjoyable?
Did he make it? How's he doing this morning?
He texted me. He's ready to pick the Bills at 8:30 tomorrow. We made it. On to the next round. All right. Bills-Broncos. It'll be Saturday. We'll talk about this game. If you want to say, hey, I liked this, I didn't like that, we're not going to be the kind of people that are just enjoy it. The place where they talk about the Bills, we're going to talk about the Bills. Lots this week. You can join us. Jeremy White, Sneaky Joe, Victory Monday on WGR.
Here's the snap. Back to pass. Has time. Deep over the middle. And it's incomplete. Broken up by Tre'Davious White. It was intended for the tight end again. And it's broken up, and the field goal unit will come on.
Allen finding Shakir. How about Shakir? 9 catches on 9 targets. Pretty good.
No, 12, Shakir, 12 catches.
Right,
on
he was
12
9 for
targets.
9 at one point. He finished 12 for 12, and he was huge. He made guys miss. The screen game, which I know some of us don't like and think they overuse, they needed it, and it worked well. And it worked well because here's Shakir making a spin move to get 7 more yards on a third down. So full marks to
They got away with it yesterday.
They got away with it.
I did see Shakir set the record for the fewest yards in a playoff game with 12 catches, though, in NFL history.
Is that right?
12 or more. By like 15. I think James White had like 97, and he had 82.
Well, I mean, listen.
But listen, like
Shakir is a running back in the passing game. That's really how they use him.
And also that stat, like, okay, and that is true. He had the fewest yards in a playoff game ever for 12 catches by 15 yards, but he had 12 catches on 12 targets.
Mm-hmm.
If he had 12 catches for 82 yards on 17 targets or 16 targets, I would be in here today saying that's not actually that good a day.
Yeah.
But when you caught all of them and then you get to, 7 yards every time you threw him the football, like that's actually a solid day. And like you said, like they were on screens even right down to the very end, right? Like did he get one of those screens when they went back-to-back screens on the second to last down and distance? They went third down screen, second down screen, third down screen, fourth down tush push.
Yep.
And Shakir got them a couple of times.
He got him there.
The Bills survive and advance past the Jacksonville Jaguars by a score of 27-24. Josh Allen completed 28 of 35 passes for 273 yards and 3 total touchdowns, 1 passing, 2 rushing. James Cook had a lower share with 15 carries for 46 yards. Khalil Shakir was the leading receiver with 12 receptions for 82 yards. Few injuries to note. Gabe Davis left the game, was carted off with a knee injury. He did not return. And Jordan Poyer left the game with a hamstring injury and did not return. Up next, the Bills head to Denver to take on the number 1 seed Broncos next Saturday, per our own Sal Capacio. No exact time is specified as of yet. The Sabres keep winning as they beat the Ducks 5-3 on Saturday. Jack Quinn had a big game, scoring 2 goals. With the win, Buffalo won 13 of its last 14 games, and it marks the first time in their franchise history that the Sabres have registered 13 or more wins in any 14-game span. Up next, the Sabres host the Panthers tonight with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. All of the play-by-play action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. And around the NFL, scores from the weekend. The Rams outlast the Panthers 34-31. The Bears beat the Packers 31-27. The 49ers yesterday beat the Eagles 23-19. The Chargers fall to the Patriots in a stinker last night, 16-3. Tonight, the Steelers take on the Texans. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Allen does that little fake bubble screen off to the right, and then he turns back, and Kincaid's like wheeling up the sideline.
Love that play.
That's
play. Worked. That's worked multiple times for them.
They'll run that play today, I bet.
Yeah.
Late orbit motion from Shakir. Fakes the pass there. Looks for Kincaid, and he's got him. Who carries it into the end zone for the touchdown? Dalton Kincaid strikes from 15 yards out, and the Bills have the lead back again.
That's another one where Allen kind of fits a throw in. The Jags are not completely fooled. He just pinpoint hits that spot. And credit to the man across the table, Sneaky Joe. You tweeted out a series of highlights that play is not like Joe Brady in the lab waiting to unleash it. The Bills have been running it since Josh Allen's second ever game.
Yes. Against the Vikings, and Jason Kroom caught it.
Yep.
3 coordinators have run it. We need to get a nickname for it. They score on it every single time. I tweeted out a video 4 touchdowns on it, and then I had more people like, oh, they also ran it here. Like Lee Smith, they ran it to one time and it worked, and they ran it on this to Knox like one game. Like they've been running it for 8 years. That play, 7 years, and it's still working.
It works, still working. Victory Monday, playoff Victory Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. Highlights of the game are brought to you by Northland Workforce Training Center. Train for what's next. Let's get some Skyworks stats of the game. The Skyworks stats of the game brought to you by Skyworks Equipment Rental, building America from the ground up. I've got one stat to highlight. There are many to get to. One of the stats to highlight. The Bills in the red zone went 3 for 3. The Jaguars in the red zone went 3 for 4. And the fourth was the turnover, when Trevor Lawrence did not get the first down because his shin was down on the ground.
Yeah.
Glad we got Gene. Gene, what do you see here? Gene, we're going to need you. Gene everywhere. Gene in the booth.
There was a lot of Gene yesterday.
Gene pregame.
Man, Gene, I got to find a video of like Michael Jordan walking out for the Bulls to the intro music when Gene saw what happened at the end of the first half.
Oh,
like, now is my time to shine. Let's go.
Listen, you know me.
The movement of the hand on the snap, boys. Like he was in his glory.
Worthless rules analysts. Again, I'm going to get one mild complaint in. We'll get to more calls and more celebration of the Bills' win over the Jaguars. They actually asked Gene, what's it like being an official during the playoffs? The intensity of it. What? We're now asking.
Wow. We're asking feeling questions now.
Yeah, like how you feel the intensity as an official out there?
Yeah.
What happened to everybody? Who cares about you? We hate these guys on the field. All right, Woody in Niagara Falls. Happy Victory Monday. Hey, Woody, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys? So I work overnights, and I watched the game again on NFL Network.
Mm-hmm.
And I noticed the second time when I watched it that when we had the fourth, it was a third down, and they said that Josh got the first down at the 10-yard line, and then Jacksonville asked for a review, or maybe they called from upstairs. I don't remember.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, if that wouldn't have happened, and they would have said, oh, they got the first down. I wonder if the Bills could have they obviously wouldn't have had an easiest time on first and goal from the 10 as they did, when they had to run the tush push down to the 1.
It kind of makes you wonder, Woody, should the tush push on first and 10 be an idea? If you can get it for 10 yards occasionally.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I mean, and then when he scored the touchdown, they obviously just backed off and let him run it.
Yeah.
But my other thing was, what I didn't understand about that play was they called a review on it. Well, they do every time they call a touchdown. I don't get why was there a 10-second runoff?
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't matter in the long run, but
because
isn't that a dumb rule? I mean,
yeah, when you review it, they get the automatic 10-second runoff.
Yes, because the idea,
I think it is screwed teams over before in areas where it should. I think the idea is, hey, we're initiating a review. It would take you 10 seconds
to line up,
but what? I don't know if this was the case yesterday with the Bills, but I've seen times in the past where a team is lined up and then they initiate the review and we're going to run 10 seconds off. Like, we got to the line in 6 seconds.
Right.
So why are you now robbing us of 5 seconds? And sometimes that's even cost teams games. I don't know if that happened yesterday, though. Like, the Bills actually would have wanted the 10-second runoff. That helped them, right? Because the Jags had to burn their final timeout.
Yep.
So yesterday, that actually worked to their advantage.
When do you want to get to whether or not they should have kneeled it? Tomorrow? Now,
maybe tomorrow. I mean, does anybody think they shouldn't have?
yes, there are people.
Okay.
You always take the points crowd. Like, it's fine. Whatever.
I just think it's an easy. You take the snap and you fall down.
Yes.
And you burn it down to 30 seconds and you kill, not totally, but you kill a ton of chances for the Jaguars.
And then if you want to push it 3 times from the 1, you just do that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's depending on the score, if you're protecting a 3-point lead against Cam Little, that might be different than, hey, Matthew Stafford's on the other sideline and you're in a shootout and there's a minute left. You have a chance to kill off 32 seconds. Like
the Jags let them score, and that should tell you what the right thing to do in that spot was.
I agree with that. It doesn't hurt them, and, I'm not over here killing McDermott for it, but if the Jags had gone down and scored, they would have had a little bit of themselves to blame for not taking a knee at the 1-yard line and, whatever. Rob in Connecticut. Hey, Rob.
Good morning. Happy playoff victory Monday. It wouldn't feel appropriate if I didn't call and celebrate with the boys from WGR550. During the game, I always think about what's going through Jeremy's head, what's going through Joe's head, because it's like, especially with Gene and the whole, let's take another look and this and that. I'm like, I wish I could be sitting next to Jeremy right now. Yesterday my fiance asked me after the game, she goes, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Yeah." She goes, "Well, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you during the game." I said, "That's because I was holding my breath the whole time." I think the only time that I said something during the game was right before halftime. It was like, I'm blind, and I know they didn't get that snap off. I mean, come on. It is so ridiculous. But I have no complaints whatsoever. When I called you guys on Friday, one of the things that I did say was, who's going to come up big? We have 3 wide receivers that Josh is going to utilize, and that was Cooks, and he came up big. And, Shakir, and it's unfortunate with Gabe Davis, unfortunately. And I'm so proud of Trey Day Sunday. That was all day, Trey Day Sunday. And I'm just happy that we pulled this one off, and Josh Allen cowboyed up. And that's all we need to do. So let's keep pushing forward, and I'll leave all the facts and stats to you guys. That's why I listen to you, and I appreciate you. I just had to celebrate with you guys. Let's keep it pushing forward. Go Bills.
Thanks, Rob. Yeah, I'm just happy for everybody. Happy for Tre'Davious White. He has been, Trey White's game is not out of nowhere. A little earlier in the year, maybe he got worked a little bit by Jalen Waddle and Diggs.
He had a tough first month.
Yeah, but since then,
he's been great.
He's been very, very good. So it's not even that big of a surprise that he's able to do that. And there's of all the things you hear in postgame, I think one of the coolest things to listen to and hear players talk about. I was listening to WBEN on the drive-in. They played both Deion Dawkins talking about Trey and McDermott talking about Trey, and you can just tell how much, if you want to say heart and soul or whatever, of not only the team individually in a year, but Tre'Davious White represents the era. He left for a little while. He went through some injuries, but when the Bills are at their best, and watching the Bills is the most fun, it's when Tre'Davious White is out there having fun, making plays, being the guy that he is. So awesome that he did that. I thought Cole Bishop had a great game too. Bishop continues to be a big play waiting to happen. He is so often around the ball. There's a play where, who got it? The Jags receiver, the throw is behind him and he tips the ball. And if he doesn't, that's when Bishop might get his hands on. If he doesn't tip it, Bishop's ready for that. That's an interception too.
I think it was the first drive of the game on, was it 3rd and 7, where Bishop got matched up. And somehow in the formation, it ended up he was one-on-one with Jacoby Myers, and he was right there, sticky in coverage, right to the sideline, made the catch super difficult for him. White, by the way, Trey White yesterday, 3 passes defended is the second most in a playoff game for a Bill ever.
Love it.
Edmonds against Miami is the only one who had more.
803-0550. Sal says he thinks anyone talking that they should have taken 1 knee before trying to score is nuts.
Ooh, okay.
And he's ready to debate.
Right. I don't know if we have time today. Maybe we have to save that.
I'm just glad that this debate can be like a, hey, what you've done kind of thing.
Oh, yeah, rather than the season
instead
coming
of us
down to it.
Screaming at each other and throwing things.
Yeah.
803-0550. It is Victory Monday here on WGR. And when we get back, some locker room audio. The eye on the quarterback. We'll talk about that. Sal joins us at 7. Chris Brown at 8:30. Your calls along the way. And, eventually we shift into Broncos mode. But whatever. Playoff wins are playoff wins. You want to stunt on the Jags, you do that.
Also, we need a nickname for that fake play where they throw it up the sideline. My idea was the Kroom Flume because he was the first one that caught it. Someone on Twitter just tweeted in Fake and Josh, a playoff Drake and Josh. Do we like that one? That's not going to be your speed.
Man, no.
This is more a question for Joe or Owen. The Fake and Josh.
How about something along the lines of like, oh, not again. Yes! Because you think they're throwing a screen, and then it turns out they're not.
Yeah.
Like,
they're going to run it again?
Yeah, of course.
They're running against Denver?
Yes, because they're going to run like 10 more screens
once per game, at least.
Khalil Shakir had 12 catches. This was sent in to me. Here's a stat for you. Shakir had 12 catches, the most by a Bill in a playoff game since Thurman had 13 in a game in 1990, and that makes sense. Like, really, Shakir's a running back.
Thurman had 13
They use him like a running back,
by the way. Right, yeah, right.
That's his job. And he's sure-handed, and he was great, too. 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
Here's the snap. Back to pass. Blitz coming. Allen has to throw it down the far side. He's got Cooks, who's got it at the 20-yard line. Allen beats the blitz for a big play as the Bills are in the Relax red zone. Relax, we got this.
I don't know how the temperature will be on the defense and Sean McDermott, but because you give up 24, that's not the kind of number that jumps out and says your defense played great, but their defense played great.
I thought they were fantastic yesterday. That was the perfect example of, go ahead, run it.
Run it.
Run it. They couldn't stop the run yesterday, really. I mean, it was almost 7 yards a carry. They were more than twice as efficient as the Bills running the ball yesterday. But, look, this was about, the one area I got confident about that game as the week went on last week was thinking, well, Lawrence, you might be able to force him into a couple of mistakes, and he was terrible.
Yes, he was.
It was 2 interceptions on the day for Trevor Lawrence. It could have been 6. There were balls batted in the air. Trey White had one at the goal line on that pass breakaway that led to a field goal right after that. Of course, Bishop that had one, and Shaq Thompson. Lawrence was late on throws. He was underthrowing balls. He underthrew a pass so much that they didn't call Taron Johnson for pass interference.
Yeah.
If he underthrows him by a normal amount, you underthrow him by 2 yards. There was a play late in the fourth where it would have been pass interference. But you underthrew him by 10, so the ref's I'm not giving you that. He was horrible in this game. And I think the Bills deserve credit for doing that to him. But also, man, even the couple of times there were plays out there, he wasn't making them.
Right. He was maybe, if you're looking at sometimes when Josh is a little bit scatterbrained or a little bit sugar high Josh hunting too big of a play. Whenever Lawrence checked it down to ETN, they got yards. They did well checking the ball down, but it's about halftime. I forget. It might have been somebody on the broadcast saying or somebody on Twitter pointing out, Lawrence is going to continue to hunt deep down the field, and the Bills want him to do that. The Bills looked like they had 10 defenders in the secondary alone. They couldn't really get a big pass rush, but they didn't really need it because Lawrence is going to drop back, hold the ball, wait, and thank you to the individual that sent me the stat ahead of the game that Lawrence leads the league in batted balls. The Bills were ready for that assignment too.
Yeah.
Deanne Walker, Christian Benford. Yeah, I'm just happy for everybody. Happy for Tre'Davious White. He has been, and Trey White's game is not out of nowhere. A little earlier in the year, maybe he got worked a little bit by Jalen Waddle and Diggs.
He had a tough first month.
Yeah, but since then,
he's been great.
He's been very, very good. So it's not even that big of a surprise that he's able to do that. And there's of all the things you hear in postgame, I think one of the coolest things to listen to and hear players talk about. I was listening to WBEN on the drive-in. They played both Deion Dawkins talking about Trey and McDermott talking about Trey, and you can just tell how much, if you want to say heart and soul or whatever, of not only the team individually in a year, but Tre'Davious White represents the era. he left for a little while. He went through some injuries, but when the Bills are at their best, and watching the Bills is the most fun, it's when Tre'Davious White is out there having fun, making plays, being the guy that he is. So, like, awesome that he did that. I thought Cole Bishop had a great game, too. Bishop continues to be a big play waiting to happen. He is so often around the ball. There's a play where, who got it? The Jags the Jags receiver, the throw is behind him, and he tips the ball. And if he doesn't, that's when Bishop might get his hands on. If he doesn't tip it, I mean, Bishop's there, ready for that. That's an interception, too.
I think it was the first drive of the game on, was it 3rd and 7, where Bishop got matched up, and somehow in the formation, it ended up, he was one-on-one with Jacoby Myers. And he was right there, sticky in coverage, right to the sideline, made the catch super difficult for him. White, by the way, Trey White yesterday, 3 passes defended is the second most in a playoff game for a Bill ever.
Love it.
Edmonds against Miami is the only one who had more.
I mean, when he came back, he still wasn't really Trey because he was working through 2 major injuries. And yet in Trey's fashion, there's nobody that works harder, and he's gotten himself back now to where he's playing really good football. And credit to him and the work that he's put in, and our medical team as well. Just overall, he's just as good as there is in terms of his determination, his heart.
Sean McDermott, Sound from the Locker Room is brought to you by Reimer Home Services. Reimer Homes rely on the Rhino. Let's get our eye on the quarterback and get back to your phone calls and check in with Sal Capacio as well. The eye on the quarterback might be checking the injury report as well. Sal wrote, because the Bills play on Saturday, we know that. We don't know if it's 4:30 or 8 o'clock. But the Bills will play on Saturday. The Sabres play on Saturday, too. So the Bills play on Saturday. The first injury report comes out on Tuesday. And Sal writes, it might take 2 graphics to fit all the names and different body parts. It was a physical game. Allen got hit. He hit his finger on a throw. He got his face smashed, his neck smashed. He twisted his knee. And, he goes in the injury tent. And I don't want to say, I don't get nervous. Because I think he's coming out of that tent no matter what. You're not going to stop him from. He's coming out of that tent.
The only time I wondered if he was coming back out is after the knee. He did when he walks off. It's a little different because if they find something that's catastrophic, he's not going back in.
Right, and then
even maybe he might try. Phillip Rivers once played an AFC Championship on a torn ACL.
That's what I'm saying. I think Allen would do that.
I think he would do that. Yes. Right. But yeah, I guess that's the only moment I thought, okay, is he actually going to have to leave here? Because that knee just looked like it was about to go all the way in the wrong direction.
It was bad. But other than that, he played great, he often does in the playoffs. He
was tremendous.
He ran for important first downs. The tush pushes worked. They put up 27 points. And, if you go by the scores, how many game-winning drives, I mean, Allen kind of had 2 game-winning drives in the game itself to go up 20-17. Then the Jags get one back. Then he responds.
Right.
And this is always, to me, what these games are going to be. Do you have the guy that can go punch for punch for punch for punch? And when you say no Mahomes in the playoffs, I feel like it doesn't mean, oh, your road is easier. It does mean, though, you have a guy that usually goes punch for punch, and he's not throwing punches this time around. Instead, it's Trevor Lawrence, it's Bo Nix, it's Drake May. We'll see.
Like, you might have seen the difference yesterday to what not having Mahomes in the playoffs could actually mean, because on that last drive, is Mahomes making that pass to Jacoby Myers over the middle? There would just be a much more solid belief that Mahomes is going to lead you down the field.
At least in position.
Right. He's going to know in that moment, like, I don't have to go for 20 yards on this first play. I've got a minute here, and I've got a kicker that makes everything. Whereas Lawrence, for some reason, he acted like it was fourth down. He's got to fit it into a tight window. You've got plays here. Like, if I were in Jacksonville, I would be losing my mind at him on that last throw.
Bills will play the Broncos. We know it will be Saturday, either 4:30 or 8 o'clock. The league giving you the days for the games. The other game that's going to be on Saturday is Niners and Seahawks. So that's your matchup. Pittsburgh and Houston play tonight in Pittsburgh, and the winner plays in New England because the Patriots took care of the Chargers. I saw a stat on Greg Roman and Jim Harbaugh. 2 playoff games in that Chargers era with those two working together. 22 offensive possessions. They have 1 touchdown.
Greg Roman in the fourth quarter.
Not great.
On 4th and 9, were they down by 10 at that point? In the fourth quarter on 4th and 9. Called a play action. It was, I couldn't believe my eyes. He called play action on 4th and 9. Might be the dumbest play call I've ever seen in my life. Who thinks you're going to run it? Just crazy.
Sal.
And he got sacked, if you couldn't believe it.
Sal, when we get back, we'll have to find out about Kincaid. Looked like he tweaked the knee a little bit. Injury report comes on Tuesday. We'll get Sal's arrows up. Yeah, arrows up, arrows down. Victory Monday. The scene from Jacksonville, his view from the sidelines, the locker room afterwards. Sal joins us when we return here on Victory Monday on WGR. The turnover when Trevor Lawrence did not get the first down because his shin was down on the ground.
Yeah.
Glad we got Gene. Gene, what do you see here? Gene, we're going to need you. Gene everywhere. Gene in the booth.
There was a lot of Gene yesterday.
Gene pregame.
Man, Gene, I got to find a video of like Michael Jordan walking out for the Bulls to the intro music when Gene saw what happened at the end of the first half.
Oh,
like, now is my time to shine. Let's go.
Listen, you know me.
The movement of the hand on the snap, boys. Like he was in his glory.
Worthless rules analysts. Again, I'm going to get one mild complaint and we'll get to more calls and more celebration of the Bills' win over the Jaguars. They actually asked Gene, what's it like being an official during the playoffs? The intensity of it. What? We're now asking.
Wow. We're asking feeling questions now, too.
Yeah, like how you feel the intensity as an official out there?
Yeah.
What happened to everybody? Who cares about we hate these guys on the field? I don't know how the temperature will be on the defense and Sean McDermott, but because you give up 24, that's not the kind of number that jumps out and says your defense played great, but their defense played great.
I thought they were fantastic yesterday. That was the perfect example of, go ahead, run it.
Run it.
Run it. They couldn't stop the run yesterday, really. I mean, it was almost 7 yards a carry. They were more than twice as efficient as the Bills running the ball yesterday. But, look, this was about, the one area I got confident about that game as the week went on last week was thinking, well, Lawrence, you might be able to force him into a couple of mistakes, and he was terrible.
Yes, he was.
It was 2 interceptions on the day for Trevor Lawrence. It could have been 6. There were balls batted in the air. Trey White had one at the goal line on that pass breakaway that led to a field goal right after that. Of course, Bishop that had one, and Shaq Thompson. Lawrence was late on throws. He was underthrowing balls. He underthrew a pass so much that they didn't call Taron Johnson for pass interference.
Yeah.
If he underthrows him by a normal amount, you underthrow him by 2 yards. There was a play late in the fourth where it would have been pass interference. But you underthrew him by 10, So the ref's like, I'm not giving you that. he was horrible in this game. And I think the Bills deserve credit for doing that to him. But also, like, man, even the couple of times there were plays out there, he wasn't making them.
Right. He was maybe, if you're looking at sometimes when Josh is a little bit scatterbrained or a little bit sugar high Josh hunting too big of a play. Whenever Lawrence checked it down to ETN, they got yards. Like they did well checking the ball down, but it's about halftime. I forget. It might have been somebody on the broadcast saying like, or somebody on Twitter pointing out, like, Lawrence is going to continue to hunt deep down the field, and the Bills want him to do that. The Bills looked like they had 10 defenders in the secondary alone. They couldn't really get a big pass rush, but they didn't really need it because Lawrence is going to drop back, hold the ball, wait, and thank you to the individual that sent me the stat ahead of the game that Lawrence leads the league in batted balls. The Bills were ready for that assignment too.
Yeah.
Deion Walker, Christian Benford.
The Bills survive and advance past the Jaguars by a score of 27-24.
Lawrence back to pass, looking on an inbreaker, broken up and intercepted, picked off by Cole Bishop. Game, set, match. Buffalo's gonna win the wild card game here in Jacksonville.
Josh Allen completed 28 of 35 passes for 273 yards and 3 total touchdowns, 1 passing and 2 rushing. James Cook had a lower share with 15 carries for 46 yards, and Khalil Shakir was the leading receiver with 12 receptions for 82 yards. A few injuries to note. Gabe Davis left the game and was carted off with a knee injury. He did not return. Jordan Poyer left the game with a hamstring injury and did not return. Up next, the Bills head to Denver to take on the number 1 seed Broncos next Saturday, per our own Sal Capacio. No exact time is specified as of yet. The Sabres keep winning as they beat the Ducks 5-3 on Saturday. Jack Quinn had a big game, scoring 2 goals. With the win, Buffalo has won 13 of its last 14 games, and it marks the first time in franchise history that the Sabres have registered 13 or more wins in any 14-game span. Up next, the Sabres host the Panthers tonight with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. All of the play-by-play action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, scores from the weekend: the Rams outlast the Panthers 34-31. The Bears beat the Packers 31-27. The 49ers beat the Eagles 23-19. George Kittle was injured in the contest, though, and is believed to have a torn Achilles. The Chargers fell to the Patriots 16-3 in a stinker last night. And tonight, The Steelers take on the Texans. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Victory Monday on WGR. It's brought to you by Northwest Bank. What's next, get started at northwest.com. Sal Capacio joining us, giving us his view from the sideline as the Bills beat the Jacksonville Jaguars 27-24. First road playoff win of the Sean McDermott, Josh Allen, Brandon Beane era. And they hadn't played early round road games since Houston, but they beat Jacksonville and advance, and they'll next go to Denver to play the Broncos. We know that because of New England's win last night. We also know that game will be on Saturday. Sal, good morning. Happy Victory Monday. How was it? How was the vibe, the weather, the scene, the crowd? Road playoff games in a new place, right? Usually you're at Arrowhead. This time you're in Jacksonville, so tell us about it.
Yeah, I would say a little bit less of a Bills Mafia crowd than 2017, but that's still a big one. I mean, there was a lot of Bills fans there, a lot of them down in Jacksonville the night before the game, saw people out. So really good environment as far as, Bills fans, but the weather was perfect for the game. Perfect football weather, I would say. And yeah, I think during the game, it was intense. It was back and forth. Every play seemed to matter, no doubt, just like those other games you mentioned, the ones that they didn't win, in Kansas City. And now you can kind of take that off the shelf there, which is can't talk about not winning a road game anymore in the McDermott era. Can't talk about not winning a road playoff game anymore in the Josh Allen era. I just think that that's cool. That's good that we can just squash that and not have that as a talking point anymore. The Bills did what they needed to do, and guys, I mean, they were holding everything together with duct tape yesterday and still getting everything done. I mean, we'll get to the injury report, but guys banged up all over the place, guys filling in for them, and but it was intense, no doubt.
So guys that let's do the Barnes Firm injury report, and guys that left the game or at least got injury designations or went into the tent. The Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. For injured, for help, call 1-800-8-million. All right, Sal. So Josh Allen, of course, the biggest one. Like, he was in the tent a couple times. Ultimately, I mean, he could be broken legs, and he's going to tell you he's fine. How did he come out of the game?
He seems like he came out pretty battered, but ready to go for next week, right? Yeah. I mean, he did his press conferences in the locker room, and, you guys saw him after the game doing interviews, things like that. He was – I'll give you an example. My buddy John Harris, who's the sideline reporter for the Texans, he texted me yesterday. He said, hey, I'm on the team plane headed to Pittsburgh. I saw you guys won. How did it happen? And my basic response to him was, well – Superman was down 1 foot, he was down 1 leg, he was down 1 hand, and even got a head check, but yet he still put the cape on and they came through to win. I mean, that's my response, right?
Yep.
I mean, and listen, it wasn't just Josh. And this was a real collective team effort. But when Josh Allen is getting beaten up the way he was, and he still completes 80% of his passes, guys, he was 28 of 35, was amazing, and has the day that he has, that's the difference of having the best player on the field and how it can matter in sports, and that's what happened yesterday.
I also thought, Sal, he was kind of dialed in a way that when he talked during the week about the self-scout, about taking what's there, the 80% completion percentage is a good indication that he was doing exactly that.
100%. Yeah, there were throws down the field. There's no doubt about that. But he lived to fight another day, right, on several plays. There was only 1 sack that he took. I wouldn't say he threw a ton of balls away. They didn't get they weren't pressuring him a ton.
I thought the line and the protection, I think it held up great, a lot better than I anticipated.
It did, and this was a Jags team we talked about all week that doesn't get the quarterback down a lot. But what they do is they force you into making mistakes because they come with simulated pressures. They take the ball away. They force you to think really quick because they're changing things. And all of that, I think Josh was in control of. I think the line did their job to keep him clean. And again, they don't get a lot of sacks, But then from there, what they do is, and you saw it, the great example would be the Brandon Cooks throw. You guys talk about it, but how many quarterbacks make that throw? And I would tell you, a lot of quarterbacks probably either get a sack or throw the ball to the other team in that situation. But Josh Allen found a way to get it to his team, and that's the difference between Josh and a lot of others. You're right. The offensive line did a great job. I gave them an arrow up because they they protected Josh. But yeah, we can go through the rest of the injuries now that you want to do the injury report. Josh obviously got through. We know Gabe Davis left on a cart. They were consoling him with a towel over his head. Yeah. Just a tough deal for Gabe Davis there. And I would expect that to be something pretty significant. Jordan Poyer left the game with a hamstring injury.
Okay.
We were told he was questionable to return. He was on the sidelines working it out, trying to go back in, but he never went back in the game. So, look, I think having the game on Saturday hurts a little bit here because you're going to have guys banged up that you get one less day to turn around, one day before you have to fly on a long trip. That's not great. So, literally on 5 days from now, the Bills are flying out 4 days from now, whatever you want to call it, to Denver. So that's another one. And then who else?
I've got a list. Dalton Kincaid looked like he kind of might have tweaked a knee on the touchdown, but is he okay, we think?
I didn't get anything on the knee. I don't know anything on the knee.
Okay.
We didn't have anything on Dalton Kincaid at all.
Okay.
There was nothing. I know there's some stuff floating around out there. There was a picture that appeared on social last night. I will just tell you, I did not see him in the locker room, and we did not get any official reports. What I can tell you, though, he was on the field celebrating after the game with Josh Allen. You know what I mean? So hopefully that's a good sign. So anything that happened, hopefully it's more injury management this week.
Gotcha. Here's another one. I don't know if you ever got a designation, but James Cook at one point, a light limp for him after a play, but he never left the game, I don't believe.
Standard operating procedure for James Cook. He's such a warrior, getting the ball so much, right? No, he really, sometimes you'll get that from him. He'll come off the field. He'll have maybe something just happens on a tackle or whatever. He works it out. He goes back in the game. So, yeah, nothing, no injury designation on him either.
Tyrell Shavers?
Yeah, that was surprising. Tyrell went off with a knee injury. Looked like he might have been done. And then halftime, he comes out with a helmet on. He's working out. And then they're like, yep, he's cleared. He's going back in. I'm like, okay. And he's really, really important for what they do in the run game, guys. He really is. But, a lot of times you go back in and you finish the game like Ty Johnson did last week. You see how the week goes. The adrenaline is helping you through the game, right? There's no doubt about that. And then you see how the week goes for the rest of it. So, we'll see where that goes with him.
And, you said, Shavers almost blocked a punt, too.
It went under his arm.
Yeah, and real close on that one.
Yeah.
You say the adrenaline. Did Josh talk? I mean, he never talks about his injuries actually being a problem. Tony Romo kept making a point that the finger injury, the finger might be a problem, that he banged on the helmet of Osiris Torrance, but he looked like he delivered the ball well enough. So
he threw the ball well after that. I think that happened, and then after that was the fourth quarter. That happened in the third quarter.
Yeah,
and the injuries, Sal, are him, getting banged up, the knee getting a little bit, flexed back there in the.
That didn't look good.
That did not look good. The head injury where they're falling on him, McDermott talked about this too, that the line was great. It wasn't hits from pressure. Yesterday it was hits more from him running.
That's right. I thought they had a pretty clean pocket, but McDermott made a point to say we had a good plan to protect him or something like that. We protected him well. And I think that's an emphasis, right? To make sure you're building a game plan to protect the quarterback. And that's on Joe Brady to make sure that you keep tight ends in or running backs in. And not having Ty Johnson was a big deal in this game, guys. I mean, third down, he's a really key part of what the Bills do. But the Bills were excellent on third down. They stayed on schedule because of a lot of what you're talking about right now. They didn't have a ton of third and longs. I have to go back and look. But they were 7 for 14 on third down, 50%. That's a good number. But they were third and manageable. That's why. When the Bills are bad on third down, it's not usually because they're bad on third down. It's because they're bad on first or second down. And they're not getting to third down to be manageable. And yesterday they were able to stay like that.
Sal Capacio joining us, looking back on Bills and Jags. Sal, of course, Superman did the thing. If we're looking past Josh for the star of the game, you have a number of players that made big plays, but Tre'Davious White, a big story in this game. He has had a very strong second half of the season especially. And I'd said to Joe, this kind of performance from him is not all that shocking because he has been very good. He was a huge part. Had 3 pass breakups and was awesome for this Bills defense.
I mean, it's the kind of performance that people say, oh, my God, he make sure you re-sign him next year, right? And you really need him. Now, that's down the road. But I think it's amazing that this guy comes in. And how many people back in May said, oh, my God, I can't believe they're re-signing Tre'Davious White. Will he even make the team? What a wasted signing. Why is this team so sentimental? All those things that you hear when they bring people back. Well, guess what? the Bills and Tre'Davious White are proving right now why they signed him and how important he is and can be to this defense. There's something to be said for understanding your role, understanding the defense, understanding the system, knowing exactly what you're supposed to be doing, and then taking care of your body and getting back to a point where you feel good enough to be aggressive and the kind of player that you were. And that's Tre'Davious White right now. I think he is playing not only his best football, his most aggressive football I've seen him play in a long time, guys. He is attacking the football and making plays on it. He's never been an interception merchant. You know what I mean? That's not his game. He's had a few over the years. But those 3 pass breakups were monstrous. The one on Brenton Strange near the Bills sideline, and then the next play, he breaks up a touchdown. It's going to be a touchdown to the tight end, right? He goes, and he knocks the ball away. And then the last play, obviously, where he gets his hands in man-to-man coverage. And, he described all 3 after the game. He said the first 2, he's in zone, and he reads. And he says, okay, I got to get here. He gets there. So the last one, he's in man-to-man. He says he's in man-to-man. He just jumps it and says, I'm getting my hand in here. And I just think that speaks volumes to how well he's playing to be able to do that in both situations.
I wondered if he was in man on that last play, Sal, because those are some of the plays that he was getting burned on earlier in the season. And he's man-to-man there on Jacoby Myers, who everyone, including the Bills coach, had been hyping up all week. And he was right there.
Yeah, that was man-to-man. And Cole Bishop was right in the right spot so many times just to tick off, a couple of the other plays that happened. But then he was, right there on the spot to grab that interception. So I think Tre'Davious White was excellent in this game. I mean, Khalil Shakir, 12 catches on 12 targets. What a great day that is. Now, I know a ton of it wasn't down the field. There's the tunnel screens, but how much that's setting up for things. You get the Kincaid touchdown on the fake tunnel screen. And then I know that the run defense wasn't great. But I think overall the defensive performance was really good because the Jags never really could be a balanced offense. They got in situations where they started to run the ball, but when the Bills forced them into some 2nd and 3rd and longs, I thought Greg Rousseau actually was very good to get some pressure. The Bills only had 1 sack. He had it. The Bills only had 3 quarterback hits. He had 2 of them.
Yeah. What about Cooks? Brandon Cooks also, Sal? I mean, that's the recipient on the insane throw by Allen at the end. We talked about the drop earlier that I didn't think was going to get overturned, and it did.
I didn't think it was a drop.
Right, like otherwise, like drops has been his thing, when he first got here. But he's getting open down the field like no other receiver was before he really got here.
No doubt about it. I mean, they've missed this in their offense, but yeah, you got to make those plays. It was close. We saw on the video we saw. I'm sure you saw the replay, though. Yeah. I mean, the nose of the ball did hit the ground. You're saying he had possession of it, you thought, when that happened?
My opinion on this is that sometimes there are sloppy catches that are catches, but these officials, whatever. Like they don't like it if the ball moves a micromillimeter while you're controlling it. The nature of controlling a football, when you move it from one hand to the other, do you lose control of the ball? Like I just think there's a little bit of a over-exaggerated focus on the ball touching the ground. Like I thought he had complete control of it. It wasn't in his hands. He might have had it by your legs, but you can still control a ball. So whatever.
You can. You can. It was tough. When it happened, we all agreed that this is going to be very close. They could overturn this because the ball hit the ground. It did. But listen, for him to understand, we asked him about it in the locker room, that play, and he described it and knew that where he was supposed to go and said, it's unbelievable, Josh, what he's able to do and be able to get that ball off. That's just being on the same page as your quarterback. That's what it is. And for these guys to be on the same page like that and a play like that this early in his Bills career, only being here for a few weeks, I think, speaks volumes to everything Sean McDermott has said about him, which is he's a complete professional. He really works hard. He wants to be on the same page as Josh. He understands how all this works, which is great. And by the way, I think Sean McDermott had a really good game yesterday, guys.
Absolutely.
You go from if you want to talk about defensively, they did a great job. What did I talk about all week last week about spinning coverages too, by the way, after the play clock, right? You remember that? Mm-hmm. We said when the play clock, because Liam Cohen talks to Trevor Lawrence. Well, guess what? After the game, Liam Cohen talked about the Bills doing that. He talked about how they were able to change the picture a few times. That's Sean McDermott and Bobby Babich doing a great job there. And I thought he managed the game well, which we can talk about the kneel down. But I think the challenge on the 4th down was huge. Huge. I mean, we didn't even know when he challenged it. We're like, wait, what? Why is he challenging? Did Trevor Lawrence Like, did he just not get there? And we didn't realize Shaq Thompson touched him with his shin on the ground, and McDermott knew that. The guys upstairs knew that, and that's why he challenged. It was a big play.
Yeah. So the kneel down, he did. Yep. He was asked about this. The non-kneel, they didn't kneel at the one. He was asked about this in postgame. Did you talk about it? Did you think about taking one knee because Jacksonville's down their timeouts? You could have killed some clock and then tried to go in. What was the answer, and what do you think about that?
I don't remember what he said on that. Do you remember what he said on that specifically? I can give you my thought, but you go ahead.
He just said that he kind of gave a bunch of reasons like why you would do that, and that like the kicker and whatnot. And he said they discussed it, but that they didn't want to be too cute. Okay. I think he used the phrase, "Do you want to be too cute?"
Okay, well, here's my, and I heard you say, Joe, like, does anyone not think it? Yeah, I think a lot of people don't think you shouldn't do that, including me and Chris Brown, I think, who we debated on the radio. This is not revisionist, by the way. I want to tell everybody, this is a good debate, so much so that we talked about it on the radio and Eric brought it up. Yeah. All right, so Eric Wood, who played in this league, said, hey, do you think about taking a knee here? Okay, so I totally respect that argument. Here's why I think it's you don't do that. Number one, if you take a knee, you're moving the ball backward. So now suddenly you're at the 1, you're at the 2 now.
See, okay?
You don't really have to do that.
Okay, that's fine. That's independent of that.
The Jags back up. The Jags back up because they want you to score.
No, they did on first down. If you go to second down, do the Jags, or do they say, okay, let's play defense now?
Yes.
Because now I think the Jags say, play defense. What if you slip? Did you not watch the AFC Championship game last year? What if you don't get in on the second down? What if you have a penalty, Joe?
But then I have 2 more tries.
Well, hold on.
From the 5.
If we're going to do this debate, like, all of the what-ifs that you are including are just. The other what-ifs are, what if Trevor Lawrence drives down the field in a minute and scores a touchdown?
Correct.
And those what-ifs also exist if you are sneaking it. Like, it doesn't change by what Allen's doing.
Yes.
Okay, well, I'll go with the ultimate what-if. You're just assuming they score. I just don't think you can do that. You have to score. You have to score when you do it.
The Jaguars, though, are also assuming they score.
Right, because that's why they want you.
There are a million things. This is not like a field goal situation. If something goes wrong, the reason why people put it down. Hold on. The reason why people do this when they kneel at the end of a game, if something goes wrong, your Stu can kick the field goal. It doesn't matter. You could be 5 yards back, 10 yards back, whatever. In this situation, if something goes wrong, it could now be 3rd and goal from the 4, right? I mean, like, I just think you can't chance that.
But what goes wrong on a kneel that's different than a sneak? That they did. Like, that's what I'm asking. Like, because to me, what Allen's action doesn't affect risk on a penalty.
Okay, here's what I'm saying. Take a knee, and the next play something go wrong. I'm saying on the tush push.
Right, and then
anything could go wrong on a play. We saw it in L.A. last year.
But then I have 2 more tries added because the odds, the Jags.
And now they're going to try and stop you.
Right, but I have 3 attempts at a tush push. That's like a 98% play. I mean, the odds of them.
It was 98% in LA, and they didn't get it last year.
But did they have 3 opportunities?
I don't remember, Joe. I just think here's my thing. You score. You have to score a touchdown. I just think I can imagine. You guys can say, and you're right. You're right about this. If the Bills kneel, if the Bills score, and the Jags go down, people are totally going crazy today. I'll also flip it around and say, if they kneeled and something went wrong, the same thing is happening today, and people are going crazy.
Yeah, of course. I mean, like, right. The results of the game are going to paint the story. I'm looking at in L.A. What was that? The end of the half last year?
No, that's the end of the game. They go for it, but they go for it without timeouts. Like, to me, that is a situation where I have to get it on that one try because otherwise the clock is my enemy. In this one, if I don't get it on second down, I have third down. If I don't get it on third down, I have fourth down.
What happened
to sneak it?
Yeah, and what happened in L.A. is of course very different because when they're doing that, they're down 10 points.
Yeah.
They're down 9 points. So
I know. My point is this. They just didn't get the tush push. They didn't get it in the championship game either. I'm saying you're assuming they're just going to score.
But in those situations,
I don't think you can
only have one try. In this, you would have 3 if you don't get a penalty, which is the same risk if you sneak it or kneel it.
But again, they did get in L.A. They got into the end zone
on the next one.
Yeah, they got in the second try.
Right, the clock was the problem there.
Yes, that's right. In this case, the clock's not working against you. You're hoping to weaponize your ability to bleed clock. Listen, I wasn't that upset about it. I probably would have had this is something, put it this way, Sal. Here's a good conversation. Does the fact that McDermott, they said they talked about it, they're talking about a lot of this stuff. Maybe they have a meeting this week and they say, should we put in a 0-yard kneel? Is that something we want to consider if there's a certain scenario? If you're in a game where like with Lawrence, you might have had total belief, like, we're going to stop this guy. He's not going to go down and score a touchdown on us. If you're in that LA game like last year, like nobody stopped anybody. It's 44-42. You might really want to say, let's make sure there's no time left for that other team because we don't have answers for them. In this game, I feel like they had answers for Lawrence.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that they were confident their defense could hold them from not going down the field, right? They're making them one-dimensional in that situation.
But he did.
So, yes.
But he did.
But I don't think it's nuts to think either way. I think it's a fair debate either way. And it went on on the radio. And you could ask Chris about it. I think Chris agreed in the moment what I'm telling you.
But
you know, just when Brandon Cooks caught the ball, here's another one. When he catches the ball, I said, oh, man, if he catches the ball and looks up, maybe he scores. And Eric goes, well, maybe it's better he didn't score, right? I mean, I think all of this is on the table.
Can I ask you, how much, this kind of gets to the opponent and what the Bills have been doing. Would your opinion changed if that same situation happened against, a Chiefs team with Mahomes on the other side? Or would you say...
No, my opinion is if you're down 4 points and there's a minute left in the game and you're that close, you score because you have to get a touchdown. You can't risk anything to a botched snap, a fumble, a penalty. Okay. You have a chance to score, you score. Now, a field goal is different because if something bad happens, you can totally now, of course, a fumble, obviously, but you get a penalty, you go backward, right? I do think that's different. You got to get in the end zone. I think that's just a tougher deal.
Sal Capacio. The Niners scored, by the way, I'm looking to, when did they score in the fourth quarter to take the lead? Because I'm pretty sure that yesterday, or the whole wild card weekend, the first 4 games, other than the Patriots and the Chargers, that the team that was winning with 3 minutes left lost in every game. Yeah.
I also read yesterday it's the first time the Bills have... I'm sorry, Jeremy.
The Niners scored with 2:54 left, which actually extended that window because the first 3 games of wild card weekend, the team leading with 2 minutes left lost.
I read that it's the first time in Buffalo Bills playoff history they've ever won a playoff game trailing in the last 2 minutes.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
There wasn't even one in the 90s or... Well,
and I'm thinking back, and no, I can't. They were not trailing against Houston. They were tied, right?
Ronnie Harmon would have been that, right?
Correct. Yeah, 89. That's right. That would have happened. Anyway, that's what I read. I mean, I don't know if it's totally right, but yeah. So now Denver, obviously, on Saturday. So it's a quick turnaround, guys, and they're going to have a lot of guys to manage on. I tweeted out last night that so first, let's just say tomorrow will be the first injury report of the week because it's a shorter week. So you'll get it on Tuesday. And honestly, they might need 2 graphs on that Bills PR page
be a lot.
for all the names and the body parts they have to list.
Right. Do you know, Sal, why we don't have the times yet? Is that a network reason?
Yeah, the networks are fighting over who gets what. I think CBS is going to want Josh Allen, right? That's what they're going to want. Nance and Rome are going to want Josh Allen. So they're fighting over who gets games and what times.
Yep.
And who wins tonight will matter to that, too.
Right.
That's exactly right.
The Bills-Broncos, Denver's a giant market. Allen's the biggest star. Yeah. All right, Sal, thank you. You're up 10 o'clock. Extra Point Show?
We'll talk to you then, guys. Thanks a lot.
All right, Sal Capacio joining us on the Wester Hotline. I did not know they talked about it on the broadcast. Makes sense. In that moment, I think a lot of people thought, what do you do here? Quick. And, they went in and they scored. And they held it. So, a Sean McDermott defense locks it up. The defense, I thought, played very well. They are really piecing it together. And the players they had on that defensive line and Jordan Hancock, full marks to this Bills defense. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 here on WGR. I don't know how the temperature will be on the defense and Sean McDermott, but because you give up 24, that's not the kind of number that jumps out and says your defense played great, but their defense played great.
I thought they were fantastic yesterday. That was the perfect example of, go ahead, run it.
Run it.
Run it. They couldn't stop the run yesterday, really. It was almost 7 yards a carry. They were more than twice as efficient as the Bills running the ball yesterday. But, this was about, the one area I got confident about that game as the week went on last week was thinking, well, Lawrence, you might be able to force him into a couple of mistakes, and he was terrible.
Yes, he was.
It was 2 interceptions on the day for Trevor Lawrence. It could have been 6. There were balls batted in the air. Trey White had one at the goal line on that pass breakaway that led to a field goal right after that. Of course, Bishop that had one, and Shaq Thompson. Like, Lawrence was late on throws. He was underthrowing balls. He underthrew a pass so much that they didn't call Taron Johnson for pass interference.
Yeah.
If he underthrows him by like a normal amount, like you underthrow him by 2 yards, there was a play late in the fourth where it would have been pass interference. But you underthrew him by 10, so the ref's like, I'm not giving you that. He was horrible in this game. And I think the Bills deserve credit for doing that to him, but also, like, man, even the couple of times there were plays out there, he wasn't making them.
Right. He was maybe, if you're looking at sometimes when Josh is a little bit scatterbrained or a little bit sugar high Josh hunting too big of a play. Mm-hmm. Whenever Lawrence checked it down to ETN, they got yards. Like they did well checking the ball down, but it's about halftime. I forget. It might have been somebody on the broadcast saying, like, or somebody on Twitter pointing out, like, Lawrence is going to continue to hunt deep down the field, and the Bills want him to do that. The Bills looked like they had 10 defenders in the secondary alone. They couldn't really get a big pass rush, but they didn't really need it because Lawrence is going to drop back, hold the ball, wait, and thank you to the individual that sent me the stat ahead of the game that Lawrence leads the league in batted balls. The Bills were ready for that assignment too.
Yeah.
Deion Walker, Christian Benford. Allen finding Shakir. How about Shakir? 9 catches on 9 targets. Pretty good.
No, 12. Shakir, 12 catches.
Right, he was 9
targets.
for 9 at one point. He finished 12 for 12, and he was huge. He made guys miss. The screen game, which I know some of us don't like and think they overuse, they needed it, and it worked well. And it worked well because here's Shakir making a spin move to get 7 more yards on a third down. So full marks to
They got away with it yesterday.
They got away with it.
I did see Shakir set the record for the fewest yards in a playoff game with 12 catches, though, in NFL history.
Is that right?
12 or more. By like 15. I think James White had like 97 and he had 82.
Well, I mean, listen.
But listen, like,
Shakir is a running back in the passing game. That's really how they use him.
And also that stat, like, okay, and that is true. He had the fewest yards in a playoff game ever for 12 catches by 15 yards, but he had 12 catches on 12 targets. Mm-hmm. If he had 12 catches for 82 yards on 17 targets or 16 targets, I would be in here today saying that's not actually that good a day.
Yeah.
But when you caught all of them and then you get to, 7 yards every time you threw him the football, like, that's actually a solid day. And like you said, like, they were on screens even right down to the very end, right? Like, did he get one of those screens when they went back-to-back screens on the second to last down and distance? They went third down screen, second down screen, third down screen, fourth down tush push.
Yep.
And Shakir got them a couple of times.
He got them there. Yeah, I'm just happy for everybody. Happy for Tre'Davious White. He has been, and Trey White's game is not out of nowhere. A little earlier in the year, maybe he got worked a little bit by like Jalen Waddle and Diggs.
He had a tough first month.
Yeah, but since then,
he's been great.
He's been very, very good. So it's not even that big of a surprise that he's able to do that. And there's of all the things you hear in postgame, I think one of the coolest things to listen to and hear players talk about. I was listening to WBEN on the drive-in. They played both Deion Dawkins talking about Trey and McDermott talking about Trey, and you can just tell like how much, if you want to say heart and soul or whatever, of not only the team individually in a year, but Tre'Davious White represents like the era. He left for a little while. He went through some injuries. But when the Bills are at their best, and watching the Bills is the most fun, it's when Tre'Davious White is out there having fun, making plays, being the guy that he is. So, awesome that he did that. I thought Cole Bishop had a great game, too. Bishop continues to be a big play waiting to happen. He is so often around the ball. There's a play where, who got it? The Jags defender... the Jags receiver, the throw is behind him, and he tips the ball. And if he doesn't, that's when Bishop might get his hands on. If he doesn't tip it, I mean, Bishop's there, ready for that. That's an interception, too.
I think it was the first drive of the game on, was it 3rd and 7, where Bishop got matched up, and somehow in the formation, it ended up, he was one-on-one with Jacoby Myers. And he was right there, sticky in coverage, right to the side.
The Bills survive and advance past the Jaguars by a score of 27-24. Josh Allen completed 28 of 35 passes for 273 yards, 3 total touchdowns, 1 passing and 2 rushing. James Cook had a lower share with 15 carries for 46 yards, and Khalil Shakir was the leading receiver with 12 receptions for 82 yards. Few injuries to note. Gabe Davis left the game and was carted off with a knee injury. He did not return, and Jordan Poyer left the game with a hamstring injury and did not return. Up next, the Bills head to Denver to take on the number 1 seed Broncos next Saturday. Per our own Sal Capacio, no exact time is specified yet. The Sabres keep winning as they beat the Ducks 5-3 on Saturday. Jack Quinn had a big game, scoring 2 goals. With that win, Buffalo has won 13 of its last 14 games, and it marks the first time in franchise history that the Sabres have registered 13 or more wins in any 14-game span. Up next, the Sabres host the Panthers tonight with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. All of the play-by-play action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. And around the NFL, some scores from around the league. The 49ers beat the Eagles yesterday, 23-19, following Bills-Jags. George Kittle was injured during the game and has a torn Achilles, confirmed by Kyle Shanahan. The Chargers fell to the Patriots 16-3 last night in a stinker, and tonight the Steelers play the Texans. The Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Already has a 68 and 67 yarder on the season. Here's the snap. Hold is down. Kick is long enough. And it is no good. It is wide to the left. Well, justice appears to be served there.
Cam Little misses a kick at the end of the first half. This is where everybody on earth either used, learned, or read the phrase, ball don't lie. Yep. Ball don't lie.
Should have been trending internationally after that moment.
Listen, on that drive, thank you to the Jaguars. The coaching decisions get amplified in the playoffs. We just had the conversation with Sal about, whether or not the Bills should have kneeled there, which I'm glad we don't have to talk about that in a loss. Then it would have been like a year of that. But on that drive, the Jags murdered the clock. Yeah. Horrific clock management from them. You got a guy that can kick from 70. They act like he can kick from 90. And that they don't need time. Why did the clock run out on them after that completion? Because on Trevor Lawrence's 20-yard scramble, rather than just, spiking the ball and stopping the clock, they wasted 30 seconds to take a false start.
Right.
Wow.
And Lawrence is standing there at the line with the clock ticking, changing a protection.
What are you doing?
Yeah, it was terrible.
A mess, a total mess. So a miss from them. I'm also going to mention this because we would in a loss, and we're going to mention it in a win. And it's something that many people care about. You don't all have to care about this. The Bills had three fourth down decisions that, according to the ESPN Ben Baldwin fourth down bot, 3 that they should have gone for that they kicked. 2 field goals and a punt. All 3 were 4th and 4. 4th and 4 at the 27. That's the early one. They kick a field goal there. And 4th and 4 at the end of the half, right before that whole mess. That was one where, are you kicking because you're afraid of their kicker? And a great punt by Mitch Wishnowski. And then 4th and 4 from the 29. All 3 end up as kicks. Prater, special teams had a great day. They did fine. But for those of you that care about that, it used to be that McDermott would never give up a full point of win probability with one of those kicks. Right? He was very good at not giving up a point of win probability. He gave up 1.3, 1.8, and 1. Again, they won the game. But just something I've kind of noticed this year, and I tweeted this out. I think McDermott's cutoff is more than 2 yards.
Yeah.
Those are 4th and 2s, he's going to go. 4th and 4, he's going to punt. And 3 times it was 4th and 4, and 3 times they kicked. So, hey, if they had lost the game, it would have people calling about them. They won the game. We're going to point it out. That's all. Victory Monday. Everybody's thrilled.
Is he only doing that differently now, though, because of the offense he has? 3 years ago, he's going for 4th and 4?
Don't know.
Because that feels like a 4th and 4 he was going for those all the time. And now he probably thinks, well, I don't have the offense that's going to get those as regularly.
I mean, every coach that does a gut-alytics thing has a reason to do the gut. So he's reading the flow of the game. He's doing what he thinks is right. Just like they discussed the idea of kneeling on that first down. He's doing what he thinks is the right move.
Joe mentioned to us in one of the breaks there are some Jags fans that are upset with one of Cohen's 4th down decisions. The one probably where Lawrence is down and McDermott challenges
it. They could have kicked and taken a...
They would have kicked a field goal on 4th and 1.
And taken a 7-point lead, 10-3.
That one, to me, that's way easier. Like 4th and 4, you want to debate it one way or the other. Like that's 1 point of win probably. Like what is... not going forward on 4th and 1 when you're like inside the 10-yard line or around the 10-yard line.
Yeah,
that's a lot. That would have been terrible, I think, if he had kicked that field goal. And listen, like maybe they would have tied the game, but if you make decisions like that regularly, you're not going to go very far.
The margins are small. The difference, I mean, one of the differences between Josh Allen and Trevor Lawrence is if that's Josh Allen on that 4th and 1, he makes it.
Yeah, definitely.
He's going to make it. I know that that Lawrence kind of slipped. And a couple guys I thought were slipping on the field early in the game. Etienne slipped.
But he slipped in open field with a linebacker there.
Right.
Like, that's very different than, like, if you're tush pushing it, like, your slip has got to be more so on your own, initiative. Or if, like, someone pushes you too fast from behind. Like, being in open field and trying to, like, get around a tackler makes it a lot more difficult.
Johnny in Buffalo is up next. Hey, Johnny, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy Victory Monday. Feels good to get a win on the road, especially with McDermott and Allen. Just all around amazing performance by Josh. That dude is just, I mean, if people didn't, I know everybody thinks he's one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, but yesterday proved it again. I mean, he was nearly perfect throwing the ball. Probably would have had 2 more completions if they called that. Cooks won a catch, and Gabe Davis didn't drop that one over the middle. I know he had to catch in a tight window, but overall, amazing performance. Defensively, this is what McDermott does, right? I thought he went in with the same game plan he goes into every playoff game with, and that's that bend but don't break mentality. And I think we've gotten burned by it a few times this year, but against inferior quarterbacks, and I know Lawrence has had a pretty good second half of the season. It works. And, he waits for that offense to make a mistake. He waits for that offense to say, well, I'm tired of running the ball. Like, I was confused why the Jags got away from their rush because every time they ran the ball, it seems like they were, especially outside the DNs. I thought Bosa was largely ineffective yesterday. He was awful every time he was on the field. He was just getting pushed around, sealed. He's just terrible in the run game yesterday. But overall, that's what McDermott does in the playoffs, and that's what he does on defense. And I think we can go in with that same game plan against Bo Nix and be just fine.
Yep.
I completely, I'm with you. I was very concerned about the 4th down decisions. It just seems like he was kind of getting back to that conservative nature, and I'm like, who cares about these 3 points? I think we definitely got. I know they probably shouldn't have had that extra second on the clock to kick that field goal at the end of the half, but they did, and I think we got largely lucky that he missed that field goal. But overall, man, just unbelievable performance. And one last thing, and this is kind of an indictment on Brandon Beane. This is why you sign receivers at the deadline too, not just to go get an all-star guy. And I'm glad we brought in Brandon Cooks when we did, so he could get some reps.
He's been needed, yeah.
But it's this injuries. What would happen if Shakir went down again, or Fake and K gets hurt again because he's been banged up all year. Well, now we were short another tight end. It's just
there's only thanks, Johnny. On that, there's only so many injuries you can reasonably expect to absorb. Mm-hmm. And listen, if you get guys that have been injured a lot and then they get injured, you might be to blame. Should the Bills have known Josh Palmer was going to be a walking injury this year? I mean, he really wasn't in his career until this year, and then he gets hurt in Atlanta. I don't know. I'm all about they should want to be better at receiver, and Brandon Cooks has proven to be really important here, and I feel like has backed that idea up. But I don't want to get on them too much for injury stuff. The only thing now is I wonder if they could go back in time if they would undo Palmer to the IR. Right. Palmer goes to the IR. Maybe it is because the injury is so significant he couldn't play for 4 weeks, or maybe they felt like they really needed a roster spot. I mean, they are beat up. They were beat up going into this game, and they got beat up in this game. So
I mean, imagine saying to a Bills fan before the season started, hey, biggest drive, you're up by 3, biggest drive of the season in a playoff game, and the other team's got the ball down 3. You're starting that drive with Trey White on the field, Jordan Hancock on the field, Dorian Williams on the field, and Shaq Thompson on the field. And you immediately get the play.
Yeah.
Like, imagine telling someone, like, what? I've got the 5th-round rookie in the air there, like White. I don't know how high hopes were really about him until he really started playing well. Shaq Thompson's out there. Dorian Williams out there. Like, and they got it.
The other thing I would say
Weird
is
that they had 3 linebackers, by the way, on that last play.
Is bend but don't break like a catch-all? Like, what does that mean? What's the alternative to that? Blitzing every play?
I think the alternative is, like there are probably some defensive calls where I think I could get him here. Maybe I'm bringing 7 and it's a man blitz. But if I get one guy that gets beat, then it's 60 yards behind me.
Sure.
Versus bend but don't break, which is maybe a little bit of that last play if you want. I'm rushing 3. And I'm maybe telling the Jags, like, all right, take 4 yards. Take 6 yards.
Well, sure.
But I'm going to dare you, like, go ahead, try and get a big play on me.
Yeah, I just
feel I'm going to be here for it.
It just might be a little bit of a phrase we use too much. Like, I didn't think the Bills.
I mean, it's probably right.
I don't think the Bills played bend but don't break yesterday. I thought they played let's put Trevor Lawrence's brain in a blender, which is something that they do. We said during the week that Lawrence said, you kind of know what you're getting from the Bills, and we thought, like, I'm not sure if that's the case this year.
Bend but don't break really should just come down to a game where you can give up a lot of yards and not give up a lot of points.
All right, did they give up a lot of yards? It was under 400.
Yeah, it was fine.
Like
it was nothing crazy.
I don't know what a good number that I should expect really would be. Doesn't that come down to possessions and field position and third downs? I don't know. I thought they had a really good defensive. They got 6 stops.
Yeah, 6 stops. Six drives. The Jags didn't get points.
6 failed drives.
Yeah,
you give me 6 failed drives from this defense in every game you play, you'll win the Super Bowl.
Right. The other thing about Cooks,
maybe
Cooks has proved to be valuable, even though there have been some drops, and we could debate whether yesterday should have been a drop or not. They got lucky that they got Cooks. Brandon Cooks goes on waivers in November. This is after the trade deadline. You had to have a lot of things line up for him to come here. You needed the Saints to be a terrible football team. You needed Brandon Cooks to clear waivers. On his contract, maybe you would have thought that was easy. You needed Cooks to forfeit $2.1 million of remaining guaranteed salary to be willing to facilitate this in the first place. And there was like a league question, and teams were unhappy because Cooks and the Saints were like working together so that he could go to a specific place, which ended up being the Bills. And there was a talk of, well, if something happens here, then maybe he has to stay on the Saints because they didn't do it right. That ended up getting thrown away too. Like, you needed like 5 things to line up for this guy to even be here in the first place. I mean, it could have very easily been they just didn't make a receiver move after, and instead of Cooks on the field yesterday, it was Mecole Hardman.
Yeah.
And maybe that goes the same, but I wouldn't be that confident.
I don't think that's going the same. No, I mean, like it's he's not going to be the high profile idea that would have been a deadline move, but he gives them vertical chops.
He gives them something to think about down the field.
Something. He's no game breaker, but he's good enough, and like they have needed it the whole year, and it's a welcome addition. He's been very good, and very important. 803-0550, wide open for your phone calls on this playoff victory Monday, and Chris Brown joins us at 8:30. So if you want to chime in, happy to hear from you. Your vibes, how you're feeling. If you want to, get an early thought in on Bills Broncos, go for that. Tonight it's Pittsburgh and Houston. From Pittsburgh, the winner to go to New England to play the Patriots. Jeremy and Joe on a victory Monday on WGR.
Back to pass, fires over the middle, and it's complete to Dawson Knox for a big gainer down the middle of the field. He's marked down at the 27-yard line. Andrew Wingard in coverage. Big pass play over the middle.
Allen finding Shakir. How about Shakir? 9 catches on 9 targets. Pretty good.
No, 12. Shakir, 12 catches.
Right, he was 9
targets.
for 9 at one point. He finished 12 for 12. And he was huge. He made guys miss. The screen game, which I know some of us don't like and think they overuse, they needed it, and it worked well. And it worked well because here's Shakir making a spin move to get 7 more yards on a third down. So full marks to
they got away with it yesterday.
They got away with it.
I did see Shakir set the record for the fewest yards in a playoff game with 12 catches, though, in NFL history.
Is that right?
12 or more. By like 15. I think James White had like 97, and he had 82.
Well, I mean, listen.
But listen, like
Shakir is a running back in the passing game. That's really how they use him.
And also that stat, like, okay, and that is true. He had the fewest yards in a playoff game ever for 12 catches by 15 yards, but he had 12 catches on 12 targets. If he had 12 catches for 82 yards on 17 targets or 16 targets, I would be in here today saying that's not actually that good a day.
Yeah.
But when you caught all of them and then you get to, 7 yards every time you threw him the football, like that's actually a solid day. And like you said, like they were on screens even right down to the very end, right? Like did he get one of those screens when they went back-to-back screens on the second to last down and distance? They went third down screen, second down screen, third down screen, fourth down tush push.
Yep.
And Shakir got them a couple of times.
He got him there. Josh Allen, of course, the biggest one. Like he was in the tent a couple times. Ultimately, I mean, he could be broken legs, and he's going to tell you he's fine. How did he come out of the game?
He seems like he came out pretty battered, but ready to go for next week, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he did his press conferences in the locker room, and you guys saw him after the game doing interviews, things like that. He was. I'll give you an example. My buddy John Harris, who's the sideline reporter for the Texans, he texted me yesterday. He said, "Hey, I'm on the team plane headed to Pittsburgh. I saw you guys won. How did it happen?" And my basic response to him was, well, Superman was down 1 foot, he was down 1 leg, he was down 1 hand, and even got a head check, but yet he still put the cape on and they came through to win. I mean, that's my response, right?
Yep.
I mean, and listen, it wasn't just Josh. And this was a real collective team effort. But when Josh Allen is getting beaten up the way he was, and he still completes 80% of his passes, guys, he was 28 of 35, was amazing, and has the day that he has, that's the difference of having the best player on the field and how it can matter in sports, and that's what happened yesterday.
I also thought, Sal, he was kind of dialed in a way that when he talked during the week about the self-scout, about taking what's there, the 80% completion percentage is a good indication that he was doing exactly that.
100%. Yeah, there were throws down the field. There's no doubt about that. But he lived to fight another day, right, on several plays. There was only 1 sack that he took. I wouldn't say he threw a ton of balls away. They didn't get they weren't pressuring him a ton.
I thought the line and the protection, I think it held up great, a lot better than I anticipated.
It did, and this was a Jags team we talked about all week that doesn't get the quarterback down a lot. But what they do is they force you into making mistakes because they come with simulated pressures. They take the ball away. They force you to think really quick because they're changing things. And all of that, I think Josh was in control of. I think the line did their job to keep them clean. And again, they don't get a lot of sacks. But then from there, what they do is, and you saw it, the great example would be the Brandon Cooks throw. You guys talk about it, but how many quarterbacks make that throw? And I would tell you, a lot of quarterbacks probably either get a sack or throw the ball to the other team in that situation. But Josh Allen found a way to get it to his team.
I feel like we've been in situations like this, and now every game presents itself in a different way. But to understand the moment, to not ride the wave, again, that was stuff that we've learned throughout the entire season. We were able to utilize that and use it today.
Locker Room Audio, that's Josh Allen. It's brought to you by Reimer Home Services. Homes rely on the Rhino. Joe and I were just talking in the break. Someone pointed out that the Jags have been accused in the past of having a advanced signal stealing system. Robert Saleh of the 49ers said that this year. Yeah, Liam and when they came from Minnesota, they have a legal system.
Yeah.
So they steal signs and it's legal. And then I'm like, that's interesting to think about. That do they have something? And then my mind flashed to McDermott in the locker room in postgame saying something he might say all the time. So like I'm just kind of connecting dots. He's like, we knew what we were up against coming down here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Is it that the league kind of knows? Hush, hush.
Yeah.
They are very good at communicating to Trevor Lawrence what your checks are, what you do. Like, they're shifting to this. They're showing this. They're going to shift to that.
Yeah.
Right? Like, again, Robert Saleh said it was legal. Then Liam Cohen said, keep my name out of your mouth.
He could have been. What's more likely? That McDermott had the that in his head when he said that, or what I had a thought of, which, again, is something he probably says in every press conference when talking about stuff like this and probably means nothing, but when he was talking about drafting Tre'Davious White in 2017 and talking about how that's why intangibles, like you can't just always be drafting on, skill and traits or something like that. And I thought, he's talking about Keon, isn't he? He's talking about the Coleman pick.
Well, to this point,
probably not.
To this point about the Cohen thing,
I'm sure.
Saleh later said, whatever happened doesn't change how I feel. I was trying to give a compliment. I own the fact that I probably used the wrong choice of words. I mean, they're really, really good at putting their players in position to be successful. He said a legal stealing. The idea being like they're
legal stealing,
that they're Sure.
Yeah.
If it's not against the rules, if you are charting your opponent in a way very effectively, there are codes versus this and that. Anyway, we're just kind of
versus when like New England was like videotaping the Bengals sideline,
right?
Like that. That's when you go over
against
the line.
The rules. There's the rules, not against the rules.
Yeah.
Victory Monday, playoff victory Monday. Jeremy and Joe, how about it? What a win! What a game! Did you have fun? Or is this
That's actually a good question.
This is the fun part.
Until the very end.
This is the fun part. I had fun watching the Eagles lose. I always have fun watching the Eagles lose. Yeah. So we know the Bills will play the Broncos. We know it will be Saturday. We don't know what time, 4:30 or 8:15. The Sabres are home on Saturday as well, so
12:30.
Yeah, so there won't be a conflict of game against game. I wonder if it's, Sabres 12:30, Bills at 4:30, but Bills at Broncos. And Sal pointed out, we'll get to this as well, that there's going to be an earlier injury report because the game is on Saturday, injury report on Tuesday, tomorrow. So everything's kind of moved up a day with the game being on Saturday. Wide open for your phone calls on this Victory Monday. Gina, Rich, Mark, anybody else wants to jump in, you stay with us. We'll get to you. It's Victory Monday, playoff Victory Monday, on to the divisional round. Yet again, Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
I think Sean McDermott had a really good game yesterday, guys.
Absolutely.
You go from if you want to talk about defensively, they did a great job. What did I talk about all week last week about spinning coverages too, by the way, after the play clock, right? You remember that? Mm-hmm. We said when the play clock, because Liam Cohen talks to Trevor Lawrence. Well, guess what? After the game, Liam Cohen talked about the Bills doing that. He talked about how they were able to change the picture a few times. That's Sean McDermott and Bobby Babich doing a great job there. And I thought he managed the game well, which we can talk about the kneel down. But I think the challenge on the fourth down was huge. Huge. I mean, we didn't even know when he challenged it. We're like, wait, what? Why is he challenging? Did Trevor Lawrence did he just not get there? And we didn't realize Shaq Thompson touched him with his shin on the ground, and McDermott knew that. The guys upstairs knew that, and that's why he challenged. It was a big, big play.
Yeah.
Line made the catch super difficult for him. White, by the way, Trey White yesterday, 3 passes deflected or defended is the second most in a playoff game for a Bill ever.
Love it.
Edmonds against Miami is the only one who had more.
Yeah, I'm just happy for everybody. Happy for Tre'Davious White. He has been, Trey White's game is not out of nowhere. a little earlier in the year, maybe he got worked a little bit by like Jalen Waddle and Diggs.
He had a tough first month.
Yeah, but since then,
he's been great.
He's been very, very good. So it's not even that big of a surprise that he's able to do that. And there's of all the things you hear in postgame, I think one of the coolest things to listen to and hear players talk about. I was listening to WBEN on the drive-in. They played both Deion Dawkins talking about Trey and McDermott talking about Trey, and you can just tell how much, if you want to say heart and soul or whatever, of not only the team individually in a year, but Tre'Davious White represents the era. He left for a little while. He went through some injuries. But when the Bills are at their best, and watching the Bills is the most fun, it's when Tre'Davious White is out there having fun, making plays, being the guy that he is. So, awesome that he did that. I thought Cole Bishop had a great game, too. Bishop continues to be a big play waiting to happen. He is so often around the ball. There's a play where, who got it? The Jags the Jags receiver, the throw is behind him, and he tips the ball. And if he doesn't, that's when Bishop might get his hands on. If he doesn't tip it, Bishop's there, ready for that. That's an interception, too.
I think it was the first drive of the game on, was it 3rd and 7, where Bishop got matched up, and somehow in the formation, it ended up, he was one-on-one with Jacoby Myers. And he was right there, sticky in coverage, right to the sideline, made the catch super difficult for him. White, by the way, Trey White yesterday, 3 passes deflected or defended is the second most in a playoff game for a Bill ever.
Love it.
Edmonds against Miami is the only one who had more.
The Bills survive and advance past the Jacksonville Jaguars by a score of 27-24.
Lawrence back to pass, looking on an inbreaker, broken up and intercepted, picked off by Cole Bishop. Game, set, match. Buffalo's gonna win the wild card game here in Jacksonville.
Josh Allen completed 28 of 35 passes for 273 yards and 3 total touchdowns, 1 passing and 2 rushing, and Khalil Shakir was the leading receiver with 12 receptions for 82 yards. A few injuries to note: Gabe Davis left the game and was carted off with a knee injury. He did not return, and Jordan Poyer left the game with a hamstring injury and did not return. Up next, the Bills head to Denver to take on the number 1 seed Broncos next Saturday, per our own Sal Capacio. No time specified as of yet. The Sabres keep winning as they beat the Ducks 5-3 on Saturday. Jack Quinn had a big game, scoring 2 goals. With the win, Buffalo has won 13 of its last 14 games, and it marks the first time in franchise history that the Sabres registered 13 or more wins in any 14-game span. Up next, the Sabres host the Panthers tonight with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. All of the play-by-play action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. And around the NFL, after Bills Jags, the 49ers beat the Eagles 23-19. George Kittle did suffer a torn Achilles, though, confirmed by Kyle Shanahan, and the Chargers fell to the Patriots 16-3 last night in a stinker. And tonight, the Steelers take on the Texans. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
The Jacksonville Jaguars, certainly if you're just looking at the box score, they did enough to win this game. They had 6.5 yards per play. They only had 2 penalties. They were 56% on third down. Yes, they lost the turnover battle 2-1, but it was the consistent play from the Buffalo Bills, led by Josh Allen, that allowed the Buffalo Bills to win this game, because otherwise it seemed like Jacksonville was doing all the right things necessary to win this game, but they didn't have Josh Allen.
Jonathan Jones of CBS are talking on the panel afterwards. That's one of those spots where, like, the turnover battle, to me, I know the interception ends the game, but that's something that's often, like, skews what happened. It was an even turnover battle until the final drive. Like, the Bills are winning the game, and if Trevor Lawrence throws a pick or goes, off on 4th down, like, it's an even game, even turnover battle. The Bills didn't win because of turnovers, I don't think. They won because they held Trevor Lawrence to 207 passing on 30 attempts.
It's funny how many points were scored on the 3 turnovers between the 2 teams.
Is it 3?
3.
Yeah.
Because the Jags got stopped on the turnover on downs. The Bills kicked a field goal off the Shaq Thompson, and then the game's over after Bishop. So 3 turnovers and 3 points. Like, it really didn't even really play into it.
51 points in the game. 48 points not off turnovers.
Right. Like, at that point, it's the same as a punt. Because then, like, Lawrence throws it to Shaq Thompson, and you get a field goal. Like, at that point, a punt happens, and it's probably largely the same thing. Like, the interception there is a stop, and that's the same as the final play. And again, like, Lawrence is making mistakes. Like, really, everyone played a clean game. Like, James Cook didn't fumble, and Allen took 1 sack, and he didn't turn the ball over himself. And the Jags running game, like, they didn't make mistakes. They didn't fumble the ball. The only guy that made mistakes in this game was Lawrence. That's it.
Yep.
Did anybody else? Like, you have units, you have, the Bills' run game couldn't really win the battle against the Jags' rush defense. That ended up being the case. So, like, that's not really a mistake. That's just, you got outplayed in that area. But, like, guys that made mistakes, I don't know if there was another person from the entire game that I would put that on, other than maybe the refs and Trevor Lawrence. That's it.
Yep. Trevor Lawrence was not as good as Josh Allen. Like, I think it's a compliment what Jonathan Jones says there. And if you're a Jags fan, don't you, listen, Bills fans, we know what this is like. We live in the world where the best player plays for the Bills. This is why people say no Mahomes, no Burrow, no Lamar, whatever. Like, you've got the guy that should be able to, and often is able to, outpunch the other guy.
And that's what happened. Like, if I'm in Jacksonville, today might be a really demoralizing day for me. Even though it's first year as the coach, and maybe it felt like, good season, it's a great first step in the Liam Cohen era. I would look at that game and say, man, I stopped the number 1 running offense in the league. Allen got big plays on me at the end, and there's only so much I can ever do. Like, every time I play him in a big game like that, I'm probably going to, no matter how good my defense is, that's probably going to happen at least a couple of times. I need my quarterback to show up.
He's got to be a little better.
I ran the ball great, right? Like, I got good receivers around him. Like, I kind of did everything I needed to. I just need my guy that I'm paying $50 million a year to do 90% of what the other guy on the other side is doing. And he wasn't up to it. And that's where you get to, what do I do? What do I do? Like, then I kind of feel like, am I stuck?
I thought they had some bad clock management. I thought they had some rough play calls, but whatever. The Bills deserve a lot of credit for what they did going down there, getting a win on the road, and off to Denver next. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. The Jaguars, of course, did beat the Broncos. I did find myself wondering, like, who would Denver be rooting for, you know? You did lose to Jacksonville. Yeah. Do I want them to go away because but you've not seen Josh Allen, except last year, of course.
I think maybe they were in conflict on who they'd want to play, and then they saw Allen throw that pass to Cooks and went, I want to play the Jags. Can I play the Jags right now? I don't want to play that guy.
I will confess to not having looked at this. Are the Bills favored?
They opened up as a 1.5-point underdog.
Really? Okay.
Again, one of these things, though, where like the money line is the same, which I kind of want to say that is a pick'em. But, yeah, no, the line right now, if you go to any sports book, was 1.5.
I wonder if they'll be favored by the end of the week, by the time we get to that game.
I wonder if they're favored by tomorrow. I bet Bills plus 1.5 the second I saw it because I don't think that's going to last.
Yeah.
I think last weekend went the other way. Bills opened as the favorite. Jags closed as the favorite yesterday morning. Whereas I think this one, I think the Bills will end up being favored at some point. Actually, right now they're favored.
Yes. Okay, yeah. Favored.
-1.5.
Okay.
That makes total sense. I think they should be favored.
So when I thought it wouldn't last, it lasted 12 hours.
Listen, this is how we're going to do it. Just like last week against Jacksonville. The Bills are favored right up until game time. Then Jacksonville gets favored, which means the Bills get to play the underdog mentality and win. I was going to do it again this week.
Right.
Got to shift that line right at the end and be like, what? Now we're underdogs? Gina in Delaware. Gina, good morning. Happy Victory Monday.
Good morning. I love that mentality. I love it. I chose not to drive right now because my excitement is off the meter. I'm still in the same position I was in yesterday. My heart is racing. I don't want to work. I just want to play. I want to go to Ocean City and ride that wave right into next week. I have a whole bunch of flowers to give out to every single person on the Buffalo Bills team, starting with Sean McDermott, who believes in his defense just like I do, just like I tell you every week. Go defense. I scream so loud at my television because I don't watch the game with anybody because nobody could handle me watching the game with them. And I screamed at my television, go defense. I love my Bills. I had a little chuckle with Keon Coleman. It's okay, Keon. I see you. Get your little piece of the pie. Every play counts. Josh, superhuman. Take care of all your wounds. Let's give some love to Haley. I think she won some awards, too. Let's go. Let's go. And guess what? I get to give a virtual Mafia cocktail to all the Eagles fans at work who did the choking sign to me Friday as I was walking out the door. So I won't be a sore loser. I will just say, sit down, Eagles, and watch us play. Go Bills!
Thanks, Gina. Yeah, all right.
I saw the Sirianni video getting shared a lot yesterday on Twitter.
What is it?
The Sirianni video of him walking up the tunnel after beating the Bills. Like, oh, look at you now. Fighting his player again, by the way. Him and A.J. Brown screaming at each other on the sidelines.
They're all just yelling about the fact the quarterback's not that good. But that's okay. They could talk about a lot of different things. You want to talk about a quarterback that's not up to it. I mean, Jalen Hurts has been great in big games. He has a Super Bowl, but still, like, I don't think wouldn't want him to be my guy. Yesterday, Jawan Jennings completed more downfield passes than Jalen Hurts did. There you go.
Insane.
Yeah, there you go. He had one attempt. Rich in Buffalo. Hey, Rich, good morning.
And Jeremy, you just made a statement that, which I agree with, that Jacksonville's defensive line dominated the line of scrimmage. Okay, I hate to say this. Anybody that thinks that we should have taken a knee on first down, put the peace pipe down, and slowly back away from the table, all right? That's totally the right decision to go in and score. Now,
why?
Did you watch the San Diego game?
Wait,
last night?
why? Why was it the right decision to go in and score?
Okay, you have to score, Joe. All right, you have to score.
I have to score, but not on first down.
Why not?
Because I have 3 more chances on a play that's 98%.
I just think, listen, we haven't talked about this and argue about this too much. You know, everyone's pretty happy. I would just, we can make a million points about what could go wrong. The only thing I would want to say is, like, if scoring is right, why would Jacksonville want you to score there and let you score?
Okay. First time I heard Sal get aggravated on the radio, having to defend the fact that scoring on first down was the right thing to do.
I just want you to answer. I only want you to answer the Jacksonville question. Listen, I think there's merit to both sides. Why does Jacksonville? Did you watch the play? Their defensive line backed off. They literally would have pulled. Why
the second level of them defense especially backed off?
Why would they have done that?
Because they're stupid.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Now, we had a beat-up quarterback.
Okay.
How many? What do you want him to take? 3-4 guys at the line of scrimmage? Now, San Diego last night.
LA, yes.
The ball on the you saw that on the 1.5 yard line. They tried 3 times to push it in, couldn't get it in, and on 4th down, they threw a pass, which was ridiculous, and did not score.
Okay. There are two things. The Chargers have the worst offensive line in football. The Bills have the best.
And they didn't push it. Herbert scrambled out of the shotgun on those plays.
Yeah, and the Bills have Josh Allen.
Your question, I think, is maybe the number one question. Like, why would the Jags then want you to score? My question would be, if your reasoning is that you're worried about taking a penalty or something going wrong, what added risk of that is Allen's action? What is the added risk of Allen? Because, again, the Jags back off. So your line's going to do the same thing. Line, do it as a tush push. But as Allen, without Reggie Gilliam shoving him from behind, kneel it at the 1. Don't lose a yard. Mm-hmm. You don't have to because your line is moving forward. So what is the added risk of a penalty or a turnover on the kneel versus the QB sneak? Because they're running the play no matter what. The odds of them getting a false start on the QB sneak are the same as the kneel. What's my added risk? To me, there is
I guess the
none.
added risk could be 2 snaps instead of 1 snap. 3 snaps instead of 1 snap.
That would be the right answer. But that is a marginal difference.
Sure.
It's not enough to outweigh the increased chance you have of winning the game by cutting the Jaguars' time that they'll have the ball with in half. Like, to me, it's not even close. And I actually truly believe, because one area I won't crush the Bills for not kneeling it is that's a very unique situation. And I bet it's very possible they've never thought about that situation before at all.
Yeah, the other team had no timeouts.
Yep.
And the other kicker can hit from 70.
Right. Like, that's a unique situation.
Right. We're thinking about the specific spot.
They had 30 seconds really to think about it, or did they even have 30? Yeah, the Jags used their timeout. So they would have like 30 seconds to think about it. I believe the next time something like that happens, I bet you they kneel it. And I bet you, especially if it's a quarterback on the other side like a Mahomes or someone else, like I would bet money that the next time that situation comes up, the Bills will absolutely kneel the ball on the 1 yard line and not lose a yard.
I guess the way to say all this would be like, whatever. The result is they won the game. The defense made the play. If they had lost the game, we'd be having people mad at the defense, and that would be justified. I'm sure, like, if Lawrence, instead of throwing the pick, goes down and scores.
Scores a touchdown?
Yes. People be coming for McDermott, fire McDermott, the defense, blah, blah, blah. They did it again. Josh Allen.
Well, and the Neal debate.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. What I'm saying is I would bring up, none of that had to happen.
Right.
You could just
give them 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Instead of a minute.
Like, what was the game we were looking at from, like, the 90s where the Bills kicked on 1st and 10? Oh, Music City Miracle. Music City Miracle.
We were talking about that the other day. Yeah. They kicked with
12 seconds left instead of like running a play and spiking and kicking with 0 seconds left.
Right.
Like you have, sure, are there absolutely insane scenarios that you might run? Yeah. But it is like,
do you remember what they did at the end of the Ravens game in week 1? They were expert at it. It was, I'll pull it up to remember exactly what it was, but the Bills, after the Coleman play, I think the clock is running and they had to, I got to find it. They did something really smart that was a little tricky at the end of that game. Here, it was 33 seconds left and 35 seconds left. You didn't have timeouts. The Ravens had just used it. And the Bills had no timeouts. And it was 35 seconds left. Allen kneels the ball. 33 seconds left. So they line right back up. And there's another. Also, it was a kneel, then a timeout, and then a kneel, and then you run the field goal unit out with the clock running.
Yeah. Instead of
right. So that's another one where it's like that's tricky and it's a little bit unique, but you got to get the clock to be your friend and not just take the points whenever you can get it.
In that scenario, there's a little added risk in the fire drill field goal.
Right.
Run on and kick it.
Right.
As opposed to
that's the same argument. Like, something could go wrong.
Right. Something could. Right.
But they went for it and they gave the Ravens 0 chance to get the ball back and do anything with it.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, like if you want to say, like, what if something went wrong? Like that applies to a lot of things. Right. It applies to everything. The idea is, all right, what's the best course of action here? And, like, listen, if you're just tuning in, we're not sitting here talking about this the whole time. I mean, Sal was arguing his part of it. He said they brought it up on the broadcast. Eric Wood, I wasn't listening, but someone wrote in that Eric was on the idea that you should kneel, and Chris and Sal said maybe you shouldn't kneel.
Yep.
Like, whatever. It can be a good, fun debate in group chats today as we eventually move to Denver. But if you don't understand, like, the concept behind it, like, okay, that's fine. Don't call me like I'm smoking a peace pipe, because I think a very smart thing to do here would be to bleed this clock inside 20 seconds left and get myself 3 shots from the one. On the previous tush push, they got 10. like if the Jags had to stop them from the back of the end zone, I'm not sure they could.
That's going to be tough to top as their best tush push ever, especially if it gets banned this offseason.
It's a pretty good one. All right, Mark in Atlanta. Hey, Mark, good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I'm just listening to your discussion about whether to do the kneel down or not. And I think it was telling that during Josh's presser, they asked him the same question. And his answer was, well, as I stand here now with a victory in my hand, it was the right decision. I'd really like to know what the analytics show on that, but there might not be enough data points to figure it out.
Mark, like they might not tell us everything too. It might even have been hey, go, whatever. I'm probably thinking too hard, but maybe Josh is like, hey, push in there, and if you don't get it, it's not the worst thing. But the Jags backed all the way off, so he couldn't not go in. Who knows?
Yeah. I think Joe made the right point. I don't think they've even had this eventuality practiced. And I don't think McDermott was willing to go in there and make it up as they go.
And maybe they'll spend 15.
Well.
Yeah, maybe they'll spend 15 minutes talking about, like, all right, next time that happens, do we want to do it the same? And maybe they decide yes, or maybe they decide no.
Exactly. Just guys, that was the reason I called in. Just quickly, I wanted to mention that it's pretty significant this year in this regular season and the playoffs, the number of winning streaks that the Bills have ended, particularly 2 on the road. Jags yesterday we had 8-game winning streak. Pats back in November. Or December 10, and the Chiefs, when everybody still thought they were the Chiefs, had come off, I think,
3.
a 6-game streak in Orchard Park.
I think I think it was a 3-game streak, but I'll double check.
Oh, was it? Oh, yeah. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, that's pretty significant, and I think it dispels the idea that the Bills can't win on the road in important games. Last point is, who is the Bills' emergency quarterback? When I saw the Jags almost targeting Josh in such a way to hurt him, I'm thinking, what if Mitch goes down too? Who's the emergency quarterback? And with that question, I'll leave you guys to talk. Thanks for your great coverage all the time, guys.
Thanks, Mark. The Chiefs had a 3-game win streak. They'd won 5 out of 6 when the Bills ultimately beat them. And then after the Bills beat them, they lost like almost all of their games. The only win they had after losing to the Bills, the Chiefs, was an overtime win in Indianapolis. They did not win another game. And also, I thought about this too, because when you're going through the win streaks, that's right, they did end the New England win streak. They're also a part of the New England win streak because they played them twice. Emergency quarterback.
Shane Buechele.
He's thought, back, right? I don't know, man, do I want to go all the way to dirty for the Jags here? I might go to nasty, but not dirty. I might go to play physical, send a message, but not. I mean, they were hitting. The Jags were a big, nasty defense, and the Bills got through it. Dirty? Would you go to dirty? Like that one guy lands on Allen.
That's the only play I thought about
after forward progress. Like, you know how often a player's like a oops kind of dirty play. I hate those plays, but
yeah, I would say at that point, guys are falling. The play, they hadn't blown the whistle really, right? Until
they did,
or did they?
They did, because we watched the replay to see when the ball came out, because Allen fumbled on that play after the whistle, after forward progress.
Okay. That was the only play I ever really thought about it, and I thought it was a little close. So
there were a couple times I asked myself, is this like the 2009 Saints? Like after a couple of those hits after the whistle. So I don't know. I'd probably go to dirty.
There were a couple of the Davis hit was kind of clippy and low. I didn't love that. But that was kind of a schmozzle. Like there were 4 guys going to murder him there. So, I don't know if I can blame them for that. But they were definitely not holding anything back. Is what I would probably describe it as. They were willing to go out there, and they weren't going to feel bad if somebody blew their knee out like Gabe Davis did. which, should you? I don't know. Probably not in the playoffs.
Yep. Quick thing, Jerry writes in about the kneel and what you should have done there. Another thing to consider is the Jags may want you to score, makes the most sure you'll score there. If you kneel and run off time, then the Jags are going to play their best to stop you. Right. On the first play, they want you to score, and on the next ones, they won't. So, again, if you're just applying the what does my opponent want me to do, now they want me to score. I'm not going to. When they want me to want to stop me, that's when I'll just push it in the end zone like I would 100 times out of 100.
And listen, if the Jags are going to stop you 3 times on that,
well, then it's last year's AFC Championship game.
3 times in a row. 3 times in a row.
Well, it's like 3 times.
Right.
Anyway.
3 times in a row, especially.
Right.
Would be that's not even really realistic.
No. Chris Brown, when we get back, we'll chat about it with him. 803-0550. We are talking about all elements of the game. Josh Allen's superhuman performance, another vintage Allen playoff performance, 80% completion percentage, passing touchdown, 2 rushing touchdowns, battling injury. Man, the guy is just, it's nuts. It's nuts to watch him. Imagine being, well, whatever. He doesn't have Super Bowls yet, so we can't say it's like watching Brady, where the other team, you're like, I thought we did okay.
Yeah.
What happened? Well, that guy got you. He does it a lot. Denver's up next. Jeremy and Joe, it's Football Monday. Buffalo Bills Football Monday. Victory Monday. Brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com.
Gilliam behind Allen. Here's the snap. There's the surge, and I think they largely let him score on purpose. There was not much impedance there as Josh Allen is in for the 1-yard touchdown run to give the Bills the lead with 1:02 left in the game.
Josh Allen, of course, the biggest one. He was in the tent a couple times. Ultimately, he could be broken legs, and he's going to tell you he's fine. How did he come out of the game?
He seems like he came out pretty battered, but ready to go for next week, right?
Yeah.
He did his press conferences in the locker room, and, you guys saw him after the game doing interviews, things like that. He was – I'll give you an example. My buddy John Harris, who's the sideline reporter for the Texans, he – texted me yesterday. He said, hey, I'm on the team plane headed to Pittsburgh. I saw you guys won. How did it happen? And my basic response to him was, well, Superman was down 1 foot. He was down 1 leg. He was down 1 hand and even got a head check, but yet he still put the cape on and they came through to win. That's my response, right?
Yep.
And listen, it wasn't just Josh. And this was a real collective team effort. But when Josh Allen is getting beaten up the way he was, and he still completes 80% of his passes. Guys, he was 28 of 35, was amazing, and has the day that he has. That's the difference of having the best player on the field and how it can matter in sports, and that's what happened yesterday.
I also thought, Sal, he was kind of dialed in a way that when he talked during the week about the self-scout, about taking what's there, the 80% completion percentage is a good indication that he was doing exactly that.
100%. Yeah, there were throws down the field. There's no doubt about that. But he lived to fight another day, right, on several plays. There was only 1 sack that he took. I wouldn't say he threw a ton of balls away. They didn't get they weren't pressuring him a ton.
I thought the line. I thought the line and the protection. Yeah. I think it held up great. A lot better than I anticipated.
It did, and this was a Jags team we talked about all week that doesn't get the quarterback down a lot. But what they do is they force you into making mistakes because they come with simulated pressures. They take the ball away. They force you to think really quick because they're changing things. And all of that, I think Josh was in control of. I think the line did their job to keep them clean. And again, they don't get a lot of sacks. But then from there, what they do is, and you saw it, the great example would be the Brandon Cooks throw. You guys talk about it, but how many quarterbacks make that throw? And I would tell you, a lot of quarterbacks probably either get a sack or throw the ball to the other team in that situation. But Josh Allen found a way to get it to his team.
Yeah, I'm just happy for everybody. Happy for Tre'Davious White. He has been, and Trey White's game is not out of nowhere. A little earlier in the year, maybe he got worked a little bit by Jalen Waddle and Diggs.
He had a tough first month.
Yeah, but since then, Like,
he's been great.
He's been very, very good. So
Yeah.
it's not even that big of a surprise that he's able to do that. And, there's of all the things you hear in postgame, I think one of the coolest things to listen to and hear players talk about. I was listening to WBEN on the drive-in. They played both Deion Dawkins talking about Trey and McDermott talking about Trey, and you can just tell like how much, if you want to say heart and soul or whatever, of not only the team individually in a year, but Tre'Davious White represents like the era. He left for a little while. He went through some injuries. But when the Bills are at their best, and watching the Bills is the most fun, it's when Tre'Davious White is out there having fun, making plays, being the guy that he is. So, like, awesome that he did that. I thought Cole Bishop had a great game, too. Bishop continues to be a big play waiting to happen. Like, he is so often around the ball. There's a play where, who got it? The Jags the Jags receiver, the throw is behind him, and he tips the ball. And if he doesn't, that's when Bishop might get his hands on. If he doesn't tip it, I mean, Bishop's there, ready for that. That's an interception, too.
I think it was the first drive of the game on, was it 3rd and 7, where Bishop got matched up, and somehow in the formation, it ended up, he was one-on-one with Jacoby Myers. And he was right there, sticky in coverage, right to the sideline, made the catch super difficult for him. White, by the way, Trey White yesterday, 3 passes deflected or defended is the second most in a playoff game for a Bill ever.
Love it.
Edmonds against Miami is the only one who had more.
I think Sean McDermott had a really good game yesterday, guys.
Absolutely.
You go from if you want to talk about defensively, they did a great job. What did I talk about all week last week about spinning coverages too, by the way, after the play clock, right? You remember that? We said when the play clock, because Liam Cohen talks to Trevor Lawrence. Well, guess what? After the game, Liam Cohen talked about the Bills doing.
The Bills survive and advance past the Jacksonville Jaguars by a score of 27-24. Josh Allen completed 28 of 35 passes for 273 yards and 3 total touchdowns, 1 passing and 2 rushing. James Cook had a lower share with 15 carries for 46 yards, and Khalil Shakir was the leading receiver with 12 receptions for 82 yards. Few injuries to note. Gabe Davis left the game and was carted off with a knee injury. He did not return, and Jordan Poyer left the game with a hamstring injury and did not return. Up next, the Bills head to Denver to take on the number 1 seed Broncos next Saturday, so a short week ahead per our own Sal Capacio. No exact time specified just yet. The Sabres keep winning as they beat the Ducks 5-3 on Saturday. Jack Quinn had a big game, scoring 2 goals. With the win, Buffalo won 13 of its last 14 games and marks the first time in franchise history that the Sabres have registered 13 or more wins in any 14-game span. Up next, the Sabres host the Panthers tonight with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. All of your play-by-play action right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, following Bills-Jaguars, the 49ers beat the Eagles 23-19. George Kittle was injured and has a torn Achilles, confirmed by head coach Kyle Shanahan. The Chargers fell to the Patriots 16-3 in a stinker last night, and tonight the Steelers take on the Texans. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Lawrence back to pass, looking on an inbreaker, broken up and intercepted, picked off by Cole Bishop. Game, set, match. Buffalo's gonna win the wild card game here in Jacksonville.
Chris Brown, he had the call. The Bills win in Jacksonville. It's Buffalo Bills Football Monday, Victory Monday, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. And Chris's appearance brought to you by Northwest Bank, by Northtown Volkswagen, Western New York's #1 VW dealership. Shop online at northtownvw.com. And by Lockport Outdoor Store, high-impact gear for hardworking men and women. He joins us on the Western Hotline. Chris, welcome back. What a game. It's funny, as we're walking around, I'm out in our offices here between segments, and there's a feeling of course, the thrill of the victory, but also looking back at That's stressful. This was an intense fourth quarter and a heck of a game.
Yeah, that was basically me with 58 minutes of tension built up, all being exuded and expressed in 10 seconds. It was I felt like a hot air balloon the whole game, because this is how these games go, and your heart's in your throat for most of it. And I think we were all feeling it, whether you were in Jacksonville yesterday or watching on the television or listening on the radio. So, fortunately, it went their way.
Bills get the win, and along the way, we see it's another vintage Josh Allen game. He was sharp. He was dialed in throughout. And, I feel like, Chris, the experience of watching Allen is watching, of course, a great player. But there is an added level to watching him do whatever it takes to take a million shots and still be the guy that you can count on.
Yeah, he's like Rocky Balboa, except he's ridiculously gifted and super talented, because he just keeps coming back for more. And it was a little disappointing to see some Jaguars defenders purposely trying to hurt him yesterday. It kind of harkened back to what I remember from the January 2018 playoff game, when Jaguars defenders were clearly headhunting Bills offensive players in that game. So unfortunately, that organization has a history of having players play dirty at times and try to intimidate you. I mean, they purposely tried to hyperextend his leg on the goal line carry early in the game. Josh Hines-Allen pretended it was innocuous, but literally sat on Josh's head, dropped his full body weight on his helmet while his head was on the ground. So it was just a lot of garbage. And, it'd be nice if the league could police that a little bit better in the moment, because it was disappointing. And, the league likes to protect their stars. They did not do a good job of that yesterday.
He's like, is he Rocky in Drago's body? Is that the right comparison there?
Yeah, that might be appropriate. Yeah, busting all the meters on all the measurement devices, right?
Yeah, that throw, Chris, to Cooks in the fourth quarter. I mean, that's got to be on the list, I think, of one of his all-time throws in this uniform.
Yeah, I mean, I said it on the broadcast immediately. I said that was ridiculous, because he's got a free runner coming right in his face, and that was near sideline for us. And to see him let it go off his back foot, so he didn't have any opportunity to step into the throw. And I'm sure a lot of people have gone back and looked at the replay. When it is leaving his hand, Cooks is between two defenders. The funny thing is, the defenders believe he's throwing the route to the corner near the sideline, because there's no way anyone believes a quarterback is going to be throwing that thing 35 yards down the field off their back foot. So they drive the shallower route. And because of that, Cooks is wide open, because they're like, oh, nobody can put that there off their back foot, and Josh just does. That was a ridiculous play, and it really turned that drive into a true scoring drive there at the end.
Chris Brown joining us, recapping Bills-Jaguars. Chris, I also think I've been trying to say a number of different ways that, giving up 24 points doesn't always look like a defensive masterclass. And I think in the NFL these days, teams get their points. It's a play callers league. It's an offensive league. But I thought the Bills defense, start to finish, they gave up a couple of drives, sure. But start to finish, I thought it was a great game from this Bills defense.
Yeah, it was a very good performance. I think they limited the breakout runs by Trevor Lawrence, who set a career high this year for rushing yards and rushing touchdowns. He had to be a consideration with his legs, and it'll be no different this week with Bo Nix. So I thought they at least kept it from getting out of control. He had a couple of runs, but he didn't kill them. And then the pass defense was outstanding. Just the way they've changed the picture pre-snap to post-snap. I think a lot has been made about how the Jaguars get up to the line of scrimmage before 15 seconds are left on the play clock, so Liam Cohen can talk to Trevor Lawrence in his headset and tell him what he's looking at, similar to what McVay did with Jared Goff his first year together. Bills changed the picture post-snap, and he got crossed up a few times. He still made a few plays, but I think they had him confused on a few occasions, and it made the difference. And it was nice to see that they were still able to do that to some degree, even after Jordan Poyer left the game and Jordan Hancock had to come in for him.
Right, doing it with, you've got Hancock on the field on that last play. Shaq Thompson, you go back to the beginning of the season. And Chris, Trey White on that last play. And before that, he was great all game. And we had talked about with you, no Max Hairston, the impact that could be. And he was rotating with White anyway. It's, I think, an awesome story. And I think also is giving people a lot of confidence for the next week and beyond, just knowing that Trey White's been really performing at this level since at least the midpoint of the season.
Yeah, since week 6, he has the lowest completion percentage allowed in the league. He came into the game yesterday at 30.8% allowed, and I think he was third in passer rating allowed. And Christian Benford on the other side was first in passer rating allowed since week 6, and I think he was second in completion percentage allowed. So very quietly, this past defense has really had this thing on lockdown, particularly over the last month and a half. And that was the message that Bobby Babich gave to his team the night before the game. He basically told them, everybody's forgotten about you guys. So you need to do some reminding that you've played damn good down the last 6 weeks of the season. And it's time to remind everybody that you're a damn good defense. So I think that was inspiring for the players, and I think they demonstrated it out on that field because there were some times where the offense, sputtered a little bit, and the defense had to go right back out and, defend a field again. And they did a masterful job. They really did.
I'm actually going to go all the way back to Hard Knocks about a point I want to make here, Chris. In Hard Knocks, we saw McDermott talking, maybe Bobby Babich, talking to the practice squad guys. You got to be ready at any time. You got to be ready no matter what. And here we are, where it's a playoff game, and they have their injuries, and who needs to make a play here or there? We got a catch for Keon Coleman, right? I got Jordan Hancock in the game for Jordan Poyer. The defensive line is kind of shredded by injuries and replacements, and they're piecing it together with guys that are going in there. And one of those credit to the coaching staff moments, and I'm thinking back to Hard Knocks and their message to their players. They put guys in, and sure, there might be a drop-off in ability, but they make sure they prepare everybody for these games and these moments.
Yeah, and I think one thing that McDermott repeats to his team every week, whether it's early in the season, mid-season, late season, we're going to need everybody in this room. Seasons are longer than ever. You got 17 regular season games. You have 7 playoff seeds now, not 6. Seasons are longer than ever. It's a battle of attrition. And, we're going to see it again this week because, the Bears come up with a big win over the Packers. They lose their left tackle for the year, and I think they lost somebody else that was pretty important too. Are the Bills going to have Poyer? We don't know. So, and Gabe Davis is probably done for the season. So you've got to have some measure of depth. But I will say this, Buffalo's defense has been short on manpower all season long. So this is just customary for them. And you do have to tip your hat to the coaching staff because I don't know if Sean McDermott's defensive staff has done more with less in their 9-year tenure. And one really cool thing about yesterday that I wanted to mention on the broadcast, and I overlooked it with all that was going on, yesterday was Sean McDermott's 9th anniversary of his hiring.
Oh.
So really cool to get an AFC wildcard win on the anniversary that he was hired as head coach.
And their first road playoff win, obviously, in decades. Right. Lastly, Chris, if this was a loss, we would be spending a lot more time on this morning. Some of the officiating yesterday. They called a penalty on Ty Johnson to start the game.
Yeah, I like that one.
That's tough.
The halftime fiasco, and I don't know if you have an opinion on that too. But also, again, if they had lost, I think we would spend more time on it. The holding penalty on Benford late in the game, you were there, so I don't know if you had a different perspective, because on the broadcast, what the replay that they showed looked like nothing. I almost had to think, did something happen before, or was it a different player? Because that looked like a penalty that didn't exist.
Yeah, it was a ticky-tack call. one of the members of the crew was very flag happy right from the jump with false start penalties and stuff. Now, some of those were legit, but I felt the worst call of the game was at the end of the half.
Yeah.
Eric Wood, my broadcast partner, astutely pointed out, you cannot snap the ball until you have 7 people down in their stance for a second. All your offensive linemen have to be down in their stance for a full second before you can snap it. There is no way anyone can tell me right tackle Anton Harrison was down in his stance before Trevor Lawrence snapped it for a beat. There's no way. And to me, when there are multiple things happening on that play, yes, there are players offsides for the Bills, but when there are multiple things happening within the scope of one play, officiating crews cannot discern and disseminate everything and make a good call. We've seen it multiple times. So if there's more than one thing going on, they cannot disseminate and make the distinction to decide what carries priority and should be the call. It's really disappointing.
Well, that's where it should be up to replay too, and like they're huddling there for so long that I have to think that they're discussing that upstairs. And if you're watching the replays somewhere, how do you not see if that's good info on that rule? Like if it's got to be a full second, at best it's simultaneous, and that wouldn't qualify. And I'm with you, Chris. Like I think he was still moving anyway.
Right. Yeah. Like his hand was barely getting to the ground when the ball is being snapped. So there's no way he's down in his stance for a beat before you snap it. And I understand why Trevor Lawrence is trying to snap it. He sees the clock's winding down, figures he's close enough. Let's hope we get it here. And they did. So that's why when the field goal was missed, I called it sweet justice.
Nice.
Because justice was served there because that was the wrong call.
Chris from Jacksonville, Florida to Denver, Colorado. Listen, I know it's not the beach, but Denver gets a lot of sun, and the forecast for Saturday is 55.
Wow.
Yeah, I saw that. I'll take it.
Yeah. Yeah.
As we know, Denver's kind of a city that gets a lot of early season and late season snow. We're right in the middle, kind of winter right now. So, yeah, I don't believe there's any precip in the forecast
No, it
either.
looks pretty good.
So that's good for all parties involved. You don't want weather to get into a place where it becomes the third factor of the game. So it'd be nice to just let the two teams play it out and may the best team win.
You wouldn't have been there with the team in the COVID year, or would you have?
No, did not travel.
So you haven't been there 20?
Boy,
it's got to be during the drought.
When's the last
right?
Denver trip before that?
I'm gonna look real quick.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
All right.
2014 I got. Does that sound right? Yeah.
Like a Jay Cutler
It
kind
might
of?
be.
Yeah.
Dude, I've been doing this way too long. They all blend together.
That's right.
I still remember sitting with Kawika Mitchell at the hotel bar when we got stuck there because of snow back in Buffalo after a game, and he made quick work of a bottle of Patron. It was impressive.
All right. Well, Chris, thanks for the time. We'll talk Friday. We'll preview the game. The Bills are headed to Denver. We know that. We also know it's on Saturday. We're waiting for the time, and we'll talk then.
All right, sounds good, guys.
Chris Brown joining us on the Wester Hotline. Bills win in Jacksonville, 27-24. Duval.
Yeah, I got
Can't spell Duval without the L.
December 7th, 2014. I got as the last time the Bills traveled to Denver with fans in the stands or with the media there.
What is that game? What's the final score?
Final score is Broncos 24, Bills 17. The Bills were 7-6. The Broncos were 10-3.
I remember this game.
Holy, Kyle Orton threw 57 passes.
I remember this game. I think this is the Bills game in Denver where maybe like Kyle Williams, there's a play where Kyle Williams gets a pick or gets called for a block on an interception. But more than that, this is the game where two officials, after making a call, fist bumped. And the Mafia went nuts.
No, that happened?
Look at these guys. They're fit. Yes.
Come on.
100%. In Denver, there was an official's fist bump. Someone will find it,
right.
Book it. And there's some block in the back or there's an interception or something. Kyle Williams did something.
Well, there were a lot of picks. Peyton Manning in that game was 14 of 20, 173 with 2 picks.
There's 100% fist bump. I'm so confident. Wow. All right, it's Victory Monday.
Yeah, okay, I found a YouTube video. Bills safety unhappy with official's fist bump.
Yes!
I'm about to watch it.
Yes! This is a full Victory Monday
Which
for me.
Bills safety we think it was? Unhappy. Like Denoris Searcy?
I don't know.
There's no video, though. It's just two guys on ESPN talking about it.
You'll find it. You'll find
Okay,
it. It's
I'll
out
find
there. 100% it's out there. Victory Monday here on WGR.
Oh, there it is. They called it. It was a touchdown on the Broncos, and then the two referees fist bumped. What is that?
Yes. More of your phone calls. We're wide open for you. I'm going to get a mention for the Sabres in here who are going for 4 in a row tonight against Florida.
Yeah.
Come on now. In a playoff spot. I want to almost say comfortably, but it's not. Whatever. I think they're going to make it. I think they're going to make it. Maybe not
teams
the same.
Are starting to lose around. Some teams are starting to drop out.
Maybe not the same level of confidence, but after the Bills complete that pass to Cooks and the Bills are going down the field on this Allen drive for the game-winning touchdown, my thought was he's going to do it. I was fully confident. You get down to the 12 on a drive late in the game, like he's getting in. In that game, he's going to get in, and he did. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Victory Monday on WGR. Josh Allen, of course, the biggest one. Like, he was in the tent a couple times. Ultimately, I mean, he could be broken legs, and he's going to tell you he's fine. How did he come out of the game?
He seems like he came out pretty battered, but ready to go for next week, right? Yeah. I mean, he did his press conferences in the locker room, and, you guys saw him after the game doing interviews, things like that. He was – I'll give you an example. My buddy John Harris, who's the sideline reporter for the Texans, he texted me yesterday. He said, hey, I'm on the team plane headed to Pittsburgh. I saw you guys won. How did it happen? And my basic response to him was, well, Superman was down 1 foot. He was down 1 leg. He was down 1 hand and even got a head check, but yet he still put the cape on and they came through to win. I mean, that's my response, right?
Yep.
I mean, and listen, it wasn't just Josh. And this was a real collective team effort. But when Josh Allen is getting beaten up the way he was, and he still completes 80% of his passes, guys, he was 28 of 35, was amazing, and has the day that he has, that's the difference of having the best player on the field and how it can matter in sports, and that's what happened yesterday.
I also thought, Sal, he was kind of dialed in a way that when he talked during the week about the self-scout, about taking what's there, the 80% completion percentage is a good indication that he was doing exactly that.
100%. Yeah, there were throws down the field. There's no doubt about that. But he lived to fight another day, right, on several plays. There was only 1 sack that he took. I wouldn't say he threw a ton of balls away. They didn't they weren't pressuring him a ton.
I thought the line and the protection, I think it held up great, a lot better than I anticipated.
It did, and this was a Jags team we talked about all week that doesn't get the quarterback down a lot. But what they do is they force you into making mistakes because they come with simulated pressures. They take the ball away. They force you to think really quick because they're changing things. And all of that, I think Josh was in control of. I think the line did their job to keep them clean. And again, they don't get a lot of sacks. But then from there, what they do is, and you saw it, the great example would be the Brandon Cooks throw. You guys talk about it, but how many quarterbacks make that throw? And I would tell you, a lot of quarterbacks probably either get a sack or throw the ball to the other team in that situation. But Josh Allen found a way to get it to his team. He talked about how they were able to change the picture a few times. That's Sean McDermott and Bobby Babich doing a great job there. And I thought he managed the game well, which we can talk about the kneel down. But I think the challenge on the fourth down was huge. Huge. I mean, we didn't even know when he challenged it. We're like, wait, what? Why is he challenging? Did Trevor Lawrence did he just not get there? And we didn't realize Shaq Thompson touched him with his shin on the ground, and McDermott knew that. The guys upstairs knew that, and that's why he challenged. It was a big, big play.
Yeah.
Keeping cover there as Buffalo will come back with 3. Quinn stops, circle, fires, scores! Jack Quinn is second of the game! And did the Sabres need that one with exactly 4 minutes to go? They lead it 4-1.
It's Victory Monday. Bills win. We're going to get more of your calls on the Bills win over the Jaguars. Quick Sabres note. They're home tonight for Florida. We were at the game on Saturday night.
Yep.
Saturday night was a vibe. They're black and red.
That chicken wing decibel reader was all the way up.
It was off the charts.
It was all the way up.
It was off the charts. I have one question about tonight's a Monday, so maybe it'll be a little different, but hopefully a rowdy crowd. Saturday was people whooping during the anthems, and then during the game, I don't know how long they've had this there, but I've been to a couple games this year. Maybe I've just missed it, or maybe it was a Saturday night thing. The chug cam.
Yeah.
The chug cam's getting people rowdy. We had...
How about a first period wave in the 300 level?
We also had... kids, a couple kids in this game up a little late, like teenagers or going tarps off, whipping their shirts around on the Jumbotron.
Yep.
It's a party in there.
That was a party. That was a great night.
It was a great night.
They almost collapsed again. Almost everyone got a little nervous maybe at the end.
It never got tied. Led the whole time.
Got within one, though.
And I've never even tied it. What are you talking about? What are we worried about? All right, 803-0550. My thought on the Sabres, real quick, is this. The Sabres are back, the Sabres are back, the Sabres are back. And that's very much true, I think. I would say it slightly differently. I want to keep saying it like this a lot. The feeling in there is a little bit of we are back. The feeling in there, to me, is a little bit more of we're not going back.
Mm-hmm.
It's the dog days, we're not going back. The vibe's back. Everybody's back. People believe that they can actually just be a regular team. They have to win the cup. We're not going back. We're a regular team again. Real team, regular team in a playoff spot. I think they're going to make it. I'm all the way we're not going back. We're not going back to that existence that we had not that long ago, earlier this year. Just not going back. They found their way out of it. Victory Monday. That's a victory in itself, too. So not sure everybody agrees on that, but that's how I feel about it. I feel great. Can't wait for tonight. 803-0550, 1-888-552-550. Sabres homestand continues. Bills heading to beautiful, sunny Denver Saturday. We don't yet know the time. That will be announced tonight following Monday Night Football. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Your calls on this Victory Monday when we return. Josh Allen, of course, the biggest one. Like, he was in the tent a couple times. Ultimately, I mean, he could be broken legs, and he's going to tell you he's fine. How did he come out of the game?
He seems like he came out pretty battered, but ready to go for next week, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he did his press conferences in the locker room, and, you guys saw him after the game doing interviews, things like that. He was – I'll give you an example. My buddy John Harris, who's the sideline reporter for the Texans, he texted me yesterday. He said, hey, I'm on the team plane headed to Pittsburgh. I saw you guys won. How did it happen? And my basic response to him was, well, Superman was down one foot, he was down one leg, he was down one hand, and even got a head check, but yet he still put the cape on and they came through the win. I mean, that's my response,
We've had some pretty intense games.
I mean, and listen, it wasn't just Josh. And this was a real collective team effort.
And it's
But when Josh Allen
all customers
is
get a
getting
profit boost
beaten up
pack
the way
every
he
NFL
was,
playoff game
and he
day.
still
Popped
completes
into my app. I
80%
opened
of
up
his
my
passes,
profit
guys, he was
boost
28 of
pack,
35, was
40%
amazing.
for
And
same
has
game
the day
parlay.
that he
We're gonna
has,
put one together.
that's
Tonight you'll
the
find
difference
that
of
pack
having the
loaded with
best
multiple
player
profit
on the
boosts waiting.
field
Take your
and
shot
how it can matter
on
in
the
sports,
over,
and
the
that's
under,
what happened
build a
yesterday.
parlay I that also fits thought the Sal, moment he was of kind player of profit boost and dialed go in a way after that bigger when he payouts. talked While the playoffs get during the rolling, week about the visit Sal Scout FanDuel.com about taking what's there local. The
Mm-hmm.
80% official sports completion percentage is a good and indication grab your that he was profit doing boost exactly pack that. Every NFL playoff
100%.
game day. 21 plus and physically
Yeah, there were
present
throws
in New
down the
York.
field. There's no
Opt-in
doubt about
required.
that.
Bonus issued is
But
no trouble.
he lived to
Profit
fight
boost
another
tokens.
day, right? On
Restrictions
several
apply,
plays. There was
including
only
any
one
token
sack that he
expiration
took.
and max
I
wager
would say
amounts.
he
See
threw a
terms
ton of balls
at
away. They didn't get
sportsbook.fanduel.com
like they
for
weren't
help with their
pressuring him a
gambling
ton.
problem. I thought the
But-
line,
I thought
the line of the protection, it held up great, a lot better than I anticipated.
It did, and this was a Jags team we talked about all week that doesn't get the quarterback down a lot. But what they do is they force you into making mistakes because they come with simulated pressures. They take the ball away. They force you to think really quick because they're changing things. And all of that, I think Josh was in control of. I think the line did their job to keep them clean. And again, they don't get a lot of sacks. But then from there, what they do is, and you saw it, the great example would be the Brandon Cooks throw. You guys talk about it, but how many quarterbacks make that throw? And I would tell you, a lot of quarterbacks probably either get a sack or throw the ball to the other team in that situation. But Josh Allen found a way to get it to his team.
Yeah, I'm just happy for everybody. Happy for Tre'Davious White. He has been, and you know, Trey White's game is not out of nowhere. A little earlier in the year, maybe he got worked a little bit by like Jalen Waddle and Diggs.
He had a tough first month.
Yeah, but since then,
he's been great.
He's been very, very good. So it's not even that big of a surprise that he's able to do that. And you know, there's of all the things you hear in postgame, I think one of the coolest things to listen to and hear players talk about. I was listening to WBEN on the drive-in. They played both Deion Dawkins talking about Trey and McDermott talking about Trey, and you can just tell like how much, if you want to say heart and soul or whatever, of not only the team individually in a year, but Tre'Davious White represents like the era. He left for a little while. He went through some injuries. But when the Bills are at their best, and watching the Bills is the most fun, it's when Tre'Davious White is out there having fun, making plays, being the guy that he is. So, awesome that he did that. I thought Cole Bishop had a great game, too. Bishop continues to be a big play waiting to happen. He is so often around the ball. There's a play where, who got it? The Jags defender... the Jags receiver, the throw is behind him, and he tips the ball. And if he doesn't, that's when Bishop might get his hands on. If he doesn't tip it, I mean, Bishop's there, ready for that. That's an interception, too.
I think it was the first drive of the game on, was it 3rd and 7, where Bishop got matched up, and somehow in the formation, it ended up, he was one-on-one with Jacoby Myers. And he was right there, sticky in coverage, right to the sideline, made the catch super difficult for him. White, by the way, Trey White yesterday, 3 passes deflected or defended is the second most in a playoff game for a Bill ever.
Love it.
Edmonds against Miami is the only one who had more.
Advance past the Jacksonville Jaguars by a score of 27-24.
Lawrence back to pass, looking on an inbreaker, broken up and intercepted, picked off by Cole Bishop. Game, set, match. Buffalo's gonna win the wild card game here in Jacksonville.
Josh Allen completed 28 of 35 passes for 273 yards and 3 total touchdowns, 1 passing and 2 rushing. James Cook had a lower share with 15 carries for 46 yards, and Khalil Shakir was the leading receiver with 12 receptions for 82 yards. A few injuries to note. Gabe Davis left the game and was carted off with a knee injury. He did not return, and Jordan Poyer left the game with a hamstring injury and did not return. Up next, the Bills head to Denver to take on the number 1 seed Broncos next Saturday, so a little bit of a short week ahead, per our own Sal Capacio. No exact time is specified yet. The Sabres keep winning as they beat the Ducks 5-3 on Saturday. Jack Quinn had a big game, scoring 2 goals. With the win, the Sabres have won 13 of their last 14 games, and it marks the first time in franchise history that the team has registered 13 or more wins in any 14-game span. Up next, the Sabres host the Panthers tonight with puck drop set for 7 o'clock. All of your play-by-play action will be right here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Around the NFL, following Bills Jaguars, the 49ers beat the Eagles 23-19. George Kittle suffered a torn Achilles, confirmed by head coach Kyle Shanahan. The Chargers fell to the Patriots 16-3 last night in a stinker. And tonight, the Steelers play the Texans. Over the weekend, the Bears beat the Packers 31-27. The Packers, though, and Matt LaFleur are expected to try to work on an extension, reported by ESPN. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's all Bills, all You're listening to Jeremy and Joe on the home of the Bills. WGR Sports Radio 550.
Couple quick notes. Darius Slay was in Philadelphia.
Yeah. Right.
How'd it go for you? Congrats. From Pro Football Talk.
Should the Bills cut him now?
Yeah, sure.
Because he can't go to Philadelphia anymore?
The Packers are expected to work on a deal to retain Matt LaFleur. Mike McDaniel will interview with the Falcons and the Ravens. The Ravens are also going to interview Cliff Kingsbury and Joe Brady. Here's the thing. It's a short week.
Yeah.
Like, Brady could interview with the Ravens today, maybe.
Yeah.
He's supposed to interview with the Ravens. It's supposed to happen after the Bills game, and the Bills are going to play on Saturday against the Broncos.
Yep.
So there's that. Trevor Lawrence says nothing is guaranteed, but he feels like their success is sustainable. Tough way to end the season. I know offensively and defensively, just both sides of the ball had a hell of a year when it got down to the end where we finished and the growth we had. So
I buy that they are here to stay as at least a good team for the coming years.
I think they've got a pretty good coach and some good weapons and whatever.
Like right now, I would pick them to win the division next year. But Houston could easily do it too, so it's not like it's a run. It's an easy one.
Yeah.
I don't know what their cap situation though is. They would have traded something for Jacoby Myers, right? So maybe they're down a pick.
2 picks for him. Yep.
Yeah. Like I think they're going to trade Brian Thomas. I'll tell you that.
They might do that.
Travis Hunter's coming back. Myers is under contract, and Parker Washington is awesome and on a rookie deal. So, and you're not moving Hunter. So, like, Thomas to me is a guarantee trade this offseason.
How does he run block?
No idea.
Because did anyone else have the moment where, McDermott had raved all week about Jacoby Myers, and when Jacoby Myers lit up Joey Bosa, I thought, like, that's what Sean McDermott loves.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he doesn't appreciate his receiving, but, like, that's a guy that's committed to playing hard.
Right.
And, like, that fits in with what the Bills want to do. We'll wait for injury news.
One catch for 12 yards for Myers yesterday, by the way.
Yeah. They did a nice job. They did a nice job. The Bills defense had Trevor Lawrence confused, spinning, and they win. 27-24. They beat the Jaguars. So, end of the season for Jacksonville on next to Denver. We're down to, there's one more team left to make the final 8. That's Houston and Pittsburgh tonight. I don't know if there's anything you're feeling like you're rooting for here. I
have something.
If you, I guess it comes down to if you win, where would you prefer to go, Houston or New England?
Mm-hmm.
If you want to include Pittsburgh here, sure. Let's root for Pittsburgh to win and then win in New England too.
Yeah.
They did beat New England earlier in the year with 5 turnovers. I think Pittsburgh is probably in some trouble tonight, but maybe Tomlin can find some voodoo. So that's tonight. If you've got a rooting interest, have at it.
Yeah, to me, it's simply I think that there are only a certain amount of legitimate. Well, not legitimate. What is the toughest threat left in the field? Like, you could say Denver. I mean, they will play Denver.
That's right.
But I still think right now, I thought Jacksonville was number 1, and I thought number 2 was Houston because of their defense and the way they looked against the Bills earlier in the year. I think the Bills would look better the next time. You're not off a short week. Maybe you learn some lessons from the first time you played them.
Yep.
But I would still say the most intimidating thing left in the AFC playoff picture for me is that Houston defense. So my rooting interest would be, kill it. Get them out and just let me not have to think about that element of a matchup for the rest of the playoffs.
I think you might also have a case to be made for, again, you don't have to fear anybody, but New England did beat you, and the other game was close.
Yep.
So, like, you closed out New England the same way you closed out Jacksonville. They had the ball and the chance to finish the game, and they didn't. But I think New England is a lot like Jacksonville. They don't have the playmakers aren't as good, but the quarterback is better. And Drake May yesterday, he threw for 268. He ran effectively.
The touchdown pass was a really nice play.
Yeah, and that's a good Chargers defense. Like, May ran for 66.
Yeah, he was looking a little sloppy on some of his throws throughout that game, and like Lawrence didn't really run at all.
I thought he would run more. I really did.
He was 6 carries for 31 yards. He had a lot of that was on one run.
Yeah,
18. Whereas May, like you saw yesterday, like, okay, even in those moments where he's not really feeling it, like he's a better runner than Lawrence is.
Yep. Yeah, the Bills did lose to New England and fall into a big hole against them. That said, like, Milton Williams is back for them. Their left tackle is back.
He was great yesterday. Milton Williams was.
803-0550. Anyway, Bills beat the Jags. Victory Monday. We're talking about it with you. Anything from the game you want, whether it's should they have kneeled. That's like if you want to get your arguing muscles a good little workout.
Yeah.
That's what we're on is, you want to argue about that, you can. Adam in New Jersey. What's up, Adam? Good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How are you?
Good.
So there's 2 things I want to talk about, and I know that you'd appreciate this. So number 1, I want to officially declare dead the virtual measurement. My God, how bad is that? And number 2, Tony Romo had the worst game I ever heard in my life. The first Bills touchdown, he was genuinely confused if the play even happened.
Yep.
And he was straight diagnosing Josh Allen's injuries for 20 minutes and literally ruled him out like 3 different times. I get it, Tony. You're not as tough as Josh Allen, and you'll never be. Like, I want your guys' thoughts on that.
Well, a couple things. Thanks, Adam. I mean, the virtual measurement. I'm glad we have everyone has seen that it's not actually any different. Nothing has really changed. It still comes down to the spot. On Romo, a couple things. One, I thought he was giving some value talking about Allen's finger and saying you can hold the ball a little differently if one finger is bothering you, like pressure it in different spots, I guess. The biggest miss I saw from Romo and Nance was they were so busy worrying about how far Cam Little could kick from that they completely missed that the Jaguars absolutely murdered the end of the first half. oh, should they kick it from here? They're like the 20. No, he's not going to kick it 90, guys. They were going to want to get to at least the 50, and here's Trevor Lawrence just watching the clock bleed out. It was a horrific play from Lawrence and from Liam Cohen. They didn't have a timeout, but spike the ball.
Yeah.
Down in distance is not your problem here. You need to get 30 yards in 30 seconds.
Yeah. The difference between that and not even really recognizing that versus Collinsworth last night. Collinsworth, this is final, few minutes of the game. They're down 13 with 6 minutes left. And they're in hurry up, right? You're down 2 scores. You got to get going. And the Chargers they're in hurry up. They kept substituting receivers out, which was allowing New England then to sub and take their time with it. So the ref is holding up the snap, and it's killing 10, 15 seconds, and they did it 3 or 4 times. And Collinsworth is losing his mind about it. But in a good way. He's recognizing the Chargers are making a mistake here. As it's happening, they should not be substituting. Look, they just killed a minute of game time in the last 5 plays because they had to sub one receiver out for the other. Collinsworth, and I know he's not perfect either. People have their, frustrations with him. But, game management and, situational stuff, he was on top of it. And Romo is just Romo doesn't do anything at this point for me.
It's really it's tough. It's tough.
If they keep going with him in the number 1 booth and not J.J. Watt or somebody else, I think it's criminal. They got to end it. There's been 3 years of him really sounding like he's bringing a lazy approach to the game. I can't believe it's 9. By the way, 8 playoff games in a row, 9 playoff games in a row that it's been Nance and Romo for the Bills.
Yeah,
I'm good to have that streak end.
I'd like to
on
get
Saturday.
You know who's better than Romo is Brady. Brady's good now.
He drives me nuts too.
He's good now. He is though.
His Pizza Hut commercials. Now, everyone's believing that he eats Pizza Hut. Mr. Avocado Ice Cream's never eaten a strawberry. He's walking around with Pizza Hut.
I would eat avocado ice cream. I've got no. I don't see why not.
Yeah, but if you eat avocado ice cream, you're not housing a stuffed crust pizza.
Want to bet? I'll do both. I'll do both those things. Jacob in South Dakota. Hey, Jacob.
I've never been here before.
All right, we're gonna go back to Jacob. Brandon in Tonawanda's up next. Hey, Brandon.
How's it going, guys? Super stoked about the win yesterday. Couple of things. I know a lot of this has been getting talked about because I kind of been tuning in and out all morning. But Cole Bishop, I think he's been kind of noticeable over the course of the year. But yesterday, coming up with that interception, I know it was kind of a deflection, but this is kind of reminded me of the 2020 season where we got into the playoffs. Obviously, we did well, and it was kind of a shocking factor. But we had a lot of injuries that year, and or a lot of guys that you didn't really know as household names. I think really blew up to start the playoffs that year. I feel like I can't remember really, but I feel like we ended the regular season kind of not great. But I just remember that playoff run being super kind of almost like a shock factor.
Yeah.
Brandon Cooks. I think the biggest thing of yesterday's game was him shaking off that catch, no catch. I mean, when I first saw it, I literally was like, dude, there's no way they're going to hold that up as a catch because you could see the ball move around and whatever. I know it was real, real close. But, it's taken him a little bit. He's only been here for a couple weeks, and he's had a few drops, a few miscues where he goes left and Josh wanted him to go right. I'm really hoping that when Josh launched that ball, with all the things that you've talked about with the people in his face and how much of a critical point that was in the game and to make that catch, and he came up with it, I'm hoping that he is now that guy. Coleman, that was a pretty substantial catch and run that he had. I think we're stuck with him in the lineup now. I know we've all kind of been – he's had this roller coaster ride this year, hoping he stays the course. But the only negative thing that I do have to say is, yes, I know the screen game did work yesterday, but it's been driving me nuts all year, even back to last year. It was constant. Now, it did work yesterday. You guys, some people made points about where you're supposed to use it. It did work for them. I'm just hoping that they don't get locked into it and think, oh, great, that worked last week. Let's just keep doing it. If it works next week, then fine. But the second it's blown up in their face, 2-3 in a row that don't work, they better have an adjustment. And that's the only thing that I'm afraid of is adjustments on the fly. Defense, I feel like, can do it. Offense, I don't know. Obviously, Josh is like Superman. He can put the team on his back. But I feel like Joe Brady never wants to veer from his game plan, and he sticks to it, and he's stuck on it. So we'll see. We got to get through the season. If we make it to the Super Bowl, great. Everybody stays. If we don't make it to the Super Bowl this year, I really feel like something's got to change with OC and GM.
Thanks, Brandon. On the screen game, I'll say this. Like, I feel like they showed a couple of the bigger all-22 looks, and those are looks I have no problem with them throwing a screen into. I got 3 receivers, and the Jags are still playing kind of a zone. Like, the third guy's got to come a long way. And there are a couple plays there where, all right, block up your 2 guys. I got numbers. I got 3 on 2. And the guy that's got to find his way through the traffic to Shakir, you're going to get kind of free yards. Mm-hmm. The way that it's a problem for me, it's only a problem when it's 3rd and long and you get your 6 and you punt. Like, if you're not going for 4th, then don't throw this screen. But it's a part of their game. I just feel like a lot of their games and a lot of the elements of their offense, you don't have to love. They don't have to be perfect. I'll tell you, I don't love everything about it, but they know ways to win. They find ways to win. On the Cooks point, Cook's existence makes the screens already for me more palatable.
Yeah,
I know that I'm not throwing the screen because I have literally nothing else to throw. Now I can get Cooks behind the secondary, in the second level, intermediate throws. Like, that's there a little bit. So it's kind of like we've said a lot this year, Joe. Who had Jordan Poyer and Shaq Thompson saving your defense on the bingo card? Who had Brandon Cooks saving your offense? Because he kind of has.
Right.
Of course, like, it all runs through Josh in the run game. They've got these strengths, but they had this really huge thing that it was very obvious that they needed, and he's given that to them. So, you know, the Cooks move has been, when it happened, I don't know if I thought it was going to do anything great, but it was a try. And they definitely needed to continue to try, and that was all there was left after the deadline once you decided not to do anything at the deadline.
Yeah. And I'm sure they also call screens at the rate they do because there are only so many things you trust. Like, when you get down to the final drive, you get down to 2nd and 8 at the Jaguars 18. And 2nd and 8, what's my play? I'm not playing for the first down. I'm playing to set up a 3rd and short. So what do? They throw a screen to Shakir. They get 4 yards. Now it's 3rd and 4. Maybe this is the more damning element, that they have an offense where they kind of have to do this. 3rd and 4, they're not really playing for the first down. They throw another screen to Shakir. He gets 3.
Yeah.
And you're running that play because you trust 4th and 1 as much as you do.
Mm-hmm.
You trust that tush-push play. And if you didn't have the tush-push play, maybe you're running a real play. And you're not running a screen to Shakir for the 2nd consecutive play just on the other side. Because, again, like, 3 yards on 3rd and 4 is a success for this offense. Because 98% of the time you're going to get the 4th and 1. And, again, that's kind of where they are as an offense, which in part is why they're not perfect on offense. In that moment, I get why you do it. You don't trust your run game at that moment to get 3 yards. You certainly don't do that. You probably don't want to run Allen again, like on a QB draw, and they'd stop that a couple times. So at that point, it's like I could run a fade to Coleman, or I could run some route concept with Knox maybe, but the screens, like, I think they're, as much as they annoy me and they annoy a lot of people, the amount they run them, like, they're going to run them.
Yep.
It's very clear. They're going to run them, and, like, they're going to live or die with it.
Well, I'm looking at Allen's passing chart, and again, like, we've had games where nothing goes more than 10 yards, and there are a lot of green dots on this board. Like, he took so many throws under 10 yards, and it's great. There were how many throws behind the line of scrimmage? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All right, that's actually not as many.
But here's the thing:
you get in some games.
There were 6 behind the line of scrimmage, and 6 of 15 or more.
Right,
like that is the pulling of the passing tree. You're seeing more of it, and throwing past 15 yards. He was 4 of 6.
Yeah,
and one of those was I thought was a catch that they overturned. So, and what the one on the sideline? Who that would have been? Looking down the sideline for maybe Coleman.
Coleman's was on the sideline.
He missed Cooks. He missed Cooks on a deep throw.
Oh, yeah.
He had Cooks again.
He made a great play pass to Knox over the linebacker in the fourth quarter as well. That was one of those probably that went over 15 yards. So, like, they had a bit of that. Like, I think that's a huge reason why they win the game is between Cooks, that one Coleman play, the one Knox play. Shakir, I think, made one that was a little bit further down the field. Between all of that, you had something that wasn't just dink and dunk passing.
803-0550. Khalil Shakir, I'm going to actually pull up Khalil Shakir's route tree.
I think there was one real route I remember that he ran past the sticks. He had an 18-yard catch. Maybe that's the one.
Yeah.
There was a crossing route that me and my old man both went whoa,
Yeah.
Shakir down the field. Look
Yeah.
at this.
Yeah, right.
So many catches behind the line. But hey, they're using that because it works for them.
And the Kincaid play up the sideline, obviously.
Right.
That was that 15 yards? It's probably right about it.
In
20.
the neighborhood. I just had Allen's passing chart. I could tell you here. It was, hold on. I'll give the exact yardage for you. One more back. It was about 14 yards. Nope, sorry, 12 yards.
Okay.
About a 12-yard pass. What a day. Bills win. They beat the Jaguars. Tonight, the Texans and the Steelers. See, here's what you're going to tell
Pittsburgh.
me. Here's where you're going to tell me you should root for Pittsburgh. But you have to understand, my hobbies in the NFL are 1, the Bills. 2, enjoying the Steelers losing.
Yeah.
3, enjoying the Eagles losing. My second favorite thing. My favorite thing that could happen tonight would be the Steelers losing by 40. That would be
that would definitely be the funniest thing. And also, it would be on character because that's basically what they do in the playoffs.
Right. I want to listen to Pittsburgh radio tomorrow. This is something I'm looking forward to. Like you might look forward to the finale of Stranger Things. My favorite thing to do every year is listen to the Steelers end of season calls.
Yeah, you're right, because I'll be conflicted. I want Pittsburgh to win because I think it helps the Bills' Super Bowl odds.
Sure, but
the moment Mike Tomlin is standing in midfield after beating them 12-10, and he's pounding his chest yeah, I'm Mike Tomlin, I'm going to be like, why did I just root for them?
I don't want that. Yeah.
Why did I just root for them to win this football game? Yeah.
All right, well, we want your calls. It's Victory Monday. Vibes are off the charts. We just have been cruising on good vibes since Saturday night against the Ducks, who, their jerseys are bad. We got to say it. They're bad. It's not the right orange.
It's not the right orange?
It's not the right.
You're good with them being orange, but not the right orange.
I am.
Or do you want them to go back to their green and purple?
Orange by blood, and I don't like the orange.
You don't like orange? That's what I'm asking. You don't like
I go
orange
Syracuse.
in general?
I am an orange connoisseur.
But so you want a different shade of orange?
Whatever it's done, whatever they're doing is just not executed well. Maybe it's the helmets. It's bad.
They're doing it because it's Orange County, right? White.
Okay.
You want white helmets?
I don't know what I want. I think they're bad.
Okay, but if you had one or two, I could let you pick whatever shade of orange you want, or they switch back to green and purple.
Green and purple.
You want to go back to green?
I'd go back to green and purple instead of brown and orange and gold. It might be because
it's better than what they used to have.
It might be because orange and gold don't go well together.
By the way, Mike Tomlin in his 6-game playoff losing streak here has allowed 38 points per game.
If they have another loss, he ties Marvin Lewis for the longest losing streak in the playoffs. 7 in a row.
Wow.
Yep, Marvin Lewis, 7 straight.
Okay, maybe now I want them to lose because I'm ready for that to be on every graphic on ESPN and Fox and everywhere tomorrow.
And then every insider to say if he got fired, he'd have 10 jobs tomorrow.
Right.
More of your phone calls, 803-0550. Victory Monday on WGR.
Hey, if you're thinking about when your next vacation might be for the spring, check out the Buffalo Football Legends Cruise. Sal Capacio hosting, presented by Sojourn Travel Advisors. Join Thurman, Steve Tasker, Doug Flutie, Fred Jackson. They'll set sail from Miami May 10th through the 17th on the Celebrity Cruise Lines Beyond. You go to Puerto Plata, Tortola, and more destinations. Thurman's 60th birthday at sea. Cabins are limited. Flexible payment plans available. Get your spot now at buffalofootballlegends.com.
All right. I'm not a jinx. I'm going to put that out there now. I'm not a jinx, so I get to say this story and tell this story. I know I'm not a jinx because I said he's going to do it about Josh, and then he did it.
Don't say it.
So I'm not a jinx.
What are you about to do?
I'm just going to tell a story.
Okay.
About what it's like to, live in this time of the Buffalo Bills.
Finger on the off button.
I'm not going to jinx. We're talking, my wife's like, I think I might have to have a work trip, yada yada is the date. I was like, oh, that's the week after the Super Bowl. We know what day the Super Bowl is. And she's like, oh, should I not go? Like, when's the trip? Tuesday. Like, oh, no, Tuesday's probably fine. Parade's like Thursday. You got to think about these things.
All right, that's fine.
Right?
That's fine. Yeah.
And, I mean, are you not over here thinking about, like, what's it going to be like in the brand new stadium when they're dropping a banner, too?
Now he might have gone too far.
What's not too far?
Now
you're not allowed to dream about things?
Where they'll put it?
I don't know where they'll put it.
They have a canopy now, so it'd be easier to, like, hang it from... Like the Eagles do that. They hang it from like the little. Their canopy's smaller, but
like I was gonna text our buddies down at the Bills, be like, make sure that stadium. I hope you're 4 days ahead of schedule. You might have to play on Thursday.
Are we gonna do banners at the new stadium? They don't do banners at the current stadium. Like, are they gonna have?
They don't have a banner.
They don't have a banner.
Well, like, would they do AFC champion banners?
No.
So no banners.
You got to be Super Bowl only, right? Didn't the Colts put up like runner-up banners?
I think most teams
they put AFC finalists.
I think most teams would put up AFC champion.
They do. I think the Bills
right. The Colts went the extreme, but
the Bills
AFC playoff finalists or whatever.
Right. Whatever. All right. Anyway, back to the non-jinxing.
But we're team banners.
Yeah.
How quickly do they get statues up? Not within a year, right?
Put it this way. Ready? If that were, here's a fun game. Play the statue game. If that were the game that won it, a statue of Allen being carried by all the offensive linemen from the 11
Torrance
to 1.
Grabbing him and and pushing him forward.
Just a massive humanity carrying towards the. Anyway, all right.
I might want a Trey White statue, actually. Although then I need Jacoby Myers to sign off on his likeness being. Because you can't have the Trey White statue without Jacoby Myers also being a part of it.
Jeremiah in Denver, what's up?
Fellas, good morning from the Mile High. Just want to say what a great win we had yesterday. Also, I heard you guys talking with Chris Brown earlier, and the conditions here in Denver have been beautiful this winter, I would say. I'd say it's more like fall. I've been able to do some golfing pretty much all year, so I'm excited to see the Bills come and hopefully shut these Broncos down. I mean, everyone here in the Mile High is very excited for the Broncos, obviously, because the Broncos obviously got first place. The Avs are doing good. The Nuggets are doing fairly well. But I'm just excited to see Josh Allen come here in the Mile High and, hopefully get another dub and take us to the AFC Championship.
Is John Elway still at these games? He's not president anymore, right? Like, what's his role? Because remember,
his role is going on podcasts and continuing to say he wanted Josh Allen, but the coaches didn't.
Right.
That's John Elway. He does that like once a week now.
I was going to say, because if he's at the game, remember last time they played there, Allen scored and like pointed to Elway's box or something maybe?
Did he?
I thought he did.
Yeah. He picked Bradley Chubb over Josh Allen when their quarterback was like Case Keenum.
It's tough. He played nearby.
And now he'll say for the rest of his life, well, I wanted him. I just couldn't get everybody on board. I don't really despise the Broncos at all. I don't really have much of an opinion on them generally. Like, other than, there's not really any bad blood.
Sean Payton is easy to not like.
Yeah, that's okay. That's good. All right, I could get there.
He's a jerk to people.
You can't lose to Sean Payton. All right, that just helped a lot.
There you go.
Sean Payton, public enemy number one. Do they have like a dirty player on the defensive side of the ball? Didn't Bill Romanowski play there?
He spit in someone's face. It might have been when he was with the Raiders, though. I think he's with the Raiders at that time.
Okay. The most unlikable Broncos.
Remember some Broncos. We'll get there.
Cutler was kind of a jerk.
Jacob in South Dakota. What's up, Jacob? Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
So I'm a Bronco fan, actually, but one of my best friends from the Army was a Bills fan, so my fandom kind of has shifted towards the Bills. You guys kind of touched on it, but I was wondering what you guys thought about the play before half. I don't think there's a world where Harris, the right tackle, was set.
No.
And the snap didn't get off. And then the DPI, the holding on Benford on the Jags drive that ETM scored before Torrance carried Josh Allen from like the 50-yard line. And then last thing, what do you guys think about, and it's future thinking, who's your ideal draft prospect this coming year? Do you want him to tackle an edge or a receiver?
Carnell Tate.
They're going to need linebacker, guard, receiver, and, of course, 5 defensive linemen. But linebacker, guard, receiver are, very, very high on the list. Safety could, sure. I mean,
next to
Poyers, unless they trust Hancock, but, yeah.
We talked about that earlier with Chris Brown. I did not know the thing that Eric Wood had said, that the rule is you have to be set for a second. Because I actually thought when they showed the replay for the first time, I thought, I think he did get set. But I thought it was simultaneous.
Yeah.
And I think on further review, it looked like he wasn't fully set. But even if he was, if it's simultaneous, then I guess by what Eric said, it still shouldn't have counted.
Two things. One, Jerry Ostrowski, when I talked to him about this last night, he said it might not be a second, but it's like a beat.
A beat.
It can't just be, it's not instantaneous. So I don't know if there's a set bit of time. Is it worth asking the question if the NFL should have the clock have tenths of seconds? What does every other sport that has a clock have? 0, 1.0, 0.9, 0.8, 0.7, 0.6. Should it have that? Because they administer delay of game like that when they say they look at the 0 and then look down. That's them giving them the 0.0 to 0.9. Right?
Right.
So should the NFL add tenths of seconds?
I'm good with that.
Because there's 1 second left, and then it goes to 0.
Yeah.
Where's the 0.1 to 0.9?
Yeah, I think they should. Wouldn't it be easy to do that?
They don't have to do that, but if that's the point they're making kind of loosely, then I think there's merit to it, but there's no way that should have counted.
Yeah, I would be into tenths of seconds. Do it on the play clock, too.
803-0550. We owe you a fantastic four-way parlay. There's a game tonight. Let's do it.
Yes.
Let's rip off a fantastic four-way parlay. Monday Night Football game. I can't wait to give you my leg. I'm so excited about it.
How did we lose on over the weekend?
Alt Joe's Christian Watson 5 did not hit. Did everything else hit? Did Saquon go under?
Did Saquon go under 80? I wasn't even paying attention anymore.
Christian Watson, who flew through the air like a bird, he was flipping.
Yeah.
Somehow returned to that game.
What was Saquon's number, Joe? Did he hit the under? Because if he did, then Alt Joe killed the parlay. Because we got the most electric ever under 0.5 rushing yards from Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, Saquon
Saturday.
was over.
Barkley went over.
Okay, and then you guys both lost. Owen and I carrying the team again.
But the Stafford thing was he was at 2.
Oh. He was at 2, and he lost 2 on the kneel down.
Right, and we almost didn't even get a kneel down because if I forget who the Panther receiver was that dropped it. If he catches that, they have first down with 10 seconds left.
It was
they're going to have the ball the rest of the game.
It was a miracle cover of under a half-yard rushing by Matthew Stafford. Electric. All right, let's get to our four-way same-game parlay on Houston and Pittsburgh tonight. Gentlemen, I'm going to start. I'm just excited about this one because it's one thing I can have fun rooting for, and that's I want Marquez Valdez-Scantling's over.
Nice.
Yes. Aaron Rodgers, when he gets annoyed, is just going to throw it to that guy 100 times. And
12.5?
His number is so low. He's got to get one catch.
I got it at 12.5.
I got 10.5.
10.5?
I've got it at 10.5.
All right, I'm going to a different app.
MVS 10.5 over.
Love that.
I need one catch.
Yeah, that's really.
And Rodgers just feeds him.
That was Cooks yesterday. I was like, the Cooks over was 21.5. I was like, that's one ball.
Yep.
Just get him one ball. All right, I'll go next. I'm going to take Woody Marks' over on rushing. It's 56.5. We saw what the Bills did on the ground against this Steelers team. I think the Texans are going to kind of beat them up and be able to just kind of waltz around wherever they want to, and 56 is a pretty low number.
Okay.
So.
Woody Marks.
Alt Joe?
I might get some serious heat for this.
There
but
we go. He's always going to throw the alts.
Here we go. It's not an alt. Lost on the alt last week. We're going to switch it up a little bit.
Alt Joe going away from the alts.
Steelers money line.
Oh. I refuse.
That's
I won't
amazing.
Do it.
I gotta do it.
Come on.
Are you serious?
I'm serious.
Plus 134. Let's do it.
Plus 134. They haven't lost a Monday night game in 23.
That's a good point.
Yeah, like
they haven't lost a Monday night
home games.
They haven't lost a Monday night home game. I think they're 23 in a row. In 1988, I think is the last time they did.
And it's Tomlin.
Why do we care about that stat?
You know,
why is that even a thing that anybody even knows?
Because we track stuff.
I can't
Is it meaningful? Probably not, but I'm going to believe it is. All right, I'm putting it in.
This stinks.
I'm not even going to have fun doing this parlay.
I believe. Under DK Metcalf, 56.5 yards. I think he's going to see Stingley all day, and Metcalf's gone under like a million times this year.
Okay.
Sweet.
I'm going to place this. I'm going to place the second one with
also,
the Texans on the money line.
Metcalf always a risk to just get ejected at some point, too.
That is always true.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why his numbers are so low. Okay, Metcalf. All right, there you go. So we got Metcalf under, Marks over, MVS over, and the Steelers money line.
Jeez.
Steelers money line in the playoffs.
Are we going to see a Steelers fan, or are they Steelers at home? So I guess they're not.
Can we just do the Steelers with the points instead? They're getting 3.
What are the? I got to look at the numbers on that.
I can't believe it's only 3.
I already put it in for money line.
They're minus
you guys
115.
do what you want.
I'm going with money line. You guys can.
I'm
do
riding
what you
with
want,
Joe.
though.
Steelers money line. They're gonna get like a block punt for a touchdown.
Something crazy is going to happen.
If they do, they're then going to go to New England, and we don't want that, I don't think. But
so
whatever.
The one thing I'll say is even though they've allowed 38 points per game, Tomlin has in this playoff winless streak, they've played mostly great quarterbacks. Like it's Brady, Mahomes, Allen, Lamar Jackson, but then Mayfield and Bortles. And Mayfield and Bortles combined for like 100 points. So
and tonight it's
not
CJ
all
Stroud.
good.
No. All right, we'll get a break in.
Right.
Extendo Sports coming up. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Saturday afternoon, evening, what do we think? I think it's got to be the night game. It's the better of the two games. It's Josh Allen in Denver in a clear primetime look against the 1 seed. Like, I hope it's the night game. I don't know why. We were talking about, like, how could we not know what time yet? And I guess the network's got to pick, and who wins tonight might determine who picks what. But it's definitely Saturday, and I just hope it's the late game. It deserves the late game. Seahawks and 49ers is a great opening act. They're going to give me Sam Darnold in primetime.
I know. Yeah, I don't know. That game also already gave us such great theater, though. No, I'm thinking of the Rams. What was the Seahawks Niners game this year?
They played twice, and the Seahawks won the most recent one. What was it? It was low scoring. It was like 13.
All right.
What was it? 13-3.
That helps.
It was 13-3 2 weeks ago.
All right, that does help. All
9 days ago, 13-3. Brock Purdy passed for 127, and McCaffrey ran for 23. Like, no.
Josh Allen will have to carry the load to get them onto primetime, I think.
Well, let's hope he does.
It's got to be. They just want Josh Allen in primetime.
They should.
Yeah, and they should.
They're going to beat the Broncos, too. I'm going to pick it all week. You going to pick it this week?
Yeah.
You feel good about this one?
I feel very confident in this one.
Extendo Sports coming up here on WGR.
But yeah, so let's get into Josh Allen because there are a number of injuries, 2 new, 1 old. We'll start with the old. The foot injury that he's been battling, which is a bone issue, old bone issue on the outside of his midfoot, seems to have come out okay. That one is getting better. That is really pain tolerance, which means it hurts, but he's okay. Then he banged his finger on a helmet. Does not seem like that one is going to be debilitating. Was able to play, keep shaking it really more, just kind of jammed it than anything else. That'd be one more to monitor. And then there is the knee. And Josh Allen said after the game he got rolled up on, kind of got twisted pretty good, came back to the sideline, limping into the blue tent, and then right to the bench, right to the tablet. Seems like he is going to be okay, but as he has done, Kyle, the last couple weeks, wouldn't be surprised if he's limited in practice while he deals with all of these.
Ian Rappaport, the latest on Josh Allen. We should get full injury reports tomorrow with the accelerated timeline. We've got a Seahawks reporter, Corbin Smith of the Emerald Spectrum and Locked On Seahawks, saying he has been told, he's hearing, that Bills-Broncos will be the late game, meaning that the Seahawks would get the early window for the Seahawks and 49ers. So Bills-Broncos would be late,
Okay.
which I think is the right decision regardless of how the networks work it out. I think Bills-Broncos should be late. So we'll see if that happens.
Terry Pagula, Gary Bettman, Pete Gwelly having a press conference tonight. Sounds like the draft is going to get announced, 2026 draft. Like
This year's draft.
Yeah, the Gavin McKenna draft.
Yeah, this year's draft will be here in Buffalo.
Yeah. I did see some people wondering, though, if it has to be the arena because it's decentralized now. So is there somewhere else they could put it? I mean, it probably would be at the arena, I would think.
I don't know. That's a good question. If it's just to announce the draft, that could be an email. I don't know the commissioner needs. Could they announce like another Winter Classic timeline
Or Stadium Series game.
Series, right? Whatever.
But an outdoor game at the new stadium. That would make sense, too, because I think Bettman was just in Utah to announce next year's Winter Classic there.
All right.
So maybe they're getting ahead. The next year after Utah gets an outdoor game, Buffalo's getting an outdoor game.
If it's just we're hosting the draft, I was like, the Yarmo's not going to be up there because it's a Yarmo. Is it a good year to have a draft here? Because you're not going to have your first-round pick because you're going to go spend that, right, and try to –
Right.
Just saying. Spend that pick.
Yeah.
Go get something. All right. Thanks for listening, calling, texting, tweeting, writing, viewing, commenting. Like and subscribe on YouTube. Join us. We're here all the time. And we're back tomorrow, 6 a.m. Sabres tonight against the Panthers.
Panthers have lost 4 of 6.
They're favored. Let's go.
Favored against Florida.
Tack on another one. Keep going. So enjoy it. We're back tomorrow, 6 a.m.
Eliminated. Round 2. Fight.
Broncos country, let's ride.
Oh, there's a lot there. There's a lot to get to today. Good morning to everybody. Whether you are Bills Mafia or Duval, Duvout, done, Bills go down. I don't care if it was in Duval County, Broward County, Clay County, Charlotte County, Sarasota County. It's all about county down there. And it's all about the Bills taking care of business for the first time on the road in the playoffs in the Sean McDermott era, beating the Jacksonville Jaguars 27-24. We're here to talk about it today. Good morning again. Sal Capacio with you on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo football victory playoff Monday here on WGR Sports Radio 550. Brought to you by and presented by Catholic Health, the right way to care. Also brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. And by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premier Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. We have so much to get to today. But I need you to be on top of things as we do it, which is giving me a call at 803-0550. 803-0550. 2 hours of your phone calls, whatever is on your mind, as always, on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Monday. You know what's really cool? We get to do this again another week. We're not here talking about locker cleanout. I told you on Friday that if things did not go well, you would get Zach and Derek here on a Monday. I would be down at the stadium. It would be locker cleanout. We're talking about next year. But the ideal scenario was what? Talked about it on Friday. The ideal scenario was Bills take care of business, fly back home watching the Eagles-Niners game, kick the feet up and watch Chargers-Patriots. That's what happened. Although I didn't really kick the feet up. I had a podcast to do with Matt Bove. We did it live last night, and you can check that out. It's always game day in Buffalo. We broke down the game even further. So lots of content for you across all platforms here. And, of course, your chance. You can tweet me at Sal Sports on X, and you can watch on YouTube and Twitch, WGR. Thanks a lot for coming aboard. Bullpen, what's up? I see you in there. IDL, Slayton, the future is now. We got Bass, we got Steve, we got AC Man, we got the coach, Chris, we got T-Train. A lot of you. Too many of you for me to keep going on all these names today. Daniel, thank Hot Dirt as always. JT, what's up, everybody? Good to see everybody. Hi. Come on in. As always, you get into the chat box. We call it the bullpen here. It's for relief. We look there for relief. Sometimes it's not relief. Sometimes there's a lot of good fighting in there. Go ahead and do your thing. I'll pay attention to what I have to do here today on the phone calls. You pay attention to what's going on in the chat box. I'll check in every once in a while. We'll have a great show today for the next 2 hours, talking about the Bills' big victory in Jacksonville, 27-24 over the Jacksonville Jaguars. Well, they can't talk about the road thing anymore, can they? Whoever they is, can't talk about it anymore. Bills took care of business. And you know what else? Okay, Ultimo Saber. Come on, Sal, I'm here. I got you, man. I got you. It says in the chat box. I can't see everybody. I'm trying. This game, as much as, and I'm not disagreeing with this, as much as everyone's going to tell you, and even me, that Josh Allen was Superman, and he was, and he had to be, it was a collective effort in this game, I think more so than people are giving credit for. And I really want to highlight the other 47 players who made this game possible, especially with how banged up Josh and other players who actually left the game were, and others had to step in. And I'm talking about Ty Johnson not being out there for the game, and Josh Palmer going on injured reserve, and then losing Gabe Davis, losing Tyrell Shavers briefly, losing Jordan Poyer. I mean, no Terrell Bernard, right? I mean, like, options off the table. No Max Hairston. Options off the table to start the game. An injured kicker. Holy cow. How much last week did we talk about the kicking advantage that the Jags would have with Robo-Leg? I don't know if he has a nickname, Cam Little. The guy that can kick it from any county in Florida to make field goals, versus the Bills dealing with a 41-year-old with a rough quad. And yet the 41-year-old was the better kicker. They didn't have him kick off, which was a nice move by the Bills to keep Matt Prater kind of as healthy as possible. With Wisnowski kicking off, Matt Prater makes a 50-yarder. What was it, 50 and 48, right? Let me look at the box score here. 50-yarder and then a 47-yarder. And Cam Little missed his, the big one, at the end of the half, which, that was frustrating. Shouldn't have happened. Shouldn't have been allowed to go. We got a lot of debate going on the Bills kneel down, not kneel down, I should say, score a touchdown, tush push near the end of the game. We can get into all that if you want. At this point, though, if you want to bring that up, that's great. I'll just say, though, that to me, that's not the focus of today because it worked out. I think there's an argument either way. I respect it. I think the Bills did the right thing by scoring the touchdown because you just don't leave things to chance. You could, if they take a knee and then Jacksonville says, all right, well, let's not let them score. And then the next play, Josh slips or there's a penalty. I just think you cannot leave it to chance. You got to score. You got to score. And I thought you had to do it there as quick as possible. As you know, whenever you can get in the end zone, you get in the end zone. It's not like a field goal is needed to win. It was a touchdown. Anyway, if you want to debate that, you are more than welcome to. But it doesn't matter at this point because they scored and the defense on the very next play closed the game out, which is something we haven't seen happen in the playoffs in a while. Well, we have seen it, right? I mean, I guess in a way the defense did last year against Baltimore because Baltimore missed the 2-point conversion and there was a play that, Terrell Bernard got a fumble recovery in the second half, things like that. And in this game, as opposed to the last few times it's happened, the Bills got the ball late with a chance to score, chance to win, and they did it. So both scripts were flipped. Josh Allen drives down, scores the touchdown. Defense makes the key stop. A lot to like. I got my arrow up, arrow down column at WGR550.com. Check it out, arrow up, arrow down. And there's plenty of arrows up. Obviously, Josh Allen, despite the foot injury, knee injury, evaluated for head injury, in pain after hitting his throwing hand on a helmet, it didn't matter. Incredible throws. 80% completion percentage. 80. On 35 passes, he was 28 of 35. 273 yards, 11 carries, 33 yards, 306 total yards of offense, 3 total touchdowns. He was amazing. Tre'Davious White, what a resurgence he has had. Incredible. How many of you out there will eat your crow about Tre'Davious White and the signing of him back in May? And I'm not here to tell you I thought it was a great signing, but I understood why they'd want a veteran. Figured, okay, he's there. He'll compete for the starting job, probably be Max Harrison eventually, but it's nice to have a guy like that. No, this guy is playing, Tre'Davious White is playing some of the best football of his career, I think. He had one of the better games he's ever had in his career. And he's aggressive. He's being aggressive. I love it. Attacking the football. 3 big pass breakups, including the ultimate final game-sealing interception by Cole Bishop where he broke that one up. He's playing great. I think Tre'Davious White was the best player on the field for the Bills outside of Josh Allen yesterday. Deserves credit. The offensive line keeping Josh clean, and give Joe Brady credit for that. That was a really good game plan for protection. You're going to need that next week, by the way. Much different animal against Denver than against Jacksonville. Far different. Denver is good on all levels on defense. Jacksonville is also very good on defense, but the difference is they don't get to the quarterback a lot, whereas Denver gets to the quarterback the most in the NFL. So it's got to start with protection next week. We have plenty of time to dive into that. Early look ahead for me. Tough defense. Tough against the run. Tough against the pass. They get sacks. They have Patrick Surtain. I mean, they're elite. Offensively, though, not quite the team you just faced. Against a quarterback who makes plays out of the pocket, makes plays out of structure, running around with his legs, Bo Nix, but has a lesser completion percentage. And especially when he's kept in the pocket. That's my early read. And they don't run the ball all that great, but neither did Jacksonville, and they did run the ball well against the Bills, which was an arrow down I gave. Again, run defense, a problem for the Bills, 6.7 yards a carry. But they still made Jacksonville work for everything, and that's why you got a few big plays. 803-0550 is the number to call here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Playoff Victory Monday on WGR. Let's go to the phone lines. Let's go to Steve in Virginia. Hi, Steve. You're on WGR.
Hey, Sal. Thanks for taking my call this morning.
You got it.
Yeah, awesome win yesterday. I'm glad Josh is okay, but, yeah, it was just rough seeing him out there. He's like, I did want to bring up a point about the Jags players, and I had a question about Poyer. I thought the Jags were trying to intentionally injure not only Allen, but some of our other players. I know Chris Brown mentioned in the early morning about like about 2 or 3 incidents, that the Jags did with Josh, especially landing on his head, and then also Ray Davis on the kick return. It seemed like as he was going down, one player just went and nailed him right to the side of the head, which caused the fumble.
Mm-hmm.
So I was disappointed that, there were no flags, thrown by the refs on that. And then I noticed when Jordan Poyer went out that the Jags offense started targeting, our secondary more, and we're having, more success. So do you know if Jordan, I know he was trying to get back in the game, but do you know if he would be ready for
I have no idea.
That?
We will find out later today from Sean McDermott when he speaks to the media, but he didn't finish the game. So obviously with a shorter turnaround, that's not great news for some of these injured guys. But honestly, Steve, we won't know anything until Sean McDermott talks later today.
Okay, yeah. Otherwise, so glad Trey White came back, because in the offseason, I was the type, okay, hey, nice that he's back. He can help mentor, Harrison, break if needed. But I didn't expect this level of play from Trey, and I'm so glad to see it. So all the kudos in the world to Trey. He deserves it.
Okay, you got it, buddy. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the phone call. 803-0550. Let's go to Billy in Toronto. Hi, Billy.
Hey, Sal. Yeah, what a great game yesterday. Listen, I'll tell you, you were breaking it down there, but the one thing that you failed to mention is that the quarterback advantage that we have over the last 3 remaining teams is mind-boggling. How much better Josh is better than all 3 of these guys. So that's where I stand on that.
I would think that would be. I would think that doesn't need to be mentioned, but I get it, and I'm glad you mentioned it. But I think everybody recognizes that.
No, I agree. Yeah. So two things, Sal. Number one, I'm gonna fight back with you on the play. I thought we should have knelt on the ball there. It could have turned out a lot differently, especially with that field goal kicker's leg. But you know what?
Agreed.
Yeah.
It could have turned out differently if you kneel and then the next play you get a penalty.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Josh. Absolutely. But, that's just the way I would have done it. But, Sal, listen, here's one thing I want you to figure out for me, because I'm getting older, and I don't know if my eyesight's going. But on that play where we were, I think, down 7-0, we fumbled it on the kickoff. I've replayed that on my TV at least 30 times, and I can't see where Jacksonville got the ball on that play. We had 3 guys right there. The guy that supposedly had the ball, I could see his body from his chest. From his groin up to his head. The ball wasn't in his hand. Did he have the ball between his ankles or something?
I really don't know, Billy. From my vantage point, it looked like the Bills fell on it first, and then whoever had it didn't secure it, and then there's a big pile. And as you know, the saying in football, whoever has the strongest hands is going to come out of it. There's a lot of things going on down there at the bottom of the pile. I really don't know. It took a long time for them to signal it. I think they just waited to see who had it at the end.
I will say on the broadcast, we had the same question.
Yep.
On the broadcast, you could see he had it pinned to the back of his thigh, sort of pinched in between his thigh and his arm, and it was a really weird spot to have it, so I understand why it would have been difficult to see exactly where it was or how it ended up with that guy.
Yeah, that was a bad. You can't fumble in that situation if you're Ray Davis too. Great for him, first team All-Pro kick returner, but he's got to hold on to the ball there. So yeah, that was a tough one. I didn't really see what Owen was talking about because obviously I was down on the field.
Yeah. So I just seen 3 Bills on top of this guy, and I said, how didn't we come up with this ball?
Yeah, I know,
so,
right?
You know what? Great win. I'll let you get to the other guys, and it's Super Bowl or bust.
You got it, buddy.
That,
thank you, Billy. Thanks for the phone call. Let's also go to Toronto, and Walter's standing by. Hi, Walter.
Hey, Sal. Great Victory Monday we're experiencing. I called on, I think, Thursday or Friday, and I mentioned it was going to boil down to which quarterback is going to have the most success. And, Allen never ceases to amaze me. The guy is just a monster. I'm not surprised with Lawrence with a couple of interceptions. He's been known to throw a few. I'm just wondering, I know it's early, but like you said, we got to get the ball out of Josh's hands quickly against Denver. We can't give them time to put the pressure on. What's our receiving core going to be like? You think that maybe we'll get some, is Palmer maybe going to be back?
No, he can't be. He can't. He's on injured reserve. He's got to miss 4 games. He just went on injured reserve.
Okay, so he's done.
They could. It's a good question, Walter. I'm just going to say this. It's way too early in the week to know, right? Because we don't know what Tyrell Shavers status is. He did finish the game, but, after you get hurt like that, as we know, Ty Johnson finished last game, but he couldn't play this week. Adrenaline plays a factor. You have to see these guys get better. Then Gabe Davis is obviously out. We'll get more clarification on that. That didn't look good. And then, Curtis Samuel is eligible to come off injured reserve. I don't know if they would do that. They have McCole Hardman on practice squad. So there's just a lot to be decided between now and then.
Okay. Well, let's hope we can lean on our tight ends a little bit more and get the running game going. One thing that makes me nervous, and I'll let you go, is I know Sean Payton, the coach there at Denver. He was the architect of that bounty gate back in the day. I know he wasn't the one that got penalized. The defensive coordinator did, but I got a funny feeling there's going to be some nonsense going on.
Wasn't it Greg Williams, actually? Greg Williams was the guy.
Yeah, but I think he took the fall there because how does the head coach not know that this nonsense was going on? And, you get Allen out of the game, it changes everything. But right now it's going to be a great week. We're going to look forward to the next game. And I agree with the other caller. It's Super Bowl or bust at this point. I think we got the momentum, we got the karma, and you guys, great team at WGR, keep us informed of everything.
Thanks a lot, Walter. Appreciate it. Let's go down to Steven in Florida. Hi, Steven.
Hey, good road playoff victory Monday. And I had to put it that way because first road playoff victory since 92.
Yep.
And, man, I got to tell you, Sal, first of all, the banner you guys have had up there on the screen, the Bills did not survive this game. They prevailed against the Jags. Now, here's what I want to say. I saw this last night on TV. Next Gen Stats said since they started in 2016, the Bills had the greatest surge in percentage to win with the 10-yard tush push. It was like 50 percentage points. Also, Josh Allen is now number 2 in quarterback rushing TDs in the playoffs, only one behind Jalen Hurts. So hopefully he'll beat that. And here's what I want to mainly say. While this win was definitely a collective effort for sure, and I got to give major kudos to Khalil Shakir and Brandon Cooks for receiving, and also major kudos to Tre'Davious White and Cole Bishop. That, tip and then catching the ball to intercept was just the icing on the cake. But here's the main thing I want to say. The main man of the Bills is definitely Josh Allen because he, more than any NFL player, in my estimation, has a Warriors heart. Look at how bad he got beat up and beat on yesterday, and yet he led the Bills to victory. And here's the summation. Consider that 10-yard tush push. This is a summary picture of the Bills team as a whole. Josh Allen leading with the ball, with the others following him, pushing him. So it was
or carrying him in this case, right? Carrying him. I mean, Osiris Torrance was literally carrying him in this case. I don't love that you can do that in football. I don't love it. I'm against actually pushing people forward, but that's okay. It's a rule, and the Bills took advantage. The Bills actually voted against the tush push, but hey, it's part of the rules. You can do it. I don't like that you can do that in football, but you can do it in football. Maybe it's something that they revisit, but it helped the Bills, obviously, and that was pretty incredible. That was pretty special, that play. Ryan, who is down in Jacksonville. Hi, Ryan. You're on WGR.
Hey, Sal. Thanks for taking my call. First time talking to you on the radio anyway. I met you at the team hotel on Saturday night.
All right.
I had the 8 or 9 kids with me. And
yeah.
I have to give them a shout-out, man.
You got it.
He was trying to get tickets for us, and it was just amazing to talk to both you guys. You were very personable and generous with your time, so thank you.
Thank you.
I hate that my first call has to be one that disagrees with you, but it's a friendly disagreement. I felt like I heard you on Jeremy and Joe, and I felt like maybe you are discounting what Trevor and the kicker could have done with a minute to go.
I'm not at all. I can fully understand. Absolutely. I don't care from their side. I care from the Bills' side what could go wrong if you do that.
Right, but we had just effectively done a tush push from 10 yards, and I think we had 1 or 2 earlier in the game too that were successful. So
sure,
I mean, we had a history just in that game alone of successfully completing this tush push, and I think given 3 plays, even if it was 2 or 3 yards, I think we could easily have done that, and then we would have needed ever even having to talk about what Lawrence could have done there at the end, and their kicker, of course.
I know. I've also seen them not be successful at the tush push sometimes. I know in this game they were. Last year in the AFC Championship game, they weren't. They weren't in LA last year at a time. It's not even that. There's other things that can happen. You could have a penalty. They've called penalties on tush pushes in the NFL. Now all of a sudden it's second down from the 5-yard line or third down if you take a knee, actually. Right? That's my issue. My issue is You have a chance to score, you score. Why leave something to chance? I get it. I mean, look, this is a good debate, Ryan. As you say, it's a friendly disagreement because even Eric Wood debated it on the radio. We talked about it in the commercial break. I think we talked about it. I get it. I just think, like, why leave something to chance? If you have a chance to score, you score. I can't imagine if they take a knee and then all of a sudden Jacksonville goes, you know what? Now we're going to play some defense. And then all of a sudden, I don't know, David Edwards moves a little early. Now it's second and down at the 5. You know what I mean? That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, I understand. Well, like I say, friendly disagreement. One last thing. What's the historical precedence for a 6 seed going on the road against a team that has a bye being favored? Like, that seems incredibly rare. And I was looking around. I didn't see anything, but man, that seems so unlikely. I'll take it, but I'm really looking forward to hearing you in Denver and this coming weekend.
You got it, buddy. No, thank you. I appreciate the debate. Hey, good meeting you and the family as well. I appreciate you guys saying
Likewise,
hi.
Man, it was awesome.
Yeah, thanks for the kind words. I appreciate that. Yes, hey, it's a good debate. And again, you guys could call about it if you want. I just think that, I don't know, today's not the day. Like today, yeah, they worked out, but I don't know. What are we doing? It's fine. You want to call about it and talk about it. I kind of think it's almost a waste of time to keep debating this, though, because that's not, it's a good debate. It's a healthy debate. We know there's two sides to it, and it worked out, and the Bills are on. And they played a really fantastic game otherwise. 803-0550 is the telephone number to call if you want to jump on board here, the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Sal Capacio with you on a Buffalo Football Friday? No, Monday. I did it again. I did it last week. It's going to be Friday before you know it. And this week, a Friday's going to look different because the team will travel out to Denver on Friday. We'll have today, Sean McDermott for his weekly Monday press conference. Tomorrow should be like a normal Wednesday. So you'll get a walkthrough most likely. You'll hear from Josh Allen, hear from Sean McDermott. We'll get our first injury report. Wednesday's going to be like a Thursday. Friday's going to be like a Saturday where there's travel. It's going to be all kind of scrunched in this week, which makes it more challenging, no doubt. 803-0550, the number to call. We'll get to your Barnes Firm injury report, our look from the sidelines, our sit-up, stand down, hey buddy, all on the way here on WGR.
the Jacksonville Jaguars, certainly if you're just looking at the box score, they did enough to win this game. They had 6.5 yards per play. They only had 2 penalties. They were 56% on third down. Yes, they lost the turnover battle 2-1, but it was the consistent play from the Buffalo Bills, led by Josh Allen, that allowed the Buffalo Bills to win this game, because otherwise it seemed like Jacksonville was doing all the right things necessary to win this game, but they didn't have Josh Allen.
I think that's Jonathan Jones, right? CBS Sports. Yeah, it's a good take there. I mean, look, I agree. Jacksonville was doing a lot of good things, but they made critical mistakes. The Bills avoided the critical mistakes for the most part. They had the fumble, they had a couple penalties that hurt them. But, Jacksonville, I mean, how about the fourth down? The challenge by Sean McDermott was really good challenge, because that's a critical play right there. And that's not a mistake by Jacksonville. That's just, Trevor Lawrence dives and Shaq Thompson got him as his shin was down. And that's just the way football goes sometimes, game of inches, right? So I like that take there, and Mike in Florida has his own view on the game. Go ahead, Mike, you're on WGR.
Hey, Sal, how are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Hey, a long-time Buffalo Bills fan. In fact, a lot of our, and by the way, what great fans we have. Listening to all the people today and over the last few weeks, we just have a great fan base, of course, you know that. But some of your fans are probably too young to realize that the Buffalo Bills could have played in the very first Super Bowl ever. It wasn't called the Super Bowl then; it was the World Championship. And of course, who do we lose to? Kansas City Chiefs and Len Dawson, way back. And we would have played against Vince Lombardi himself. And speaking of the Lombardi Trophy sale, I listened to the Jacksonville Jags sports writer last week. God, if you would have listened to that guy, you would think that maybe the NFL should have just canceled the playoffs and gave the Lombardi Trophy to Jacksonville already. He was super pumped by the Jacksonville Jags. Of course, he's their writer, but I think he had a really long night last night. Do you remember the guy?
Yeah, no, I don't. But it says on here you want to talk about Tre'Davious White. Go ahead, Mike. I got a lot of calls, buddy. Did you want to talk about Tre'Davious White?
Good. Yeah, I paid my dues. Yeah.
I get you. I know that. But I don't remember the writer who you're talking about. I don't know exactly who you're talking about.
Well, he was on one of the shows.
Probably a Hacker. I mean, we had Hacker, Ryan Green from 1010XL. He was on my podcast. Probably him.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He was just. Everybody was so great. It was like, let's just.
No, I get it. That's the way. I mean, they were confident. I know.
I want to talk about Trey White because, and I have actually a question to discuss with you.
Yep.
Do you think that the last few years has just really been the injury? Because he was one of the premier cover guys early in his career, and then he went down with really devastating injuries. And the guy makes a comeback, and he's like one of the best cover guys in football right now in terms of the way he's playing and so aggressively. So do you think it was just the injury?
I think there's a mental component that goes along with the injury. And I think he feels as good as he's felt in a long time. He wanted to come back to Buffalo. He came back to Buffalo. I think he's the best version of himself in Buffalo. And I think that the injury, obviously the physical part of it, played a role in his recovery the last couple of years, the 2 injuries. But I think mentally he's in a great space right now, and he feels like he's playing his best football, and I think he is.
That's a good point because, how important is the mental aspect of the game.
100%.
Even with a veteran like that, this guy has regained confidence is what you're saying. Last thing I want to say is Chris Collingswood takes a lot of dings, probably sometimes myself included, but I really like the way he called out the time management errors last night that the Chargers were making. It was, they were playing hurry up football but they were wasting, minutes really off the clock by making those substitutions. So I thought that Chris Collinsworth.
Yes.
Collinsworth, yeah.
Yes.
He did good to call that out, and I respect him for that.
Okay.
So that's all, Sal.
Okay, you got everything in, right? I don't want to be accused of cutting you off. We got a lot of calls, and I wanted to make sure that you got to what you need to get to.
I know, but we all wait. Okay.
I get it. Yep, I get it. Just like Alan has been waiting in Orlando. Hi, Alan. You're on WGR.
Hey, Sal. Thanks for taking my call.
You get it.
We went into the playoffs saying that Josh Allen is the best quarterback, but especially no Lamar, no Burrow, no Mahomes. But I really thought that the talent gap was on display yesterday. Like, I think sometimes, especially in the national media, there's a tendency to think that because guys make similar amounts of money that they must be similar talents. Like
Yeah.
Lawrence and Allen's average annual values both 55, but like there's one play is the microcosm of that. It's the throw to Cook. So I don't know if you've watched it yet, but Chase Daniel has a great breakdown.
I did. I saw it. Yeah, it was really, really good about just that play and how incredible it was by Josh, right?
Yeah, and I even think he doesn't include the best part, which is Allen checks out of the original play. Like, he sees what's coming, and I'm like, because I saw the whole thing, I'm like, how did he know that those guys were coming that free rusher, and he knows that Cooks is going to be in this exact area? So just the brain to combine with the skill is fantastic. Combined with Lawrence, where he throws the brutal interception to Shaq Thompson, throws a poor decision on that last in-breaker that was intercepted. So, it's cemented in my mind, especially after watching the games this weekend. What we already knew, Josh is the best quarterback left in the playoffs, and it's time to take advantage of that.
Yeah, listen, I think it's interesting, the discourse, when you look at this quarterback and the guy they played yesterday, Trevor Lawrence. I follow all week the Jacksonville media, right, and to stay on top of what they're saying. And after the game, I took a peek in on what they were saying, and you can find this online. There's a good amount of debate. And I think he deserves a lot of credit for the fact that he kept them. He scored 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter himself. That team did. You know what I mean?
Sure, yeah.
And I think it's being lost in it. And there's a guy named John Shipley who writes in Jacksonville. He is with the Jaguars on SI, and I really like his point. And he basically said, look, this is what happens in sports. It's what analysis is, specifically in the playoffs. Did you win? Did you throw an interception at the end? That's all that matters to people. And that's right, and that's unfair to Trevor Lawrence. He should have made a better play at the end. He didn't have to force it. I'm not saying that that's not true. That is totally true. I think he should get a lot of credit for taking his team down twice and scoring in the fourth quarter to take the lead as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it actually was Ryan Clark. I know we gave him a lot of grief this past week, but talking about, I think it was when they were talking about Lamar, where it's like you look at the end of the games of, Tyler Luke misses the kick, but we put it on Lamar.
Yeah, right.
Mark Andrew drops the pass.
Yep.
We put it on Lamar. Like we almost have the last moment bias. So yeah, I agree with you. The Lawrence, he played mostly a good game, but there's just something about some of these guys where it's like, why can't you just not do that? You know what It's like Herbert's kind of the same way too, but yeah, it's a great discourse.
Yeah, you got it, buddy. Thanks a lot for the phone call. We had a lot from Florida today, but this one's right here in Orchard Park. Another Michael. What's up, Michael?
How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay, first off, I want to say congratulations to the Bills. Josh Allen is, in my opinion, the best quarterback I've ever seen. He's unbelievable, and I've been watching football since '69. But I would have to say, I got a couple things to say, and I'd like you to answer both of them once I get off the air. Number one, Reggie Gilliam played 2 times yesterday, other than in the special teams, twice, and I believe that's the reason why our running game did not play to its ability. Number 2, I would like to give, and a lot of people from Buffalo aren't going to like this, but I'd like to give a lot of accolades to Tom Brady in the booth. He is getting so much better in the booth. Yesterday he was talking about how to throw a football in the wind, and he actually showed it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the guy has got so much experience and so much knowledge that I don't understand why people don't like what he says in the booth. I love the guy in the booth. Can't stand him on the field.
I think he's gotten better. I still think he's a little too, like, I don't know, I want to say maybe generic sometimes, but when he digs into stuff like that, that's when I like him.
He's fantastic. I mean, he's getting so much better.
Yeah.
You learn things about the guy, or you learn things about the game that even though watching it since '69, coaching it, playing it like I did, even like that, you learn so much more from somebody like him. It's just fantastic.
You got it. Yeah, thanks, Michael. I really appreciate that. Let's go to Mike in Florida. Another Mike and another Florida. Hi, Mike.
Yeah.
I hope you got the right mic this time. Right guy?
Yeah, I think I've had the right mic all the time because I had another Mike in Florida, and that was somebody else. We're good.
Okay, I'm good 'cause I was ready to hang up.
No. It's all right. We had like 3 Michaels and Mikes from Florida today.
That's okay. You were the guest speaker at our banquet, so I'd really rather remain a little anonymous. So I think you know who I am.
You're Mike in Florida today. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm in Florida. So basically, my issue being an official as long as I've been is I find it pretty hard for me to digest the ending of the way the time frame was handled at the end of the half.
Mm-hmm.
I find it unusual since I've been on the field so many years, and the field clock obviously at that level is handled on the field and in conjunction with the upstairs. We have an issue where we have a stoppage in play, and they'll always announce reset the clock to 7:05 because they know exactly what it is. As far as I'm concerned, there should have been absolutely nothing at the end of the half, from my experience, knowing the rules, unless something flagrant happened when 0:00 was on the clock. So for them to even consider any kind of penalty enforcement, it should have been nil, simply because there was no time to enforce any penalties. Your feelings,
Mike? Well, no, Mike, stay on with me, buddy. I like that you called. Thank you, by the way, and all the best to all of you officials out there. By the way, I mean, you guys do a thankless job. I know that, and I appreciate you calling. Listen, let me ask you this: what about the argument and from the Bills side that you had to be set for 1 second because their tackle was not set for a second, even though Bosa was offsides? Isn't the rule that you have to be set for a second?
Oh yeah, well no, that's just simple. I mean, that's basically referee 101. That's easy.
Yeah.
But the issue to it again also when the 2 Bills players didn't properly run fast enough to get on their side of the line.
Yeah.
That could be in consideration. I'm going to be honest with you. That should be. So, but my basic.
I see what you're saying. Almost like a delay of game kind of situation where you're not running fast enough to get back to where you need to be.
Correct.
Okay.
So I think that's what they were discussing, in my mind from all my experience. But still, I'm going back to the reason I called.
Yes.
0:00 on the clock. As a referee, there's nothing you can do after that unless it's a flagrant issue. Then I can do something because I still have authority because the game, I'm still on the field.
All right, let me ask you this: Did you hear and see Gene Steratore? He said if you watch the center's arm, it started to move, but I was still at 0 when it happened to me. I can't understand this. They're defending each other. I couldn't understand it.
I watched it very closely, but I was in Florida in a resort, and I didn't have the right to replay it.
Of course you were.
But, I know you're laughing, but
I get it, buddy.
I think you know me, Sal.
Of course I do. Of course I do.
I'm going back. I'm going right back to the rule, and I felt very uncomfortable with that.
Yeah.
Because when they put another second up, if that field goal went through, you and I might not be talking
100%
victory. I mean, and that to me is really wrong. It's really wrong because that guy pushes that clock on his wrist, and he looks at it, and if his clock said 0:00, what the heck are they discussing?
Yep.
I mean, it's over.
100%. That's what we felt on the sidelines. I got to run, Mike. Thank you for the call. I hope you're well down there. Thanks for the call and your insight, buddy. Thank you.
All right, man. You be well.
All right, you got it. Thank you so much. All right, we'll take a quick time out here. We'll come back. We got a lot of you on hold. I'm going to get to you, I promise. 803-0550, the number to call here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. Hey, everybody, Sal Capacio. Did you miss me? Were we back? Was I late there? We had sales staff and bosses out there, and I got stopped. Like, what was yesterday like? You know,
got to visit with the folks. It's all right. I would have got you through.
Thank you, Owen. I appreciate that. And then we got another Sabres game tonight. They're playing like every other night. It's great, isn't it great?
Isn't it and when they're fun, it's like you get excited every other day.
You know what I did on Sunday? I watched the game Saturday night at an ale house in Jacksonville with friends. We got them to get the Sabres game on. Nice. Next to it was the football game,
right?
Rams at the time, and I saw it, but I didn't hear it. Mm-hmm. So I made sure to go back and watch their highlights just so I could hear the crowd. It was great the goals, right?
It was electric in there.
It's going to be electric all week. Sabres, big week ahead for the Buffalo Sabres. But today it's all about the Bills and, of course, their victory in Jacksonville. Will in Clarence up next. Hi, Will.
Hey, Sal. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, man. So I know you don't want to talk about, but I totally agree. You got to take the points. The next thing I wanted to say, and I've heard so many different things, but Josh Allen's, and I love him, okay, but to the last caller's point, Tom Brady's the best quarterback we've ever seen, period.
Okay.
We all, championships equal that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't agree. It's not a one-man game, but either way, he's great. But either way, go ahead.
And then we got to win a championship. So, I mean, that's what it comes down. I mean, you can't say, and we don't have to go into that. But my main question is the kicker. That's my question is, I thought the guy that they got, this Matthew Wright, I think he was 87% or 81%. And I'm just wondering, are they, if Prater goes down, are we?
Then you're going to use Matthew Wright. If he goes down, use Matthew Wright. But they had Prater available yesterday, and
but Matthew Wright wasn't there yesterday. Correct.
Correct, because they needed the roster spots for other players who were injured. You only get to have a certain amount of people on the roster.
Exactly, and that's my point.
Okay,
and that's what I'm getting at.
And sure, and I get it. Well, they could have made that, and we talked about it all week. But they decided to hit. What we don't know, what we don't know is how injured Prater actually was. He said last week it was precautionary what happened against the Jets when he came out. So if he's fully healthy, there's no reason to have two kickers. And obviously they didn't have him kick off to keep a little off him. I just think it doesn't matter at this point. If he gets hurt, they'll bring up Matthew Wright, but it didn't matter yesterday. He made a 50-yard field goal.
No, I'm psyched. I'm happy. I like Prater. I'm glad we're doing that, but that's my question going to Denver now, and as we continue, we don't want to bring two kickers if Prater goes down.
Well, he'll have a full week of practice, and if he's healthy, then you won't have to worry about it. Let's go to Brian in Florida. Hi, Brian.
Hey, good morning, Sal. First off, happy Buffalo Bills victory wild card playoff Monday. I was at the game yesterday. I'm making the drive back. Just a special game, I think, for Bills Mafia. I want to first say kudos to the Bills fan base. I saw Alan run up to the section by the tunnel. That has to be something else to acknowledge this fan base. They show up. They show out at every home and away game. I thought yesterday, though, I've been to a lot of these away games. It was unbelievable. The fan base was just absolutely going nuts. We were really trying to make it difficult for Trevor Lawrence. But I think the other thing, too, I really think, and I haven't heard a lot of people talk about it, our defense yesterday in the last couple of months, we once again limit the big play. I think their biggest pass play yesterday to Parker Washington was 34 yards. Mm-hmm. And I want to specifically give credit to Greg Rousseau. If that guy can play and have that type of leadership and momentum throughout the playoffs, and that defense can make those turnovers like they did and get the pass rush going. I mean, listen, he had a couple pressures on Lawrence. He had a sack on him. You got to think, with that type of defense, and if that offense can play the way that they can play, why can't they do it? Why can't they go this year? And I want to hear your thoughts both on, one, what was it like with the fan base yesterday? But two, again, another great defense.
It was a really, a lot of times, and I heard Jeremy say the same thing this morning, I think, when you give 24 points, you don't think of a really great defensive performance. I thought it was a really, really good defensive performance. I mean, 3 and out to start the game. I think Greg Rousseau actually was the best pass rusher for the team, even though they didn't really get to Trevor Lawrence that much. He had 1 sack, but they impacted the passer. They batted a couple balls into the air, and then obviously had a interception that was, tipped, and that was from the secondary. But yeah, I thought it was a really good defensive performance, and they're going to have the same one next week against another quarterback who uses his legs a lot, Bo Nix. He scrambles a lot, throws off platform, out of structure, out of the pocket, and they're going to need that next week. 803-0550. It's a Buffalo Football Victory Monday here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on WGR. Give me a call. Sal Capacio with you. We're doing it for another hour. Sit up, stand down. The Barnes from Injury Report, a look from the sidelines, all coming your way next.
You got to be a two-dimensional offense. You guys know we talk about that quite a bit, and you got to be able to pivot if the run game isn't working. I thought Joe did a really good job in that regard at times, and we made the plays that we needed to make when we needed to make them, and I think that's really the story behind it.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott, after the team's 27-24 victory over the Jacksonville Jaguars in Duval County yesterday. Did you see the tweet picture I posted yesterday about what it said at the inside the stadium? Did you guys see the wall? Owen, did you see that?
I cannot. That is as bad as like the Colts with their AFC finalist banner. Like, who is conducting that survey? Who are you surveying?
Let me explain to people. So on the wall, it's an older stadium. It's a lot of concrete, right? And on the wall, just outside the Bills' locker room, there's this big mural, I'd call it. Right? It says Duval, and then it says ranked most intimidating chant in the NFL. I took a picture of it. I tweeted it at Sal Sports on X. Lots of engagement from a lot of you out there. I get it. And I didn't even mean for that. I was like, okay, like this is how they want to present themselves. Like when you walk into Kansas City, it says loudest environment in the world or something, whatever, right? Sure. Like 12th man, you get that in Seattle. Right. Yeah, there's a lot of things that these stadiums do. This one says ranked most intimidating chant in the NFL. Chant. By whom?
Right. Like that's my thing.
Where can I find the ranking?
What's the data on that? Who's deciding? Like, does every team have a chance?
Oh my God.
Like, what are we doing? And Duval wins?
Yeah.
Duval?
ranked by the Jacksonville Times Union, probably. I have no idea who's ranking this.
Isn't the Skol chant way more intimidating than Duval?
I mean, maybe. I just want to know where they based on what?
I can't.
I have no idea.
Everything's dumb.
Oh my gosh. That's Owen Parker. We got Dan Dale here. I'm Sal Capacio. You are listening to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo Football Victory Monday, presented by Catholic Health, the right way to care, and brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com, and by Northtown Hyundai, Western New York's premier Hyundai dealership. Shop online at northtownhyundai.com. Let's get to the Barnes Firm injury update and report. The Barnes Firm injury report is brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. A lot of names that are going to be on the injury report, folks. If you thought the last few weeks you saw a lot, wait till I think this week. I think, because it might be just the same names, though, right? But I mean, I don't know what's going to happen with Gabe Davis. If it's as severe as it looks, you're probably looking at him, being long-term here and them having to make a move. So he might not even be on the injury report if they actually put him on IR, but we're not there yet. We'll see what happens. Jordan Poyer left the game with a hamstring injury. They didn't have Ty Johnson available. Who else? Tyrell Shavers left and came back. And then there's Josh Allen dealing with what? A foot, a knee, a head, a hand. It might all be listed on the injury report this week. Matt Prater dealing with the right quad. I mean, there is going to be a lengthy list, and they need to get healthy quickly. Dalton Kincaid, knee, maybe ankle as well, or foot or something. There's a picture floating around that he had a boot on, but he finished the game, though, so we'll see where that is. There's a lot of stuff to take in here on this. So we'll get to all that later today. Sean McDermott speaks to the media at 4 p.m. today from down at One Bills Drive. Tomorrow they'll have their first actual injury report of the week, and that will be, again, the Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. All right, thank you for waiting patiently, a lot of you. We're going to try to bang through a bunch of these calls. Let's start with Rick in Hamburg. Hi, Rick.
Oh, hi, Sal. Nice to talk to you.
You too.
I don't know if I ever had heart palpitations, but I think I had them yesterday. That game was amazing. But Mike in Florida stole my thunder pretty much with that second half debacle with the clock. The only thing I would add to that is I kind of remember Bills, trying to kill the clock and, hurrying up to the line, and the referee kind of standing over the ball, waiting for the defense or waiting for whatever to get set up. Why didn't that happen yesterday? That ball was set out and they were just let go. I mean, that was ridiculous.
It's a good question. Well, here's the two different things you're talking about probably. So I'm looking. I have to rewind back more than what I have here, but I do believe the referee set the ball. I could be wrong. The player can't set the ball. The referee at least has to touch it. He has to touch it. You know what I mean? Like to say. But the reason a ref stands over a ball is when the offense makes a substitution, the ref stands over the ball because then the defense is allowed to substitute before the snap. In this case, Jacksonville did not substitute, so the ref doesn't have to do that. Does that make sense?
Okay, that makes sense. Sure.
Yeah, so that's why they don't stand over it. That's right, and that's why. But I do think that he touched the ball to set it. Let's go to Becky in the Finger Lakes. Hi, Becky.
Hey, Sal, just a quick question. When Jordan Poyer got hurt, Curtis Samuel, is he playing or no?
Curtis Samuel's a wide receiver. Jordan Hancock went in for him.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Yes.
Who are you looking for? You want to know why someone didn't play?
No. I was referring to Jordan Hancock. And I just wanted to say what a great job he did, what he continues to do.
Well, I would say that I thought he got a little lost in a couple coverages, Becky. They hit some big plays, but he did a good job in the run game when he had to come up. I thought that was a good job by him in the run game. But a couple of big plays over the middle that I think Jordan Hancock was a little too slow to recognize. And people have asked me, why did they not put Cam Lewis back there? My best guess is, and I don't know this, because the Bills wanted to play dime defense as the game went on, that they wanted Cam available to be their main dime guy. So therefore they put, Hancock in at safety, and Cam you didn't have to switch two roles, so to speak. And one guy gets hurt, you don't switch two roles. And I think that's why. But we'll see this week where Jordan Poyer's injury is, how that looks for Saturday, and obviously a full game plan maybe for Jordan Hancock, which could matter if he is going to play, or Cam Lewis. Let's go to Dan in Jacksonville. Hi, Dan.
Torpedo Dan in Jacksonville. Good morning, Sal.
Good morning.
Happy Victory Monday.
You too, buddy.
Never gets old saying that, right?
I know, right?
Two things. One, I personally have never missed a Josh Allen playoff game, minus the 2 home COVID games. Jaguar Stadium has always been a house of horrors for us, so that was phenomenal to walk out of there with a victory finally.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I don't think it was quite the level of Bills fans in the 17 game when they broke the drought, but there was a great representation, obviously.
We showed up and we showed out. I'm excited to see you guys in Denver next week as well. Question for you, how did Prater come out of the game? 'Cause I think going into next week, he's going to be a massive factor for us.
Yeah, he came out okay, I think. I mean, there was nothing that we got on the sidelines, no injury updates on him. And, kicking the ball in Denver, the altitude there, the ball carries a little bit. So you're right. I think that, it changes your strategy a little bit here and there. You know what I mean?
Agreed. Man, thanks for taking my call. Go Bills. I'll see you on Saturday.
Good seeing you this weekend as well, Dan. Thanks a lot, buddy.
You too,
got it. Yeah, for sure. Met a lot of great Bills fans this weekend down in Jacksonville. It was a really good time. And I'm sure that there's going to be a lot out in Denver, but Denver's not Jacksonville. They have a really good... I would say they have a really good fan base. Sounds like Jacksonville doesn't, but it's more of a transient fan base in a lot of ways. They have been a team for 30 years, but man, Denver they've been there a long time, and they've seen championships. They've seen great players, and they have a really loyal fan base. They're not going to be selling their tickets off. There's going to be Bills fans there. It won't be like last week, though. It's going to be a loud environment. It always is there. Let's go to Mike in Lancaster. Hi, Mike. You're on WGR.
Hi, Sal. Thank you for taking my call.
Yep.
Every time I call in, I always get a little bit nervous. But anyway, what I want to say is we have the best quarterback in the league, and we have the best running back in the league. And I think that they have to the offensive line has to make some holes for Cook to get through, because once he gets through, he's pretty much gone. I've been watching the Bills since the old rock pile. I'm 71 years old. I've seen a lot. I just sent a letter in to the Buffalo Bills, which I doubt very much that the coach seen it. I've often talked about them going into the no huddle, getting up to the line and snapping it right away. But like I say, I think it's very important that we get James Cook running, and that opens it up for Josh for the pass also. Okay, so that's all I want to basically say.
You got it. Thank you. Here's the issue, though, Mike. You're facing another really good run defense next week. So this week, going into the game, Jacksonville, the number one rush defense in the NFL, 85.6 yards a game allowed. News number 2, the team that's next up on the schedule, the Denver Broncos, 91.1 yards a game. And here's what's even more scary. The Broncos are actually better than the Jaguars on a per-play basis. They only allow 3.87 yards on the ground per play. They are tough up front against the run. Want more bad news? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to down you here, folks, because I'm going to give you the good news in a minute, okay? I promise. Whereas you can't really run on Jacksonville, ranking-wise, you can throw on them, and the Bills did yesterday. That's not the case with the Denver Broncos. The Denver Broncos are the number 2 team in the league in rushing yards per game allowed. They're the number 7 team in the league passing yards per game, and number 1 in passing yards per play allowed, 5.37. and number 1 in sacking the quarterback at that rate. Over 11, almost 11.5% of the time that a quarterback drops back, he gets sacked against the Denver Broncos, which is an amazing number. That is so high. More than Houston, more than Cleveland, more than Atlanta, all these teams that get after the quarterback. Okay. You want the good news? I'll give you the good news now. As opposed to the team the Bills just played, the Jacksonville Jaguars, this is not the same offense to the same level. They can have some success, and they've done it. They're number 11 in passing yards a game, but only 25th in per play. The quarterback is just about a little over 60% completion guy. Let me get his exact, real quick here. I'll do this. Look at Bo Nix, because I had this yesterday. I was looking it up. Bo Nix completion percentage, 63.4%. That is not very high in the NFL. You just played a guy who had, what was his? Let me find up. Let me look at Jacksonville. 60.9. He's better than Lawrence, but another guy, 2 guys in a row here who don't complete a really high percentage of passes. And a lot of his stuff is not down the field. He's very low in numbers of rankings as far as throws down the field, air yards, throws down the field with completions. And the other good news here, I've given you some good news, they don't run the ball particularly well. Dobbins was a good running back for them who got hurt. It's been R.J. Harvey along the way, and he can have some moments, R.J. Harvey, the running back for the Denver Broncos. But overall, Denver's rushing attack is pretty average by the numbers. 16th in rushing yards a game, 15th in rushing yards a play. Not like and Jacksonville, again, Jacksonville's kind of the same way, and they did run the ball on the Bills. But I think that you're facing a better defense as far as wreaking havoc and making big plays. You're facing not as good of an offense as far as having the consistency. Let's go to Jim in North Carolina. Hi, Jim.
Hey, Sal. Yeah, we were there yesterday. Fantastic atmosphere. Great time with my boys. The one thing I wanted to point out that I was watching particularly on defense is how the Bills were shifting their pre- and post-snap reads. And I thought they did a great job on that, and I think it really tricked up Trevor Lawrence a little bit.
Did you listen to WGR at all last week leading into the game?
I didn't have a chance. I was out of town on business.
One of the things that I said a few times late in the week was that the Bills would do this because Liam Cohen talks to Trevor Lawrence in his headset until there's 15 seconds left on the play clock. And once it dips down, the Bills will change the picture and change the look so that he doesn't have those same answers to the test that he's giving him. And Liam Cohen said yesterday after the game, the Bills did a good job of that.
You think that's what happened when Shaq picked that pass
I do.
off?
I
that
do.
led to that?
In fact, it's a good question, Jim, because I remember, and if you go back, I don't know if you'll hear it on the TV broadcast, on the radio broadcast, I made a note of it, and I said this on radio yesterday. Right before that play, I heard Trevor Lawrence say, he either said high right, or high something. He said something high, like one high, or one right. I think that was what it was. And as soon as the ball was snapped, the Bills went to a too high safety look, and then Shaq just kind of dropped down in the middle, and he took. I do think that happened, yes.
Yeah, and the last point I want to make is, as I'm sitting there watching the game and all the noise and the Duval and all this stuff, and any stadium's going to have that atmosphere, right, when you're on the road.
Mm-hmm.
We've had it at home, and I was just thinking to myself, well, it's just all noise, and this team, Josh, has been there, they've done it, and I had this calm confidence, and I looked at my boys, and I was like, 4 minutes, 3 timeouts, number 17. And I had this quiet confidence, just watching it unfold. It was just it was fantastic to watch. Yeah. But thanks for taking my call. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you got it. Thanks a lot, Jim. Yogesh in Wisconsin. What's up, man?
Sal, happy Victory Monday. I got one comment and one question. I thought that play that we had, that touchdown to Kincaid, was awesome. I think we've been setting that up all season with those screens and then getting one of those blockers out there and throwing it to them. I was a little worried. I watched the Ben Johnson call that play for the Bears, and I was like, uh-oh, this might alert Jacksonville to this, but it didn't. It was a great play. The question I have is about the guys on IR. do any of them travel with the team, or are they still at like the team facilities? Like I'm thinking about a Curtis Samuel. Is he still like at the facilities getting treatment, involved with the team in the receiver room?
I have not seen him out. Sometimes we see guys like Ed Oliver, for example. I haven't seen him, and it doesn't mean he's not there. I don't know. I think it's all an individual and case-by-case basis, so I couldn't speak specifically on him.
Okay, and then do some of these guys do they watch the game from at home? Like is Ed Oliver watching or Matt Harrison watching the game at home?
Yeah. I think they are sometimes. Actually, I think they are sometimes. You'll hear guys say like, "Yeah, I saw it from home. I was watching," but I don't know. Maybe they could be at the facility. But again, it's a case by case basis, so I'm not really sure on each guy and what they're doing on that day. Could be at the facility working out and watching it in the training room. You know what I mean?
I see. All right. Hey, great work, Sal. Looking forward to a full week of Bills content. Thank you.
Yeah, you got it, you guys. Thank you. Let's go to Tom and Sal. Hi, Tom.
Sal, how you doing today?
Good, buddy.
Yeah, it's always great, a nice victory on playoffs, and it's been pretty good here. I heard people complaining yesterday and reading some people complaining this morning, and just be happy for 24 hours. But, I think you talked about Greg Rousseau a little bit earlier, and I thought he was great yesterday, not just getting to the passer. It seemed like when he was out there, with some of the few times the run defense was better, and he really held his edge better than the other defensive ends. And I thought Shaq Thompson really showed up. Here's an old guy who was almost an afterthought brought into camp, and I think, a lot of us thought, well, maybe he'll make the team, maybe he won't. He's being brought in. He knows McDermott and all that, and he's turned out to be a real revelation for the team. And his steady play, and he had the interception. He was pretty close to another one too. He just kind of slipped as he was reaching to dive for it. But he's very good, and he's, I think you can make a case that he's the best linebacker right now. And it's really a nice little find.
In the middle for sure. But Matt Milano, first play of the game yesterday, made a great play, and he was good yesterday as well.
He was great too. Yeah.
Yeah. The Bills played some base yesterday. Dorian Williams came in a little bit later. They used him as a spy. I think they used somebody as a spy. I don't know exactly who was on him on each one. I think your point, though, Tom, to me about Shaq is a bigger point for me, which is, think of this: Shaq Thompson, Jordan Poyer, Tre'Davious White. Now, Shaq wasn't here before, but he was with McDermott. Older guys who come in that when it happens, you're like, why are they doing this? These guys are old. They got nothing left just because they know the system. Yeah, these guys are really big, important parts right now to the Bills. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and they're super smart out there, and they know where to be. I mean, Thompson's interception is not the type of interception a younger linebacker makes. He knows what's going on. He read his eyes and timed his move to the ball perfectly. That you're not, even a Dorian Williams, he's not going to make that play, or some other young linebacker you might throw out there. That's a smart veteran guy who's standing back and reading the eyes and knew what was coming.
You got it, buddy. Take care, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, let's go to Ray, who's up next. Hi, Ray.
Hi there, Sal.
Hi.
Sal, I'm one of those fans that I don't look back and have an opinion evaluating a situation. I always think, what's it like in the moment? Like, it's the whatever team I like makes a trade, I'm not going to wait. It's like, what's my feeling right then and there? And when the Bills came out yesterday, and we didn't have Ty Johnson. And of course, first of all, the obvious good in the game is the obvious good. I just wanted to bring this up because I don't know what it's going to be like going forward. I wanted to see Cook a little bit more on the field because, with Ty Johnson, they would run him, they would throw to him. You didn't know. But the fact is, we activated Gore. I think it was going to be pretty obvious that we weren't running. I just feel like our hand was kind of exposed when Cook came off. I think right away it was like second down and third down, and Cook's not there. Well, we make it obvious that we're going to pass. And I don't know what Johnson's injury is going forward, but I would like it to be a little less revealing. I'd like to see Cook out there second and third, even if you don't. It's just that other choice that makes the defense on edge as opposed to. Yep, they're not handing off to Gore, or probably not Ray Davis either.
Yeah, Ray Davis didn't even have a carry in this game.
Well, yeah, and neither did anyone else besides Cook and Allen.
That's right, yeah.
But that's my point, though. Going forward, I don't want it to be obvious. At least with Cook being in there, you're going to have to rely on him a little bit more if Johnson's out. And that's what I like.
Here's my best guess on this. Okay. James, Ray. Here's my best guess. And again, you could agree or disagree with how they want to run this, but there was such a premium on protection of Josh Allen yesterday that instead of having James Cook on there in those situations, they went with an extra tight end and said, now we can either keep them in the block. If they want to come after us, we'll have an extra guy. James Cook isn't the best pass. He's better at it, pass blocking tight end. And I think that they would rather have more fortification for Josh Allen up front than having that. And again, no doubt you can throw the ball to James Cook. That, to me, the plan started yesterday with protection, and I think that's why you see James Cook coming off the field, if that makes sense.
All right, that's a very good point, and I didn't notice the extra tight end, so at least...
well, let me look at the snap count. So James Cook was on for 38, but you know what? Dawson Knox, 30. Dalton Kincaid, 28. Both just 48 and 44%. So, yeah, and then Jackson Hawes, another 35%. They ran two tight ends quite a bit yesterday.
All right, yeah, good point. I guess at that point, when you got the number one rushing guy in the league as an option, I like to see him get a little bit more when your backup is hurt.
Yeah, I understand.
But your point makes sense. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, Ray, thanks. So we'll see what happens this week. Let's go to we're going to stay in Clarence. Joe's up. What's up, Joe?
Hey, Sal, you do a great job. Here's my question to you. Are the Bills going to do anything with a short week in terms of the altitude and prepping for that? And the next question is this. When their fourth down play where they did the tush-push and drove Josh into the end zone, it actually looked like the offensive lineman picked Josh up off the ground and carried him to the end zone. Is it legal?
Yes, it is. Right now, you can do that. I actually don't think it should be in the NFL. I don't even think you should be able to push guys forward in the NFL. But it is the rule. And remember, when this was brought up at the owners' meetings last year, and it was a rule that was voted on, the tush push and pushing people, they basically said you can do this. And he did. Osiris Torrance carried him. And, hey, that's the rule right now. You're allowed to do that. We'll see if that changes. As far as altitude is concerned, Joe, I'm sure they are prepping behind the scenes for the altitude, but there's not going to be anything, as far as I know, of getting out there any earlier than normal or anything like that. But I'm sure behind the scenes they'll be doing whatever they need to do, sports science-wise and medical-wise, to prepare as they always do. You know what I mean?
All right. Thanks a lot, Sal. Go Bills.
All right, you got it. Thank you very much. Let's go to Kevin, who's up next. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, Sal, quick question. That running back for Jacksonville that rambled off 44 yards and 3 carries. What happened to that guy during the game? I mean, I'm glad he didn't show back up, but what happened to him?
Bashawn Tutin? Yeah, yes. 4 carries, 51 yards. It's a good question. He's a nice little running back, right? I mean, like he gives you some pop. And I guess they just really would rather have Travis Etienne on the field. And I understand why. Etienne is such a good pass catcher. Etienne caught 5 for 49. I think when Tutin's on the field instead of him, you're taking away a little bit of that element. That's probably why, though, in my guess.
Okay, thanks, Sal. Go Bills.
All right, you got it. Thank you. Let's go to Mike. Hi, Mike.
Hey, Sal. How are you? Great win. Mike, I hate to complain, but, I mean, Joe Brady, 10 rushes on first down for Cook. On 1, he got more than 3 yards. So 9 out of 10 times he had Josh in a second and long situation, which, of course, is why Cook comes out of the game, because you're in a passing situation. And it wasn't until the halfway through the fourth quarter that he started letting Josh throw the ball on first down. And it's so predictable, and he kept putting Josh. I mean, thank God we have Josh, because I'm watching the game, and I'm screaming at the television because almost every single time they're on first down, they're running Cook up the middle.
Okay, I'm going to give you the stats. Just so you know, okay? Because I want to be right on this, and we can all say it. And it sounds you're right. When they ran the ball, they did not gain many yards. Okay, the Bills had a total of 21 first and 10 plays. Actually, 22 first down and 10 plays in this game. How many do you think they handed off?
Well, I know they handed off to Cook 10 times.
Well, they had 8.
I went through the play-by-play.
Well, I'm showing 8 rushes, 13 passes. They threw the ball more than they ran the ball on first and 10. On first and 10, they had 8 rushes for a total of 17 yards, which is not good, to your point, and I agree with you. 13 passes for a total of 135 yards. So they should have probably done more of the passing, but they did more of the passing than you think they did.
Well, I think a lot of that came in the second half and the fourth quarter.
Probably right.
They started throwing the ball more because they weren't moving the ball on the run. And I mean, maybe I added wrong, but I went through the play-by-play last night and I counted 10. But
yeah, I'm just looking at the game and information system stats I have. I'm just telling you, I'm not disagreeing with you that they probably could have used more first and 10 throws. My guess is because Josh is banged up and you want to make sure you keep them honest, so to speak. You know, the cliche. that you don't completely abandon the run. But that's a great point. I mean, first down, you can catch them off guard. They're thinking you're going to run. I'd like to see it. But it was more than people think it was. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I appreciate it. I get it. I saw Warren Sharp's stat on this yesterday. It's not wrong. The Bills were not good on 1st and 10 running the ball, and they did run the ball a little too much. Now, he said 10. It might have been because there was a 1st and 8. I don't know why that is. Was it? Oh, maybe from the goal line.
I was thinking it might have been a couple of like toss plays that technically are passes that look and feel like runs to people that
but there was also a 1st and 8, so that must have been a goal line play,
right?
Right. So that's probably a run there. That gets you to your 8th, and there was a 1st and 1 rush, but maybe that could have been maybe that's Josh. I don't know.
Tush push.
There
first
you go.
Down
Yeah.
At the
so
goal
they
line.
had they had how many first down rushes? 8, 9, 10 total first down rushes.
Right.
They had 14 total first down passes, according to the game book stats that I'm looking at. Let's get to Kelvin in South Carolina. I know we're a little late to the break, but let's get him in. He's been waiting. Go ahead, Kelvin.
Hey, Sal. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
Victory Monday.
Yep.
I just want to get your thoughts on just the inconsistencies with the NFL. You take like the Jacoby Myers catch that should have been incomplete. The Booth doesn't call down on the field, but then Brandon Cooks makes a catch. And the Bills try and get on the ball to run a quick play. You've seen the frustration from Edwards and James Cook about how they wouldn't let us run.
Do I remember the Jacoby Myers? I don't think I do. Remind me of the Jacoby Myers player. When did that happen?
It was like in the first quarter. He was going towards the sidelines. It was like a diving play where it looked like the ball hit the ground.
Okay.
It was earlier in the game.
Okay.
But then the Cooks play that was pretty much a massive play. It was a game-changing play. It took us out of a scoring position. But when the Bills tried to run a play, the Booth called down and ended up reviewing the play without the Jaguars having to challenge the play.
Yep.
So my thing is, and then you got like the last play with the 10-second runoff. Why should the Jaguars be punished for a 10-second runoff having to take a timeout when it's the NFL who buzzed down and is making that decision? It just seems kind of
it's a great point. I others agree with you. The reasoning that they give you is because they say it would take probably 10 seconds to get everybody lined up and run a play, which isn't true. We know that, right? And that's why they do it. So if you're out of timeouts and the clock is running and there's a stoppage because of that, it's a 10-second runoff. And I agree. The NFL is inconsistent with that. They're inconsistent with their clock management rules. Look what happened at the end of the half. It was ridiculous. But ball don't lie. And we don't lie here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. We take your phone calls. Honesty, transparency. Sit up, stand down. Hey, buddy. All of it on the way here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show at WGR. Hey, Sal Capacio here from my friends at Window World.
Josh Allen, while trailing today, went 14 of 16 with 133 passer rating and 3 total touchdowns. Josh Allen was 90% of the Bills' yards. LeBron-esque, 5 for 5 and 65 of 66 total yards on the game-winning drive. Playing from behind on the road, being totally dependent on one guy isn't a recipe for success. Listen, Josh Allen is as good a football player as I've ever seen in my life. I think he's better than Elway. I think he's better than Marino. I think he's more talented than Mahomes. Forget a superhero. He's like Zeus. He's like a god among gods. Like, it's just a different level of player. I mean, by the way, he got checked for concussion. He twisted his knee. So he was not playing at 100%, and yet he wins in Jacksonville.
Okay, that's Colin Cowherd. I mean, you love him when he talks like that. You hate him when they talk bad about your team or your guy or whatever. Even Ryan Clark giving big praise to Josh Allen last night after the game. Come on, dude. After going on a big rant about what's the excuse if he doesn't win? Yeah, I mean, I'm just so over that stuff, man. I really am. There's 48 players on the field. The Bills had the best player on the field yesterday. He mattered big time. There's no doubt about that. He had nothing to do with stopping Trevor Lawrence, though, and the Bills' defense did that. And when the Bills win or lose, you can always, and we do this, point to how much the most important player in the field played. There's also a lot of other things that happen during a game and seasons and ends of seasons. And let's hope nobody has to talk about that this year because the Bills actually and Josh Allen actually get to their ultimate goal, and we can just put all of that to rest like they did their first road playoff victory in 33 years yesterday, 27-24 at the Jacksonville Jaguars. We're talking about it today here on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show on a Buffalo, Football Monday. See, I was so out of breath after that, talking about that. Gets me so agitated. Oh, you know the other one? Oh, this got me this morning. There's a guy who played in the NFL from LSU. I guess he was teammates at Reed Ferguson. Braden Fajoko, retired NFL veteran. What did he write? Something like, and I tweeted about this. Oh, my God, Josh Allen here's his record against Mahomes and Burrow in the playoffs, and here's his record against everybody else. Here's what bothers me. When these guys like Ryan Clark or this dude who actually played professional football completely discount the other 47 people on the field and act like it's a one-on-one game, I think that's so disrespectful to their peers and weird. I just think it's weird. It's bizarre. I don't get it. Colin in Niagara Falls. Make sense of it all for me, Colin. What's up?
Oh, man, I'm just relishing in this Victory Monday we have going on right here. Obviously, enough can't be said about Josh Allen. Real quick, though, I want to make a comment about my boy Trey White having an awesome game. Ultimately, Cole Bishop was the one who sealed the deal at the end, but, Trey White getting in there and having a great game and deflecting that pass. That's just been so much fun to watch him progress throughout the season in his late stage of his career. Mm-hmm. I'm still relishing in that. Also, looking into the future, I think it's crazy. Obviously, going into Denver on next week, and we're the number 6 seed. They're the number 1 seed. We're going there, and we're still the favored team. So I think that's crazy. But yeah, man, go Bills. I'm excited to see what we got going on next.
Yeah, you got it, Colin. I don't know about a team coming off short rest or whatever, but I do know the last time the 1 seed was the underdog. I heard this. I don't know this for sure. I heard this morning. Last time the 1 seed was the underdog in the divisional round at home, playing a wild card, was the year that Nick Foles had to fill in for Carson Wentz, and it was the Eagles. I think that was what I had heard this morning. So it's pretty rare for that to happen. The Bills right now are a 1.5-point favorite in Denver. Bill in Rochester. Hi, Bill.
Hey, Sal. Thank you for taking my call.
You got it.
Just a question for you and then a quick point I want to make. What do you think the Bills should do and will do with the Jordan Poyer situation? Because I'll tell you, man, Hancock had a brutal second half, and he's in a tough spot, right? He has a lot of athleticism. He just hasn't seen a lot of things, and the defense changed as soon as he started playing full-time back there, and they started attacking him, and he looked lost. It was tough. It was a tough watch, and it was a tough situation for him.
And
well, number one, it's all going to depend, first of all, on Jordan's health, right? But assuming what you mean is if he can't go, look, I think that they could very well put Cam Lewis back there, right? That could be the play you want. I would also not discount, and I agree with you, Jordan Hancock did not play a great game against the pass yesterday. He was a little slow to kind of react to some things. But I would also tell you, if he does have to play, having a full week of prep would matter differently than the situation he was in last week. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And then one more quick point.
Yeah.
I just got to, Deion Walker is playing some good football for this team. And it hasn't been perfect all year, but I saw someone in a YouTube comment say something like he had 3 pressures, a batted ball, 3 tackles. He was good against the run. He's a rookie playing 73% of the snaps, something like that. And it's impressive, man. And as much as people get on Brandon Beane for some of the picks that have missed, we got to appreciate ones like this that are playing a big-time role for us in the playoffs. It's great to see, and we need people like him to step up going forward. But go Bills, Sal. I appreciate you taking my call, man. Have a good day.
All right, you got it, man. Let's go to Mo in Connecticut. Hi, Mo. You're on WGR.
Yes, hi. I just want to talk about how, obviously now that Gabe's out maybe to the Super Bowl or to the rest of the season, we have to lead into Keon now, right? It's time to everybody to just, let's be positive with him. Let's lean into him. He's going to be part of the offense now going forward. And, I don't want the fans to be worried about Denver. Hey, we dropped 40 on their head last year. Altitude, guess what? Get in the chamber and get ready. Let's go.
You got it. I mean, it's up to Keon, stepping up, right? And you're right. They're probably going to have to lean on him a little more. I don't know how much, though. That's going to be there'll be other options, but yeah, he's probably going to have to take a little more of the load on. Samantha's in Lancaster. Hi, Samantha.
Hi. Thanks for having me first off, and go Bills. I actually had a question in regards to the epic tush push. So fourth quarter, 1 minute left, they get this tush push, almost a touchdown. And I guess my question is why didn't they burn the clock a little bit more instead of going right for the touchdown?
Well, here, it's been a great debate all morning. I doubt you've been listening all morning. We've actually had this discussion a few times, but it's okay because it's a really good debate. I see both sides of it, no doubt. And even in the moment, we actually had during the radio broadcast, Samantha, Eric Wood, and me and Chris Brown, we were debating if they should do that. My thought at the time, and I still believe this, was you got to score as quickly as possible. You leave nothing to chance. And here's my reasoning, okay? Yes, you're right. You could burn the clock and you could score and leave them 0 time because they have a great field goal kicker and you don't want to give that. There's also the chance that you take a knee and then now it's second down and then suddenly maybe on second down you don't make it or there's a penalty. You got to make sure you score. And I just don't want to leave anything to chance. So I think, to me, they did the right thing by scoring when they had a chance to score.
Right. Well, thank you for taking my call. I appreciate it.
No, you got it, Samantha, and it's a great debate. Thank you, and we're going to have this, and that's okay. I mean, someone tweeted me last night, what do you think of the horrid decision? I don't think it's a horrid decision. I do think it's a good debatable decision, though. I just can't imagine. I know, look, if Jacksonville had gone down, kicked the field goal, and won, it would be on fire today about this. There's no doubt. It would also be on fire today if they tried to burn the clock and disaster happened. So I don't agree with it, that you have to go and believe that they should have done that. I totally get it, though. I mean, it's a fair debate. Thankfully, we didn't have to find out either way. Bills win, 27-24. We'll take a timeout when we come back. A view from the sidelines, sit up, stand down. Hey, but you know what? Let's stay here real quick for the view from the sidelines. Let's do that before we get to the break, all right? Because I want to make sure I tell everybody here, the extra point from the sidelines brought to you by Catholic Health, the right way to care. Folks, even though, as I just said a little while ago, maybe not quite the contingent as in 2017, still a great, massive turnout for Bills Mafia. But what was super cool on the sidelines yesterday, when Cole Bishop intercepted that ball at the end, and you just heard the collective Bills fans let out this, cheer, and then kind of realize, oh my God, they just won the game. And it went from a yeah to down and then oh yeah, it just resonated throughout the stadium. And everybody's cheering. You look back and the Jaguars fans are, they know what just happened. Their season's over. It was just so cool to be in that moment, be in that environment and hear that. Very cool. And that's cool. It was good to be a part of it. Our extra point for the sidelines is brought to you by Catholic Health, the right way to care. We'll take a timeout. Come back, sit up, stand down. Hey, buddy. All right, let's sit up on the job the Bears did to come back and Caleb Williams and start paying attention to what they're kind of doing there in Chicago. I like it. Now, I don't think they're the best team in the NFC. I still think it's the Rams, but man, the Rams had a fight. And I think the Niners could beat them, and that's happening, this week? Is that the game? No. Niners at Bears? No, Niners Seahawks, right? That NFC is kind of crazy. But I really enjoyed watching the Bears kind of put together what they did. And I think we got to pay attention to kind of what they're building there a little bit. So good on them. Good on them. But let's stand down on how the NFL has kind of been doing the playoff schedule, because it truly is kind of pretty unfair. And I'm not complaining here about the Bills specifically, but for these teams that play on Sunday, they have to go to a Saturday against a team that's been waiting for 13 days. Just seems like it's a bit skewed, right? So can we stand down on having that as the kind of norm and maybe having the NFL a little investigate? I'll ask Mike North about that. Be in my notes. What I would ask Mike North about and in the yearly schedule talk we have in the pod. And I'll ask him about that. Would they revisit that? I think they're so focused on making sure they get the right Monday night game with a 4-5 matchup that maybe they have to start rethinking how they do that, because you have to put the Monday night team, the winner tonight, on Sunday next week. Can't give them a Saturday game, which leaves you the option of only Saturday really for at least one of the other games that played yesterday and winners. So it's just tough. I think it's a tough deal for the Bills. And what do we got next week? Who else? Saturday, the Niners, right? They played yesterday. They go to Seahawks. We'll find out times on these games, by the way, after tonight's game. Okay, let's get to Hey Buddy. If you are like me and have family that has birthdays in December, birthdays in January, you get the whole gamut, right? You got a birthday and Christmas. Folks, I had my son's birthday was in December, early December, and then I have Christmas. And then over the weekend, on Friday, my wife Yana's birthday. So every year, I make sure I make a tradition to publicly say on the radio, and here's why. I want to tell you why this is. It's not just a personal thing to say, oh, happy birthday, my wife. Happy birthday to Yana. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be doing this. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be doing this job. And the reasoning is we met in Florida when I was living down there. As you know, I live down there. And as I've told you many times, my wife is originally from Germany, and we met, and she was living in Florida. And she was a runner at the time. She still runs, but she came up, and at the time she was doing some marathons, half marathons. She came up one year just to run the Buffalo half marathon to see how cool it was and to enjoy it and visit family with me. And she ran the Buffalo half marathon and said, this is a great city. I could live here. And then a couple years later, when I'm like, I really want to get back into radio and I want to go to Buffalo. And she goes, if that's your dream, then let's go do it. And that's why. And that's why I moved back up here in 2011, because my amazing wife, Yana, was supportive and encouraged me. And surround yourself in life with people who encourage and support you. You're not always going to see eye to eye on every decision that's made, and every little thing and detail that goes into a relationship, whether you're married, you're not married, whatever. But if you encourage and support each other along the way, you can make a great life together, and that's what we've done. And I appreciate that. I thank her. She keeps me grounded, and she lifts me up when I need it. And Friday was her birthday. Happy birthday to my wife, Yana. She's my buddy. Bills Live up next. Show and the Bulldog at 3. We're going to talk more about the Bills and Broncos as the week goes on. Sean McDermott a little bit later today. I'll join Show and the Bulldog to recap what he has to say here. Keep it tuned to WGR Sports Radio 550. Have a great Monday. Hey, everybody. Sal Capacio here. Let me tell you.